Robert Shapiro, the guru of Monsanto. The affair may seem incredible. And yet we've already seen how Monsanto was capable of intervening at the highest levels of government or international organizations to impose what it openly called in its activity report for 1997, Monsanto's Law. When it made this odd confession, a few months before the Rowett Institute went into an uproar, the company was headed by Robert B. Shapiro, who had succeeded Richard Mahoney in April 1995, and remained CEO until January 2001. Called biotechnology's chief evangelist, the image maker, and the guru of Monsanto. This lawyer from a well-to-do family in Manhattan was an exceptional figure in the history of the company. He was a Democrat and very close to the Clinton administration. That is presumably why the company contributed generously to the president's re-election campaign in 1996, and Clinton praised Monsanto in his State of the Union address on February 4, 1997. Soon afterward, Shapiro was appointed to the President's Advisory Committee for Trade Policy and Negotiations, which worked closely with Mickey Kantor, the trade representative and future Monsanto board member. In December 1998, Bill Clinton in person awarded the National Medal of Technology to Ernest Jaworski, Robert Fraley, Robert Horsch, and Stephen Rogers, the four inventors of Roundup Ready soybeans. At the time, as former Secretary of Agriculture Dan Glickman has testified, the Democratic administration was enthralled by Bob Shapiro's talk about the promises of biotechnology that would produce a revolution in agriculture, food, and health. The Monsanto CEO painted in glowing terms the benefits of a technique that, according to him, was capable of shifting the world into the post-industrial age for the good of humanity, with a strength of conviction that even his harshest opponents acknowledge. In one of the very few interviews he granted, published in the Harvard Business Review on January 1, 1997, shortly after the re-election of Bill Clinton, he explained with some vigor how GMOs represented the solution for the future of the planet. After pointing out that 1.5 billion people were living in conditions of abject poverty, and that the population would double by sometime around 2030, he launched into an almost messianic diatribe on the consequences facing humanity. It's a world of mass migration and environmental degradation at an unimaginable scale. At best, it means the preservation of a few islands of privilege and prosperity in a sea of misery and violence. The whole system has to change. There's a huge opportunity of reinvention. At Monsanto, we're trying to invent some new businesses around the concept of environmental sustainability. Current agricultural practice isn't sustainable. We've lost something on the order of 15% of our topsoil over the last 20 years or so. Irrigation is increasing the salinity of the soil, and the petrochemicals we rely on aren't renewable. Most arable land is already under cultivation. Attempts to open new farmland are causing severe ecological damage. So in the best case, we have the same amount of land to work with and twice as many people to feed. It comes down to resource productivity. The conclusion is that new technology is the only alternative. Then Shapiro entered onto the philosophical portion of his presentation. Biotechnology, in his view, was an information technology that made it possible to replace the use of raw materials and energy, harmful to the environment, with a sophisticated use of genetic information. Using information is one of the ways to increase productivity without abusing nature. A closed system like the Earth's can't withstand a systematic increase of material things, but it can support exponential increases of information and knowledge. If economic development means using more stuff, then those who argue that growth and environmental sustainability are incompatible are right. But sustainability and development might be compatible if you could create value and satisfy people's needs by increasing the information components of what's produced and diminishing the amount of stuff. To illustrate his argument, Shapiro took the example of pesticides, 90% of which are dispersed into the environment at the moment of their application. If we put the right information in the plant, we use less stuff and increase productivity. Information technology will be our most powerful tool. Can we trust the maker of Agent Orange to genetically engineer our food? Was the question posed by Business Ethics, the magazine of corporate responsibility, which also interviewed Shapiro at the beginning of 1997. Reading what Shapiro was saying at the time, I asked myself precisely the same question: was he sincere, and did he really believe what he said? To make up my mind, I dissected the career of the Harvard graduate, who liked to strum his guitar with Joan Baez in demonstrations against the Vietnam War. From that time he had maintained an open distaste for neckties and an unfailing attachment to the Democrats. After working in the administration of Jimmy Carter, who became an ardent supporter of biotechnology, Shapiro was hired in 1979 as legal director of the pharmaceutical company Cell, headed by none other than Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense for Gerald Ford from 1975 to 1977 and for George W. Bush from 2001 to 2006. Cell was at the time in conflict with the FDA, which had decided to suspend the sale of aspartame, a highly controversial artificial sweetener, because it was suspected of causing brain tumors. Curiously, the product, sold under the name NutraSweet, was reauthorized in 1981, when Rumsfeld joined the newly elected Reagan administration. In the meantime, Shapiro, who had been in charge of handling the aspartame controversy, had been appointed head of the NutraSweet division. He negotiated with Coca-Cola the introduction of the sweetener in the new Diet Coke line of products. The story is that he carried off a major victory. He secured agreement that the name, NutraSweet, that is, the Searle brand, would be printed on the labels with its logo, a little swirl, which prevented competitors that also made aspartame from selling it to Coca-Cola. Monsanto bought Searle in 1985, making it the pharmaceutical division of the multinational company at the very time that Monsanto was requesting approval for the sale of bovine growth hormone. Shapiro, who often described himself as a passionate gardener, became head of Monsanto's agricultural division in 1990 and in that position was in charge of handling Posilac, the trade name of bovine growth hormone, or RBGH. I was troubled by this detail in his career, which cast a veil of suspicion over the ecological and third-world-friendly talk that he took up soon afterward, and I tried to contact the former Monsanto CEO. In 2006, he was head of the Bell Center of Chicago, an NGO established in St. Louis in 1984 to serve children with disabilities. In a New Yorker article, Michael Spector wrote that Shapiro was one of America's best-paid executives, $20 million in 1998. Nonetheless, he always replied to mail on the day it was sent, often within minutes. He lived up to his reputation. I sent him a first email on September 29, 2006, which he answered within a half hour, politely declining my request for an interview. It's been some years since I was professionally engaged with biotechnology. I no longer feel competent to speak on these subjects. After learning that this man in his 60s, the father of 2 adult sons, had started a second family, on September 30 I asked him the only question that I had really set my heart on. As the mother of 3 young girls, I would like to know what kind of milk you give your children. Ordinary milk, sold with no distinction between the conventional and the transgenic, because they are blended and cannot be labeled, or organic milk. The reply was almost immediate. I have 2 young boys. My 10-year-old is lactose intolerant, my 8-year-old drinks lots of 2% milk and ice cream. We've never bought organic dairy products. When I read this, meaning that Shapiro's sons were not concerned by this affair, I could not help recalling what Business Ethics had written in January 1997. It was very clear that Shapiro spoke in 2 voices. When discussing sustainability, he sounded hopeful. It was obvious he spoke from the heart. Yet, when responding to questions about Posilac, he reworded the queries, and provided the well-rehearsed answers Wall Street investors would want to hear. The new Monsanto will save the world. Right after becoming CEO of Monsanto in April 1995, Shapiro launched the Great Cultural Revolution, that was intended to move the old chemical company into the era of life sciences. This new concept, based on the application of molecular biology to agriculture and health, was officially presented at a global forum, the Guru, organized in June 1995 in Chicago. 500 employees from all company divisions were invited to discover his new policy in a convivial atmosphere that contrasted with the company's legendary rigidity. Encouraging the participants to call him Bob, the Renaissance Man, in shirt sleeves moved the audience to tears when he spoke of the shame that some employees felt in saying what company they worked for. This time was past, because the new Monsanto was going to save the world. Armed with the new slogan, Food, Health, Hope, Shapiro electrified his troops by talking of plants producing biodegradable plastics, corn supplying antibodies against cancer, canola or soybean oil protecting against cardiovascular disease. Witnesses have told of how an employee, Rebecca Tomanak, excited by his speech, went up to the CEO and said, "I'm with you," took her name tag off, and put it on Shapiro in a gesture of allegiance repeated by 100 other employees. I was really very impressed by Robert Shapiro's visionary speech, which made us want to work to make the world better, I was told by Kirk Azevedo, a Monsanto employee from 1996 to 1998, whom I met on October 14, 2006, in a small town on the West Coast where he was working as a chiropractor. Trained as a chemist, he had been contacted by a headhunter and resigned from Abbott Laboratories, where he had been in charge of testing new pesticides, to join what he then considered to be the enterprise of the future. His job was to promote 2 varieties of transgenic cotton that Monsanto was about to launch on the market to seed dealers and California farmers, a Roundup Ready cotton and a Bt cotton, genetically manipulated to produce an insecticidal lectin, like Arpad pusti's transgenic potatoes, because of the insertion of a gene taken from the bacterium Bacillus thuringiensis. I was really very enthusiastic, Azevedo told me. I did think that these 2 GMOs would bring about a reduction in the use of herbicides and insecticides. But the first dissonant note came 3 months after I was hired. I'd been invited to St. Louis to visit headquarters and participate in a training program for new hires. At one point, when I was speaking fervently in favor of biotechnology that would make it possible to reduce pollution and hunger in the world, a Monsanto vice president took me aside and said to me, "What Robert Shapiro says is one thing, but what counts for us is making money. He talks to the public, but we don't even understand what he's talking about." Who was it? I'd rather not identify him, Azevedo said hesitantly. In any event, at the time I thought that he must be an exception. That lasted until the summer of 1997, when I experienced my second great disillusionment. I was in a field assessing an experimental plot of Roundup Ready cotton, whose cultivation was not yet authorized. With me was a Monsanto scientist, a cotton specialist. We were discussing what we would do with the cotton after it was picked. Since I was very pro-GMO, I said we should be able to sell it at the price of premium California, because after all there was only 1 gene's difference from the original variety. That's when he told me, "No, there are other differences. Transgenic cotton plants produce not only the Roundup resistance protein but also other unknown proteins as a product of the manipulation process." I was flabbergasted. There was a lot of talk at the time about mad cow disease, bovine spongiform encephalitis, and its human counterpart, variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, severe pathologies caused by macroproteins known as prions. I knew that our transgenic cotton seeds would be sold as cattle fodder, and I said to myself that we hadn't even bothered to find out whether those unknown proteins were prions. I told the Monsanto scientist about my concerns, and he answered that they didn't have time to worry about such things. I later tried to alert my colleagues, and bit by bit I was pushed to the sidelines. I also contacted the University of California and representatives of the state agriculture department, but I met nothing but indifference. I was so disturbed that I finally decided to resign so I wouldn't be an accomplice to such irresponsible conduct. But it wasn't an easy decision to make. When I left, I gave up a very good salary and I sacrificed tens of thousands of stock options. In fact, Monsanto buys its employees' silence. Now what do you think of Shapiro's speech? It was hot air. When I recall the way we worked at the time, it was a constant race against the clock, and the only goal was to dominate the seed market. If you really want to save the world, you start by carefully verifying the safety of the products you're making. The race for seeds. One thing had to be acknowledged about Robert Shapiro. The visionary was also a formidable businessman who had managed in record time to transform a chemical giant into a near monopoly operator in the international seed market. But the battle was far from over, because when Stephen Paget's team finally had its Roundup Ready soybeans in 1993, no one at Monsanto knew what to do with them. Of course, the first instinct was to file a patent on the precious gene, but then what? Monsanto was not a seed company, and the only solution was to sell its discovery to people in the business. Dick Mahoney, the CEO at the time, thought immediately of Pioneer Hybrid International, which controlled 20% of the American seed market, 40% for corn and 10% for soybeans. Founded in Des Moines in 1926 by Henry Wallace, Vice President of the United States from 1941 to 1945, the company was known primarily for having invented the hybrid corn varieties that made its fortune. The underlying principle was that instead of allowing corn to be pollinated naturally through the air, they forced plants to inbreed to obtain pure lines with stable genetic characteristics. The results were hybrids that produced higher yields but whose seeds were practically sterile. For seed dealers, this was a godsend because farmers were forced to buy their seeds every year. This hybridization technique worked only for allogamous plants, that is, plants produced by fertilization of the ovum of one plant by pollen from another plant, not for autogamous plants such as wheat or soybeans, where each plant reproduces itself with its internal male and female organs. I will later describe how this detail did not escape Monsanto, which got around it by means of the patent system. In 2002, Daniel Charles reported in detail the amazing story of Monsanto's mutation in the 1990s in Lords of the Harvest, which is the basis for what follows. When Robert Shapiro, who was then head of Monsanto's agricultural division, met Tom Urban, chief executive of Pioneer Hybrid International, to give him a sales pitch for his Roundup Ready gene, he was received coolly, "Congratulations. You've got a gene. Guess what? We've got 50,000 genes. Ellipsis. You don't hold the keys to the market. We do. You ought to pay us for the right to put your gene in our varieties." Quote. At the time, Shapiro had no choice. After years of costly research, the company's instructions were that finally it was time to bring in some money. A first agreement was signed with Pioneer, which agreed to introduce the Roundup Ready gene into its soybean varieties. In return, remembering his success with NutraSweet for Diet Coke, Shapiro got an agreement to have Roundup Ready printed on the seed bags. But in the end, there was nothing to boast about. As Charles points out, the Roundup Ready gene had become a vehicle to sell more of Monsanto's chemicals, but little more. A second set of negotiations then began over the other genetic characteristic that Monsanto had in its arsenal, the Bt gene, which was an urgent matter, because several companies were claiming authorship, leading to an interminable patent battle. In this case, the GMO was not associated with the sale of a pesticide, because the gene itself was the pesticide, designed expressly to kill the corn borer, a very common corn parasite. Robert Shapiro therefore secured payment for this performance from Pioneer Hybrid and carried away the sum of $38 million in full payment. In both cases, the amounts paid by the Des Moines seed dealer turned out to be trifling in light of the huge success that both GMOs had immediately, principally with Roundup Ready soybeans. When he became CEO of Monsanto in April 1995, Shapiro tried to renegotiate the two agreements, without success. It was the most rapid and enthusiastic adoption of a technical innovation in the history of agriculture, according to Charles, who reports that Roundup Ready soybeans covered 1 million acres in the United States in 1996, 9 million in 1997, and 25 million in 1998. To understand the initial enthusiasm for Roundup Ready crops, you have to put yourself in the shoes of an American farmer such as John Hoffman, vice president of the American Soybean Association, considered close to Monsanto. I met him at harvest time in 2006 on his huge Iowa farm, whose size he didn't want to reveal. Before I used the Roundup Ready technique, he told me in the middle of a transgenic soybean field of several dozen acres, I had to plow the earth to prepare a seedbed. Then I had to spray several selective herbicides to get rid of weeds in the course of the season. Before the harvest, I had to inspect my fields and pull up the final weeds by hand. Now, I don't plow my fields, I spray Roundup once, then I sow directly in the remains of the last harvest. This is what's called zero tillage, which reduces soil erosion. Then halfway through the season, I do a second spraying of Roundup, and that's usually enough until the harvest. The Roundup Ready system allows me to save time and money. In the summer of 1995, demonstrations were organized in the plains of the Midwest, and farmers flocked to them, drawn by these plants with a strange power. Quote, "We'd actually let farmers run the sprayer," says a seed dealer. And then they could drive by on the way to the coffee shop and watch the fields. It was a fantastic show. They were just watching it at first. Then they couldn't believe it. And then they just wanted to buy it. A Minnesota seed dealer says, It was just a phenomenon, and I don't know if I'll ever see anything like it again. Farmers were just crazy to get Roundup-ready soybeans. They bought every bag. So great was the enthusiasm for our soybeans that the major American seed dealers besieged St. Louis to get hold of the magic gene. But Shapiro had learned from his experience with Pioneer. From now on, he would control the game. To get the right to insert the gene in their varieties, seed companies had to sign a licensing agreement, which meant that Monsanto collected royalties on each transgenic seed sold. In addition, Shapiro insisted on a clause that was later attacked as improper by the antitrust authorities. Companies had to sign a contract agreeing that 90% of the herbicide-resistant GMOs they sold would contain the Roundup-ready gene. This was a way of cutting the ground out from under the feet of Monsanto's competitors, such as the German company Agravo, which was forced to give up marketing GMOs resistant to the herbicide Liberty, known as Basta in Europe, because it could not find a seed company partner. Monsanto's CEO changed his strategy in 1996. Realizing that he had to own the seeds to earn the highest profits, he launched an ambitious program for the acquisition of seed companies, which profoundly transformed agricultural practices around the world. Shapiro didn't skimp to reach his goals. He paid $1 billion for Robert Holden's Foundation Seeds, which had a strong presence in the American corn market, with annual profits of only a few $1,000,000. Overnight, Ron Holden became a very rich man. Then Shapiro bought a whole string of companies: Asgrow Agronomics, the largest soybean dealer in the United States, DeKalb Genetics, for $2.30 billion, the second largest American seed company and the ninth largest in the world, which had many subsidiaries and joint ventures, particularly in Asia: Corn States Hybrid Services, Custom Farm Seed, Firm Line Seeds, Canada, the British companies Plant Breeding International and Unilever, Sementes Agroceras, a leading force in the Brazilian corn market, Kirgro, Argentina, Mexico, principal supplier of cotton seeds in India, along with Maharashtra Hybrid Seed Company, Eid Parry, and Rallies, three other Indian companies, the South African Sensaco, wheat, corn, cotton, National Seed Company, Malawi, Agro Seed Corp, Philippines, not to mention the international division of Cargill, the largest seed dealer in the world, with branches in Asia, Africa, Europe, and South and Central America, that Monsanto bought for $1.40 billion. In 2 years, Shapiro had spent more than $8 billion and made Monsanto the second largest seed company in the world after Pioneer. To finance this costly program of acquisitions, it had sold its chemical division to Solutia in 1997. But that was not enough. It had to incur record indebtedness, backed by the stock market, which still believed at the time in the promise of biotechnology. Monsanto's stock price climbed 74% in 1995 and 71% in 1996. Investors blindly followed the guru of St. Louis, until the false move in 1998 that initiated his fall from grace. The percentage was later reduced to 70% after the intervention of regulatory authorities. Monsanto continued its acquisitions in the early 2000s. With the purchase of Seminis, vegetable seeds, in 2005, the company became the largest seed company in the world. The Terminator patent, one step too far for Monsanto. On March 3, 1998, a brief article in the Wall Street Journal announced that the USDA, then headed by Dan Glickman, and the Delta and Pine Land Company of Mississippi, the largest American cotton seed company, had jointly obtained a patent entitled Control of Plant Gene Expression. Behind this mysterious title lay a technique making it possible to genetically modify plants so that they produced sterile seeds. Developed by Melvin Oliver, an Australian scientist working in the USDA Research Laboratory in Lubbock, Texas, the technique was also called the Technology Protection System, understood to be transgenic, because it was designed to prevent farmers from resowing part of their crop, forcing them to buy seeds every year and pay royalties to GMO manufacturers. Concretely, the plant had been manipulated to produce a toxic protein when its growth was complete that made its seeds sterile. Hope Shand, research director of the Rural Advancement Foundation International, RAFI, a Canadian NGO since renamed the Etc. Group, Erosion, Technology, Concentration, which fights for the protection of biodiversity and against the perverse effects of industrial agriculture, came across the article in the Wall Street Journal by chance. She immediately informed her boss, Pat Mooney, who said, "It's Terminator," referring to the legendary robot played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. The expression stuck permanently to designate the sterilization technique and, beyond that, the overall aim of GMO producers. "You understand," Mooney told me when I met him in Ottawa in September 2004, "this technique was a direct threat to food security, especially in developing countries where more than 1.5 billion people survive by saving seeds. Imagine that Terminator plants crossbreed with neighboring crops and make the seeds gathered by peasants sterile. It would be a catastrophe for them, but also for the biodiversity they maintain precisely because they continue to replant every year local varieties adapted to their climate and their soil." On March 11, 1998, RAFI published a communiqué titled, "Terminator Technology, a Global Threat to Farmers, Biodiversity, and Food Security." But it went practically unnoticed. In fact, Mooney said with a smile, "It was thanks to Monsanto that our campaign had worldwide success." 2 months later, Shapiro announced that he was in negotiations to acquire Delta and Pine for $1.90 billion. The news caused an international uproar, because Monsanto would be taking over the Terminator patent. NGOs concerned with ecology or development were not the only ones to react. Disapproval was also expressed by the Rockefeller Foundation, which had sponsored the Green Revolution in the 1960s and generally supported biotechnology, and the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, CGIAR, which publicly promised never to use Terminator in its seed programs. Feelings ran so high that the UN Convention on Biological Diversity voted for a moratorium, still in force 10 years later, on field tests and the commercial use of Terminator. The crowning touch was that the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Justice Department challenged the acquisition. For Monsanto, the timing could not have been worse. Since the fall of 1997, all indicators in Europe had turned red. The first shipments of transgenic soybeans had been blocked in European ports on the initiative of Greenpeace, which was conducting a very effective campaign against Frankenfood. Fresh from its success in North America, where it had been able to avoid the labeling and segregation of GMOs, the company did not expect that Greenpeace would bring the machine to a halt. On May 26, 1998, the EU adopted Regulation 1139/98, ratifying the establishment of a labeling procedure for transgenic products. Even earlier in the year, Monsanto had convened emergency committees in St. Louis, Chicago, London, and Brussels. The decision was made to launch a massive advertising campaign in early June 1998 in Germany, France, costing 25 million francs, and Great Britain, at a cost of £1 million. Designed by the English advertising agency Bartle Bogle Hegarty, the campaign used the same basic slogan in all 3 countries: "Food biotechnology is a matter of opinions. Monsanto believes you should hear all of them." Then came the addresses and phone numbers of the company's principal opponents, such as Friends of the Earth and Greenpeace. In France, the first ad adopted a condescending tone. 69% of the French are suspicious of biotechnology, 63% say they don't know what it is. Fortunately, 91% know how to read. Other messages adopted the messianic vision of Robert Shapiro, with his trademark moralizing tone: "As we stand on the edge of a new millennium, we dream of a tomorrow without hunger. To achieve that dream, we must welcome the science that promises hope. Biotechnology is one of tomorrow's tools today. Slowing its acceptance is a luxury our hungry world cannot afford." In an interview with the magazine Chemistry and Industry, Jonathan Ramsey, a Monsanto executive, summed up well the spirit of the campaign, which many considered very arrogant: "We will have succeeded if biotechnology becomes less the subject of Luddite superstition and more the subject of serious and informed public debate." The campaign in Great Britain flopped immediately thanks to the intervention of the Prince of Wales, a champion of organic farming. As soon as the campaign was launched, he published an article in the Daily Telegraph titled, "The Seeds of Disaster. I have always believed that agriculture should proceed in harmony with nature, recognizing that there are natural limits to our ambitions. We simply do not know the long-term consequences for human health and the wider environment of releasing plants bred in this way. We are assured that these new plants are vigorously tested and regulated, but the evaluation procedure seems to presume that unless a GM crop can be shown to be unsafe, there is no reason to stop its use. I personally have no wish to eat anything produced by genetic modification, nor do I knowingly offer this sort of produce to my family or guests. The prince's words were reported in all British newspapers, forcing Monsanto to acknowledge its mistakes, proof that the matter was serious. We barged in. Toby Moffat, Vice President for International Government Affairs, admitted, like someone barging in on someone's private party. We weren't European enough. It was in this context that the Arpad Pusztai affair exploded. To crown Monsanto's bad luck, the day after the broadcast of the Pusztai interview in August, the British Advertising Standards Authority received 4 complaints against Monsanto for deceptive advertising. In one of the campaign ads, the company claimed that its GMOs had received regulatory approval in 20 countries, including the United Kingdom. Piling on the mishaps, in September, the British magazine The Ecologist published a special 65-page feature recounting the entire history of the company from its founding in 1905. The 14,000 copies of the first printing were pulped by Penwells, the printer who had worked for the magazine for 25 years, because of pressures, whose source they never publicly identified. Zach Goldsmith, editor of The Ecologist, had to find another printer, but 2 major British newsagents refused to distribute the new copies. CEO musical chairs. In any event, Robert Shapiro's days of glory were at an end. Starting in the fall of 1998, Monsanto went into decline on Wall Street. Monsanto stock has lost more than a third of its value in the last 14 months, and analysts believe that company executives could be forced into radical changes, possibly including breaking Monsanto into pieces. Around the same time, Le Monde wrote, Monsanto is now nothing but a kind of giant startup in plant biotechnology, with revenues of $8.60 billion and losses of $250 million in 1998. Its recent numerous acquisitions in seed companies, sometimes paid for at premium prices, have cut into its profits. Investors are beginning to shun the company, and yesterday's friends are turning away for fear of being discredited in turn. The rout was so complete that Shapiro was forced to declare a ceasefire with his worst enemies. On October 6, 1999, he agreed to participate in a business conference organized by Greenpeace in London. Unable, or not daring, to appear in person, his presentation was recorded in St. Louis and transmitted by satellite onto a giant screen, where his face appeared, drawn and ashen, according to the Washington Post. Making amends in front of a stunned audience, the CEO, who would resign some months later, said, "We have probably irritated and antagonized more people than we have persuaded. Our confidence in this technology and our enthusiasm for it has, I think, been widely seen, and understandably so, as condescension or indeed arrogance." Then, addressing Peter Melchett, Executive Director of Greenpeace UK and a former Agriculture Minister, he promised not to commercialize the technologies popularly known as Terminator or sterile seed technologies, and continued, "As we work to help develop constructive answers to all the questions that people around the world have at the dawning of this new technology, we are committed to engage openly, honestly and non-defensively in the kind of discussion that can produce good answers for all of us. To me, that means, among other things, listening carefully and respectfully to all points of view." As he spoke those words, Shapiro was desperately seeking a partner to save the company. First, he held discussions with American Home Products, then with DuPont, but the deals fell through. Finally, on December 19, 1999, Monsanto announced its merger with Pharmacia and Upjohn, originally a Swedish pharmaceutical company based in New Jersey. The terms of the merger signaled the failure of Monsanto's guiding vision and of its creator, Robert Shapiro, according to Michael Watkins, a researcher at Harvard Business School. Renamed Pharmacia, the new corporation was interested primarily in Searle, Monsanto's pharmaceutical division, whose value was then estimated at $23 billion. It manufactured Celebrex, a leading medicine for arthritis. But it soon sought to separate from the agrochemical division of Monsanto, known as the New Monsanto, which it finally did in the summer of 2002, at the same time that Pharmacia was absorbed by Pfizer. The messianic vision of Robert Shapiro, who had dreamed of a company dedicated to the life sciences, was well and truly buried. When he left the company after the merger with Pharmacia in late 1999, the firm displayed its true face, it was indeed the largest supplier in the world of transgenic seeds, but it got 45% of its revenues from Roundup, which was threatened by the arrival of generics. Shapiro was replaced by the Belgian Hendrik Verfaele, who was in turn forced to resign in December 2002 because of poor financial performance. He was succeeded by the Scotsman Hugh Grant, still CEO in early 2008, who had the delicate task of getting things back on an even keel. While GMOs enjoyed anything but universal support in North America, not even in farmers' fields. 10. The iron law of the patenting of life. Monsanto company activities and the use of its products positively affect agricultural sustainability. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005. One of my biggest concerns is what biotechnology has in store for family farmers, Dan Glickman declared in the July 13, 1999, speech that so irritated his government colleagues involved with foreign trade. We're already seeing a heated argument over who owns what. Companies are suing companies over patent rights even as they merge. Farmers have been pitted against their neighbors in efforts to protect corporate intellectual property rights. Contracts with farmers need to be fair and not result in a system that reduces farmers to mere serfs on the land or create an atmosphere of mistrust among farmers or between farmers and companies. The weapon of patents. When he spoke these iconoclastic words, Bill Clinton's Secretary of Agriculture was touching on one of the subjects at the heart of opposition to GMOs, the subject of patents. We have always criticized the double talk of biotechnology companies, Michael Hansen of Consumers Union told me. On one hand, they say there is no need to test transgenic plants because they are exactly the same as the conventional counterparts. On the other, they file for patents, on the grounds that GMOs are unique creations. You have to make up your mind, either Roundup Ready soybeans are identical to conventional soybeans, or else they're not. They can't be both depending on Monsanto's interests. Before the late 1970s it would have been inconceivable to file a patent application for a plant variety, even in the United States, where the 1951 patent law clearly provided that patents applied exclusively to machines and industrial processes, but in no case to living organisms, hence not to plants. The patent system was at its origin a tool of public policy intended to stimulate technical innovations by granting the inventor a monopoly on the manufacture and sale of a product for a period of 20 years. The criteria for granting patents are usually very strict, according to Paul Goetz, a researcher in the Department of Molecular Biology at the University of California, Davis, whom I interviewed in July 2004. They are three in number: the novelty of the product, that is, the fact that the product did not exist before the inventor created it, the fact that it is not obvious, and its usefulness for industry. Before 1980, the legislature had excluded living organisms from the field of patents, because it thought they could under no circumstances satisfy the first criterion. Even if humans intervened in the development, living organisms exist before human action and, moreover, they can reproduce on their own. With the advent of genetic manipulation, the question of plant varieties, improved by the technique of genetic selection described in Chapter 7 arose. Concerned with recovering their investments, seed companies won legislation which granted to their varieties what was called plant variety protection, enabling them to sell user licenses to dealers or to include a kind of tax in the price of their seeds. But a certificate of plant variety protection was only a distant cousin of a patent, because it did not prohibit farmers from keeping part of their harvest to sow their fields the next year, nor researchers such as Paul Goetz or breeders from using the variety concerned to create new ones. This was known as the Breeders and Research Exemption. Everything changed in 1980, when the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision with serious consequences declaring a transgenic microorganism patentable. The case had begun 8 years earlier when Ananda Mohan Chakrabarti, a geneticist working for General Electric, had filed a patent application for a bacterium that he had been altered to enable it to consume hydrocarbons. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office had logically rejected the application according to the terms of the 1951 law. Chakrabarti appealed and won in the Supreme Court, which stated, "Anything under the sun that is made by man can be patented." The system is guaranteed by the UPOV agreements, Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants, signed by 37 countries in 1973. This startling decision had opened the way to what has been called the patenting of life, Based on US precedents, the European Patent Office in Munich granted patents on microorganisms in 1982, on plants in 1985, on animals in 1988, and on human embryos in 2000. Theoretically, these patents were granted only if the living organism had been altered by genetic engineering, but in reality the process has gone beyond GMOs alone. Patents have now been granted for non-transgenic plants, particularly if they have medicinal properties, in total violation of existing laws. Ever since biotechnology came on the scene, the common law system of patents has been abused, Christoph Then, the Greenpeace representative in Munich, told me in February 2005. To get a patent, it is no longer necessary to present a real invention, often all you need is a simple discovery. Someone discovers a therapeutic use for a plant, the Indian neem tree, for instance, describes it, isolates it from its natural context, and files a patent application for it. The deciding factor is that the description be done in a laboratory, and no attention is paid to the fact that the plant and its virtues have been known by others for thousands of years. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office grants more than 70,000 patents a year, about 20% of which involve living organisms. It took a long struggle for me to get an interview with a representative of this huge institution, which is under the authority of the Commerce Department and employs 7,000 agents. A citadel in the Washington suburbs, the Patent Office is a strategic location for a company like Monsanto, which secured 647 patents associated with plants between 1983 and 2005. The Chakrabarti case opened the door to a very exciting period, said John Doll of the Biotechnology Department when I met him in September 2004. We now grant patents on genes and transgenic plants and animals, any product of genetic engineering. But a gene is not a product, I said, a little taken aback by his triumphant tone. Sure, he agreed, but once a company has been able to isolate the gene and describe its function, it can get a patent. The new agricultural order. I have already described how, as soon as Monsanto researchers had managed to cobble together the genetic cassette allowing the creation of Roundup-resistant soybeans, the company filed a patent application and received the patent without difficulty. The patent ran until 2004 in the United States. In June 1996, the European Patent Office in turn granted a patent to our soybeans, which applies by extension to any plant variety into which the cassette can be inserted: maize, wheat, rice, soybean, cotton, sugar beet, rapeseed, canola, flax, sunflower, potato, tobacco, tomato, lucerne, poplar, pine, apple, and grape, which tells a lot about the company's plans. Asterisk. Monsanto then had to find the means to enforce its intellectual property rights. One might think that the strategy of first selling user licenses to seed dealers and then acquiring the principal seed companies would amply secure its return on investment, but this was not the case. Monsanto's real problem was farmers themselves, who around the world still had the annoying habit of saving part of their crop to replant it, except for hybrids, which do not include autogamous plants such as soybeans and wheat. In some countries, farmers commonly save seed for planting the following year, cautiously noted Monsanto's 2005 pledge report, which the company has published periodically since the creation of the new Monsanto. When the seed contains a patented trait, such as the Roundup Ready trait, this traditional practice creates a dilemma for the seed company that developed the variety. In the 10-K form that has to be sent to shareholders and filed with the SEC every year, the language was more direct. Under the heading, Competition, the company stated in 2005, the global markets for our products are highly competitive. In certain countries, we also compete with government-owned seed companies. Farmers who save seed from one year to the next also affect competitive conditions. The company's language seems to suggest that the practice of saving seeds exists only in distant and backward countries. This was so far from being the case that when Robert Shapiro came up with the brilliant idea of having all farmers who bought our soybean seeds sign a technology use agreement, he encountered a good deal of resistance. The agreement, which dealers were required to present, provided for payment of a technology fee, set first at $5 and then at $6.50 per acre of soybeans, and, most important, a commitment not to replant any harvested seeds the following year. Another clause required growers to use only Monsanto's Roundup, not any of the many generics on the market, after the expiration of the patent in 2000. Patent EP 546090, titled, Glyphosate-Tolerant 5-enolpyruvylshikimate3 phosphate synthases. The terms of the contract that must be signed are still draconian. Farmers who violate it risk having to pay a heavy penalty or being sued in state or federal court in St. Louis, which has certain advantages for the company. Monsanto also assumes the right to review customers' accounts going back 3 years and to inspect their fields at the slightest suspicion. If Monsanto reasonably believes that a grower has planted saved seed containing a Monsanto genetic trait, Monsanto will request invoices or otherwise confirm that the fields in question have been planted with newly purchased seed. If this information is not provided within 30 days, Monsanto may inspect and test all of the growers' fields to determine if saved seed has been planted. The provision also covered seed dealers, one of whose activities used to be to clean the seeds farmers had harvested before they could replant them, by removing the chaff. In Lords of the Harvest, Daniel Charles tells of an Ohio seed dealer who was forced against his will to post a notice in his barn that was supposed to protect him from growers Monsanto called pirates, important information for individuals saving seed and replanting. Seed from Roundup-ready soybeans cannot be replanted. It is protected under U.S. Patents 4,535,060, 4,940,835, 5,633,435 and 5,530,196. A grower who asks to have Roundup-ready seed cleaned is putting the seed cleaner and himself at risk. In the end, Charles remarks, most farmers went along. They signed, grumbled, and joined the new agricultural order. According to Peter Carstensen, a professor at the University of Wisconsin Law School, the practice instituted by Monsanto effected a dual revolution. First, he told me when I met him in October 2006, it had the right to patent seeds, which was absolutely prohibited before the advent of biotechnology. Second, it extended the rights of the manufacturer granted by patents. For that I would adopt the image that Monsanto likes to use. It compares a transgenic seed to a rental car. When you've finished using it, you return it to the owner. In other words, the company doesn't sell seeds, it just rents them, for one season, and it remains the permanent owner of the genetic information contained in the seed, which is divested of its status as a living organism and becomes a mere commodity. Finally, farmers became users of Monsanto's intellectual property. When you realize that seeds are the basis for feeding the world, I think there are reasons to be worried. But what means does Monsanto have to enforce its contract? They're huge. I was stunned when I found out that they'd hired the Pinkerton Detective Agency. Asterisk. Monsanto pays its agents to comb the countryside looking for cheaters, and if necessary it seeks out informants. The company set up a toll-free number where anyone can denounce his neighbor. It spends a lot of money to enforce its rule in the fields. Of course, all this could have been avoided if Robert Shapiro had been able to use the Terminator technique, which would have allowed him to resolve the company's dilemma, without spending a penny and above all without having to set up a very unpopular war machine. The Gene Police. Biotech crops are protected by U.S. patent law, John Hoffman, vice president of the American Soybean Association, told me with his perpetual smile. And so I may not in any way save seed to replant the following year. It's something that is a protection for Monsanto, for biotech companies. Because they literally invest millions and millions of dollars to produce this new technology we are very happy to use. Listening to this Iowa farmer brought to mind Hugh Grant, the CEO of Monsanto, who said the same thing in an interview with Daniel Charles, we are interested in protecting our intellectual property, and we make no apologies for that. It's as hard as that. There's a gene in there that's the property of Monsanto, and it's illegal for a farmer to take that gene and create it in a second crop. It's necessary from the point of view of return on investment, and it's against the law. Notorious for its violent methods, like those of a private militia, particularly when it was hired to break strikes in the late 19th century. The Pinkerton National Detective Agency was founded in 1850 by Alan Pinkerton, who had his moment of glory when he foiled an assassination attempt against President Abraham Lincoln, who hired his agents to ensure his security during the Civil War. Helped by its logo, an eye with the slogan, "We Never Sleep," the agency was hired by companies to infiltrate unions and factories with methods summed up in the expression, "Bloody Pinkerton," designating a strike-breaking cop. And how can Monsanto know that someone, for instance, replanted harvested seeds? I asked Hoffman. I'm not sure how to answer that, no. That's a good question for Monsanto. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, Monsanto executives refused to see me, as I was told by the company's public relations director, Christopher Horner. I would have been interested in interviewing Horner because, according to an article in the Chicago Tribune, he was the one who had to come to the defense of his employer when the Center for Food Safety in Washington published a very disturbing report in November 2004. Titled Monsanto vs. U.S. Farmers. This very detailed 84-page document confirmed the existence of what is known in North America as the Gene Police, operated by Pinkerton in the United States and Robinson in Canada. It also reported that the company had been conducting a veritable witch hunt in the American prairies since 1998, leading to thousands of investigations, nearly 100 lawsuits, and numerous bankruptcies. The number of farmers sued represents a minuscule number of the 300,000 or so who use the company's technology, Horner retorted. Lawsuits are the company's last resort. But Joseph Mendelson, legal director of the Center for Food Safety, criticized the company's dictatorial methods. He claimed it was capable of anything to impose its control over all phases of agriculture. The report he supervised does chill the blood. After noting that 85% of the soybeans grown in the United States in 2005 were transgenic, along with 84% of canola, 76% of cotton, and 45% of corn, it goes on to say, no farmer is safe from Monsanto's heavy-handed investigations and ruthless prosecutions. Farmers have been sued after their field was contaminated by pollen or seed from someone else's genetically engineered crop, when genetically engineered seed from a previous year's crop has sprouted, or volunteered, in fields planted with non-genetically engineered varieties the following year, and when they never signed Monsanto's technology agreement but still planted the patented crop seed. In all of these cases, because of the way patent law has been applied, farmers are technically liable. To conduct its study, the CFS consulted data supplied by the company itself, which frequently publicizes the cases of seed piracy it has detected in the country, an unusual degree of transparency designed to dissuade anyone tempted to violate its iron law. In 1998, for example, the company investigated 475 cases of piracy, and up to 2004, the annual average was more than 500. The CFS compared these data with a list of lawsuits filed against American farmers by Monsanto, compiled by the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts, which by 2005 had recorded 90 suits. The average damage amount won by the company was $412,259, with a high of $3,052,800, for a total of $15,253,602. In a few exceptional cases, growers were exonerated. The suits led to the bankruptcy of 8 farmers. Mendelson told me, these numbers are only the tip of the iceberg, because they cover only the rare cases that went to court. The vast majority of farmers who were sued, very often unjustly, decided to negotiate a settlement because they were afraid of the costs of a trial against Monsanto. And none of these settlements show up because they all contained a confidentiality clause. That's why we were able to analyze only the cases that ended with a verdict. The CFS report discloses that Monsanto has an annual budget of $10 million and a staff of 75 to conduct its investigations. Its primary source of information is the toll-free number 1-800-ROUNDUP, which the company officially inaugurated on September 29, 1998. In a formal press release, dial 1-800-ROUNDUP. Tell the representative that you want to report some potential seed law violations or other information. It is important to use landlines rather than cellular phones due to the number of people who scan cellular calls. You may call the information in anonymously, but please leave your name and number if possible for any needed follow-up. According to Daniel Charles, the tip line received 1,500 calls in 1999, 500 of which triggered an investigation. Questioned about the line, criticized for fraying the social fabric that holds farming communities together, in the measured words of the Washington Post, Karen Marshall, a spokesperson for Monsanto, replied simply, "This is part of the agricultural revolution, and any revolution is painful. But the technology is good technology. We own anybody that buys our products." Most farmers who had lost cases contacted by the CFS told the same story. One day an agent, usually a Pinkerton man, knocked on the door, sometimes accompanied by the police. He asked to see their invoices for seeds and herbicides and demanded that he be allowed to go into their fields, where he took plant samples and photographs. The tone was often threatening, even brutal. Sometimes no agent ever appeared, but the grower was sent a summons on the basis of a dossier, made up of aerial views and analyses of plants taken from the farmer's property without his or her knowledge. Not infrequently, farmers who were sued denied that they could be bound by a technology agreement, 25 out of 90, because the dealer who sold them the seed had never talked about it, because they signed without really reading it, or because the practice was so out of the ordinary. This was the case for Homan McFarling, a Missouri farmer sued in 2000 for having saved our soybean seed, something he never denied. The trial verdict required him to pay 120 times the cost of the saved seed, or $780,000, according to the terms of the agreement, which he didn't even remember signing and of which he didn't have a copy. He appealed and, unusually, won a reduction in damages. The court questioned the constitutionality of a contract asking for enormous damages for what was a very small actual loss. The amount he finally paid is unknown. Others were penalized even though they didn't know they were growing GM crops. For example, Hendrik Hartkamp, a native of the Netherlands, bought a ranch in Oklahoma in 1998. On the property he found a store of soybean seeds, which he planted. On April 3, 2000, he was sued by Monsanto for patent law violation, because some of his seeds were transgenic. After ruining himself in conducting his defense, he sold his ranch at a loss and left the United States for good. The terrible thing, Joseph Mendelson told me, is that courts don't distinguish between those who knowingly reuse their seeds and those who did not plant GMOs intentionally. The only thing that counts is that the gene was found in a field. Whatever the reason, the owner of the field is held liable. When a farmer claimed that he had never signed a contract but settled for $100,000, hence remaining anonymous, a Monsanto representative retorted with remarkable frankness, "We own you, we own anybody that buys our Roundup Ready products." The CFS report also reveals that for at least 6 of the 90 suits filed by Monsanto, the agreement presented by the company had a forged signature, a practice documented as common among seed dealers. This happened, for example, to Eugene Straitmeyer, an Illinois farmer who fell into a trap set by an inspector. In July 1998, a man appeared at his farm and asked to buy a small quantity of seeds. Since the planting season was over, he explained that he wanted to do an erosion test. Straitmeyer agreed to help him out. Ordered to pay damages of $16,874.28 for patent infringement, Straitmeyer countersued Monsanto for use of forgery. When farmers decide to defend themselves by publicly challenging the prohibition of replanting part of their crop, they leave themselves open to harassment or even a carefully orchestrated campaign of slander in the media and in the eyes of all agricultural intermediaries. This is what happened to Mitchell Scruggs, a Mississippi farmer who had always admitted saving our soybean and Bt cotton seeds. He saw this as an inalienable right that he defended on principle, but also because of the financial implications of Monsanto's requirement. His calculation was simple. In 2000 he grew soybeans on 13,000 acres, 75% of them transgenic. To sow 1 acre with our soybean seed, he had to pay $24.50 for a 50-pound bag, compared to $7.50 for conventional soybean seed. To illustrate the huge profits earned by Monsanto, he pointed out that if he decided to sell legally the surplus of his conventional crop as seeds, he would get $4 a bag. For Bt cotton, he said, the ratio was 1:4 between conventional and transgenic seeds. Ordered to pay damages of $65,000 in 2003, Scruggs initiated a class action suit accusing Monsanto of antitrust violations and asking that GMOs be subject to the usual plant variety protection system. Because he had openly resisted Monsanto's law, his life became infernal. Company agents had gone so far as to buy an empty lot across the street from his farm supply store where they set up a surveillance camera, and helicopters frequently flew over his property. Matters sometimes turn tragic, ending in prison terms. In January 2000, for example, Ken Ralph, a Tennessee farmer, was sued for saving 41 tons of transgenic soybean and cotton seed. Judge Rodney Sipple of the U.S. District Court in St. Louis ordered Ralph to pay preliminary damages of $100,000 and required that he keep the seed in question so that the exact harm suffered by Monsanto could be assessed. At the end of his rope, even though he maintained that the signature on the agreement presented by the company was a forgery, Ralph decided to burn the stock. "We're tired of being pushed around by Monsanto. We are being dragged down a road like a bunch of dogs," he told the Associated Press. Sipple finally ordered him to pay $1.70 million in civil damages, and, following a guilty plea, another judge sentenced him to 8 months in prison and further damages of $165,469 for obstruction of justice and destruction of evidence. The case caused a stir, because it brought to light another of the company's abusive practices. The technology agreements contained a clause providing that in case of a dispute, proceedings were exclusively to be brought before state or federal court in St. Louis. For victims around the country, this meant extra expenses in the conduct of the defense. Most important, it gave Monsanto what the Chicago Tribune called in 2005 a considerable hometown advantage. Established in its domain for more than a century, the company was used to working with the same law firms, including Husk and Eppenberger. It turns out that Judge Sipple, known for his hard line against pirates, had begun his legal career at Husk and Eppenberger. It should also be pointed out that in 2001, when discontent was spreading in American prairie farms against the patenting of seeds, John Ashcroft, then George W. Bush's Attorney General, who had also been governor of Missouri from 1983 to 1994, asked the Supreme Court for a ruling on the question. On December 10, in an opinion written by Clarence Thomas, formerly, it will be recalled, an attorney for Monsanto, the court decided 6-2 in favor of the patenting of seeds. "Everyone is afraid. Patents have changed everything," said Troy Rausch, an Indiana farmer who was a victim of the gene police, when I met him on his Van Buren farm in October 2006. "I really advise European farmers to think very hard before they get into transgenic crops. Afterward, nothing will be the same." Hearing this 6-foot-tall rugged man say these words while holding back both tears and anger was deeply moving. His nightmare began in the fall of 1999 with a visit from a private detective from Monsanto, who told him he was doing an investigation of farmers who saved their seed. That year, Rausch, who ran a family farm with his brother and his father, had planted 500 acres of RR soybeans for a seed company with which he had signed a contract. He had also planted 1,200 acres of conventional soybeans with seeds that he had saved from his preceding harvest. The company, which had inserted the gene into one of its varieties, paid him for multiplying the seeds the company would sell to other farmers. It was very easy to tell which fields were under contract, as the contract clearly stipulated, he told me. I offered to let the detective consult the documents and my herbicide invoices, but he refused. In May 2000, he was sued, supporting Monsanto's claim was a topographical map and analyses of samples taken from his property without his permission. There were several glaring mistakes. For example, one of the suspected fields was in reality planted with conventional corn for the Weaver Popcorn Company, which I was easily able to prove. Why did you negotiate a settlement with Monsanto? I asked. We had already spent $400,000 to establish our innocence, he answered. And after 2.5 years, the family was totally wiped out. I no longer had the strength to face a trial with an uncertain outcome, because precedent unfortunately favors Monsanto, which has unlimited resources for this kind of case and has everything under control. If the company had won, we would have lost everything, because it would have taken everything. Everything. Also, when I asked my lawyer what I would gain from going to trial, he told me, just the glory of being found innocent. In the middle of this conversation, David Runyon, another Indiana farmer who had been visited by detectives in 2003, came into the room. The detectives had left a business card with the name, McDowell and Associates, and a startling logo, a large M superimposed on a row of men wearing capes and black hats. According to him, These were Monsanto agents claiming to have an agreement with the Indiana Department of Agriculture authorizing them to inspect the fields of farmers suspected of piracy. David Runyon wrote immediately to Senator Evan Bayh, who checked the claim and confirmed that it was a lie, in a letter that I have a copy of. Patents ruined the life of rural communities, David Runyon told me, obviously very upset. They destroyed trust between neighbors. Personally, I talk to only 2 farmers these days. And before I agreed to meet with you or even talk to you on the phone, I checked on Google to see who you were. Farmers are really afraid. Of course they're afraid, Roush answered. It's impossible to defend yourself against that company. You know, in the Midwest, the only way to survive with the profit margins of farming constantly going down is to increase the size of your land. For that to happen, a neighbor has to leave. So, a phone call to the snitch line, and you never know. You don't feel safe from another charge. Certainly not, Runyon answered. First of all, because in Indiana we're like the last of the Mohicans, since we still grow conventional soybeans in the middle of a transgenic empire. And also because our fields may be contaminated by nearby GMOs. That's what happened to my neighbor. He took out some photographs showing a field of yellowed and stunted soybean plants, dotted with green plants. This plot of conventional soybeans was mistakenly sprayed with Roundup by my neighbor's son, who mixed up different plots. All the green plants are Monsanto soybeans. I calculated that the contamination amounted to 15%. How is that possible? In the United States, the distribution channels for the 2 kinds of soybeans are not separate, said Runyon. My neighbor's conventional seeds could have been contaminated by transgenic grains left in the combine that had previously worked in a Roundup-ready field, or at the dealer during seed cleaning. It's also possible that GM pollen was spread by insects or by the wind. My neighbor has just realized that Monsanto can sue him for patent infringement. That's right, Roush agreed. That's what happened to our Canadian colleague Percy Schmeiser. Percy Schmeiser, a rebel in Big Sky country. Born in 1932 in Bruno, a little town of 700 in the heart of Saskatchewan, Canada, Percy Schmeiser is Monsanto's nightmare, the pebble in its shoe, according to a reporter for Le Monde, Hervé Kempf. A descendant of European pioneers who had settled in the North American prairies in the late 19th century, the man is a fighter, a survivor, as he likes to say, who more than once has come close to having his energy sapped by his experience. He survived, for example, a severe work accident that disabled him for years, as well as virulent hepatitis contracted in Africa. 4. Along with his activities as a farmer, the Prairie Rebel is a man of action and a practicing Catholic. He was mayor of his town for a quarter-century, then a representative in the provincial assembly, and he went on numerous humanitarian missions. He and his wife did not hesitate to entrust their 5 children to the grandparents, so that they could spend time helping people in Africa and Asia. Schmeiser is also a sportsman who, during the long winter cold, has climbed Kilimanjaro, and attempted Everest 3 times without success. Unfortunately, I was unable to meet him, because when I went to Saskatchewan in September 2004, he was, I believe, in Bangkok, in response to one of the many invitations from around the world he has been receiving since he became the man who rebelled against Monsanto. The case of this farmer, who had been working a 1,500-acre family farm for 50 years, began in the summer of 1997. He had just sprayed the ditches bordering his canola fields with Roundup, and he realized that his work had done practically no good. Many plants that had germinated outside his area of cultivation resisted the spraying. Intrigued, he contacted a Monsanto representative, who told him that this was Roundup-ready canola, put on the market 2 years earlier. The months went by, and in the spring of 1998, Schmeiser, who was known throughout the region as an expert breeder of canola seeds, replanted seeds from his previous crop. When he was preparing to harvest the crop in August, he was contacted by a representative of Monsanto Canada who informed him that inspectors had detected transgenic canola in his fields and proposed that he enter into a settlement to avoid being sued. But Schmeiser refused to give in. He turned over documents to his lawyer proving that he had bought a field in 1997 that had been planted with Roundup-ready canola. He also explained that the plant had the strength of a weed. The very light seed was able to invade the surrounding prairies at the speed of the wind and be carried for miles by birds, and seeds could lie dormant in the soil for more than 5 years. Observing that the transgenic canola was mostly found on the edges of his fields, he concluded that they must have been contaminated by his neighbor's GM plantings or by grain trucks passing by on the road. Schmeisser's resistance was, of course, stimulated by the revelation of Monsanto's harsh practices, including the spraying of Roundup by helicopter of fields of farmers suspected of piracy, according to what Ed and Elizabeth Cram, a farming couple in the province, said in August 1998. This was an action that was at least strange, and one that Monsanto has never denied, as Hervé Kempf reports, also acknowledging in a statement to the police that its agents had taken samples of canola from Ed Cram for laboratory analysis. Monsanto Canada, in any case, was adamant, displaying to the press the analyses of the samples it claimed to have taken, without his knowledge. From Schmeisser's farm, which contained a level of contamination greater than 90%, the company decided to file suit while continuing to pressure Schmeisser to settle. During 1999, Schmeisser told Kempf, "We were often watched by men in a car, who said nothing, did nothing, but were just there, looking. Once they stayed 3 days in a row. When you walked toward them, they sped away. We also got anonymous phone calls, people who said, 'We're going to get you.' We were so afraid I bought a rifle that I kept in the tractor when I was working in the fields." The case finally came to trial in the provincial capital, Saskatoon, in June 2000. Judge Andrew Mackay issued his decision on March 29, 2001, provoking stupefaction among all Schmeisser's supporters. The judge determined that in sowing his fields with seeds harvested in 1997, which he knew or ought to have known a Roundup-tolerant, Percy Schmeisser had infringed Monsanto's patent. He stated that the source of the Roundup resistant canola in the defendant's 1997 crop is really not significant for the resolution of the issue, and that a farmer whose field contains seed or plants originating from seed spilled into them, or blown as seed, in swaths from a neighbor's land, or even growing from germination by pollen carried into his field from elsewhere by insects, birds, or by the wind, may own the seed or plants on his land even if he did not set about to plant them. He does not, however, own the right to the use of the patented gene, or of the seed or plant containing the patented gene or cell. This is so because growth of the seed, reproducing the patented gene and cell, and sale of the harvested crop constitutes taking the essence of the plaintiff's invention and using it without permission. The judge thereby rejected out of hand the defense argument that Monsanto's interest in using the essence of GMOs was to be able to apply Roundup to crops, which Schmeisser had not done, as his herbicide invoices showed. He did not consider the fact that to take its samples, Monsanto had to enter the farmer's property illegally, nor that the tests conducted by experts that Schmeisser had consulted showed a significantly lower level of contamination. As Kempf rightly pointed out, the decision is extraordinary. It means that a farmer infringes the patent of any company producing GM seeds whenever his land is contaminated by transgenic plants. The decision obviously pleased Monsanto. "This is very good news for us," said Trish Jordan, a representative of Monsanto Canada. "What the judge found was that Mr. Schmeisser had infringed on our patent, and awarded us damages. They amounted to $15,450 Canadian, or $15 per acre harvested in 1998, though only part of the harvest was contaminated. Monsanto was also awarded legal costs. Schmeisser appealed, but Judge Mackay's decision was upheld on September 4, 2002. But Schmeisser, who had already sacrificed his pension and some of his land to carry on his defense, which cost $200,000 Canadian, did not give up. "This is no longer the Schmeisser case," he said, "it's the case of all the farmers in the world." He appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, which on May 21, 2004, issued a decision eagerly awaited by everyone worried by the progression of GMOs. By a 5-4 ruling, the court upheld the two previous decisions but, oddly, found that Schmeisser had to pay neither damages nor Monsanto's legal costs. The substantive finding was dramatic, because it confirmed that farmers were responsible for transgenic contamination of their fields, but the decision also suggested that the justices were troubled at the outcome. "With one hand they give and with the other hand they take away," said Richard Gold, an intellectual property specialist at McGill University in Montreal. But Monsanto saw it as a victory that it would not fail to exploit in the future. "The ruling affirms the way that we do business," said Jordan. "When GMO contamination produces superweeds, I have been constantly impressed by Monsanto's capacity to say one thing and do the exact opposite. At the very time it was harassing Percy Schmeiser, its public relations department wrote in its pledge report, "In cases of unintended appearance of our proprietary varieties in a farmer's fields, we will surely work with the farmer to resolve the matter to the satisfaction of both the farmer and Monsanto." So much for the window dressing designed to reassure shareholders and possible customers. On the ground, the reality was entirely different, for GMO contamination had become a major problem on the North American prairies. GM canola has, in fact, spread much more rapidly than we thought it would. "It's absolutely impossible to control," said Professor Martin Entz of the University of Manitoba in 2001. "It's been a great wake-up call about the side effects of these GM technologies." The same year, Professor Martin Phillipson observed, "Farmers in this province are spending tens of thousands of dollars trying to get rid of this canola that they didn't plant. They have to use more and more powerful pesticides to get rid of this technology." These two statements were quoted in Seeds of Doubt, a report published in September 2002 by the Soil Association, a British association for the promotion of organic farming founded in 1946, which presented a very detailed description of transgenic crops in North America. Widespread GM contamination has severely disrupted GM-free production, including organic farming, destroyed trade, and undermined the competitiveness of North American agriculture overall. GM crops have also increased the reliance of farmers on herbicides and led to many legal problems. A study commissioned by the Saskatchewan Agriculture Department, for example, found in 2001 that pollen from Roundup-ready canola could travel a distance of at least 800 yards, 8 times the distance recommended by authorities between GM and conventional crops. The result was that the U.S. body certifying organic food acknowledged in the Western Producer in 2001 that it was practically impossible to find canola, corn, or soybean seed that had not been contaminated by GMOs. In the same article, the Canadian Seed Trade Association admitted that all conventional varieties had been contaminated to a level of at least 1% by GMOs. One wonders what the situation is 8 years later. In any event, anticipating the uncontrollable effects of transgenic contamination, the principal agricultural insurance companies in the United Kingdom announced in 2003 that they would refuse to insure producers of GM crops against this risk, which they compared to the problems of asbestos and terrorist acts, because of the unforeseeable costs it might bring about. In a survey published in The Guardian, insurance companies such as National Farm Union Mutual, Rural Insurance Group, Lloyd's, and Bibb Underwriters Limited, AXA, said they felt that too little was known about the long-term effects of these crops on human health and the environment to be able to offer any form of cover. But one thing was certain: in North America, GMO contamination had caused a morass of litigation, in the words of the Soil Association, embracing all levels of the industry, farmers, processors, retailers, consumers, and the biotechnology companies, with disputes among them all arising whenever an unwanted GMO appeared anywhere. To illustrate the insoluble absurdity of the situation, Seeds of Doubt gave the example of the contamination of a shipment of conventional Canadian canola, inspected in Europe in May 2000 because a Monsanto transgene had been detected in it. The Advanta Seed Company in Canada had to destroy thousands of acres, indemnify its growers, and then shift its seed production from west to east in Canada, where it judged it could better protect itself from cross-pollination, and all of this was followed by a wave of lawsuits. The problems posed by transgenic contamination are not only legal but also environmental. When a transgenic canola seed is blown by the wind, for example, into a wheat field, the farmer considers it a weed that he finds it very hard to get rid of. As this canola is resistant to Roundup, a total herbicide, the only way to get rid of it is to pull it up by hand or use 2,4-D, an extremely toxic herbicide. Likewise, a GMO producer who wants to rotate his crops by alternating, for example, Roundup-ready canola with Roundup-ready corn, can also confront this problem, intensified by the specificity of canola. Because its pods ripen at uneven rates, producers have adopted the habit of cutting the plants and drying them in the fields before harvesting the seeds. Unfailingly, thousands of seeds stay in the ground and germinate the following year, or even as much as 5 years later. This has been dubbed volunteer, or rebel, canola, which is in fact a superweed. GMOs mean ever more herbicides. The irony of the story is that Monsanto understood very early on the financial interest these rebel plants might represent. On May 29, 2001, the company was awarded patent 6,239,072 covering a tank mixture that would allow control of glyphosate-susceptible weeds and glyphosate-tolerant volunteer individuals. As the Soil Association report points out, the patent will enable the company to profit from a problem that its products had created in the first place. Considering developments in the North American prairies, one might expect that this tank mixture will become the company's next cash cow. The development of superweeds has in fact become one of the major headaches of North American agronomists, who have observed that they may emerge in one of three ways. In the first case, which has just been described, they are Roundup resistant volunteers, whose destruction requires the use of more potent herbicides. In the second case, GMOs cross with adventitious plants, the technical term for weeds that are genetically close, transferring to the weeds the gene for Roundup resistance. This happens particularly with canola, a natural hybrid of turnip and cabbage, able to exchange genes with related wild species, such as wild radish, mustard, and arugula, that farmers consider weeds. A study conducted by Mike Wilkinson of the University of Reading confirmed in 2003 that the flow of genes between canola and wild turnip, Brassica rapa, one of the most widespread adventitious plants, was very common, which indicated that cross-pollination between GM plants and their wild relatives is inevitable and could create hybrid superweeds resistant to the most powerful weed killers, as The Independent pointed out. The third case in which superweeds appear is simply because, having been sprayed exclusively by Roundup several times a year, year after year, weeds develop resistance to the herbicide. Oddly, even though the company has had long experience with herbicides, it has always denied this phenomenon. After 20 years of use, there are no reports of any weedy species developing resistance to Roundup herbicide, claims an advertisement extolling the virtues of RR soybeans. Similarly, in its 2005 pledge report, the company continues to assert that transgenic crops allow growers to use less herbicide. Untrue, says the American agronomist Charles Benbrick in a study published in 2004 titled, Genetically Engineered Crops and Pesticide Use in the United States, the First 9 Years. According to him, the claim of reduction in the use of herbicides was valid for the first 3 years following the introduction of GM crops in 1995, but not after 1999. The increased herbicide use should come as no surprise, he explains. Weed scientists have warned for about a decade that heavy reliance on HT, herbicide-tolerant, crops would trigger changes in weed communities and resistance, in turn forcing farmers to apply additional herbicides and/or increase herbicide rates of application. Farmers across the American Midwest look back fondly on the initial efficacy and simplicity of the Roundup Ready system and many miss the good old days. Charles Benbrick knows his subject. After working as an agriculture expert in the Carter White House and then on Capitol Hill, he was head of the Agriculture Division of the National Academy of Sciences for 7 years before setting up his own independent consulting firm in Sandpoint, Idaho. Since 1996 he has been carefully studying the data on herbicide use recorded by the National Agricultural Statistics Service, NASS, a division of USDA, comparing them with the data supplied by Monsanto, which he considers misleading and dishonest. In a 2001 article, he had already noted that total herbicide use on RR soybeans in 1998 was 30% or more greater on average than on conventional varieties in 6 states, including Iowa where about 1/6 of the nation's soybeans are grown. In his 2004 study, he observed that the quantity of herbicides sprayed on the 3 principal crops in the United States, soybeans, corn, and cotton, had grown by 5% between 1996 and 2004, amounting to 138 million additional pounds. Whereas the quantity of herbicides used for conventional crops had continually decreased, the quantity of Roundup had gone in the opposite direction, as Monsanto in fact congratulated itself for on its 2006 10K form, after noting that glyphosate sales accounted for $2.20 billion in revenues in 2006, compared to $2.05 billion in 2005, the company stated that any further expansion of crops with our Roundup Ready traits should also incrementally increase sales of our Roundup products. These results were the fruit of a strategy that had long been planned. The company's annual report for 1998 stated, "A key factor in volume growth for Roundup is a strategy based on price elasticity, with selective price reductions followed by larger percentage volume increases." When it was pointed out that this development was proof that GMOs do not reduce herbicide use, the company replied that it was to be expected that Roundup sales would increase because the surface planted in Roundup-ready crops was continually growing. 9 years after first being marketed, transgenic crops did cover nearly 125 million acres in the United States, 73% of which were Roundup ready, another 23% was Bt, but these areas had already been cultivated before the advent of GMOs, and hence sprayed with pesticides. In addition, according to Charles Benbrick, the end of Monsanto's monopoly on glyphosate in 2000 produced a price war that brought the price of Roundup down by at least 40%, although the company's revenues were not adversely affected. Finally, he writes, reliance on a single herbicide, glyphosate, as the primary method for managing weeds on millions of acres planted to HT varieties remains the primary factor that has led to the need to apply more herbicides per acre to achieve the same level of weed control. He noted that before the introduction of GMOs, scientists had identified only 2 glyphosate-resistant weeds, rigid ryegrass in Australia, South Africa, and the United States, and goosegrass in Malaysia, but that there were now 6 on American territory alone, led by horsetail, which had become a veritable plague on the prairie, and Palmer pigweed varieties such as water hemp and ragweed. For example, a University of Delaware study showed that horsetail plants taken from our soybean fields survived 10 times the recommended dose of Roundup. In addition to those weeds already identified as Roundup resistant, there is a whole list of glyphosate-tolerant weeds, that is, not yet resistant but for which doses have to be multiplied by 3 or 4 to get rid of them. The dark side of biotechnology. Specific weed resistance can reduce a farm's rentable value by 17%. This was one of the conclusions of a 2002 report from Syngenta, a Swiss company that was one of Monsanto's principal competitors, sent to all its agricultural customers. Relying on a survey of American farmers, the chemical and biotech giant reported that 47% of them favored a return to crop and chemical rotation. As Charles Benbrick noted in early 2002, the decline in profitability was not the only bad news about what he called the dark side of biotechnology, which scientists are now unraveling and farmers are just learning about. First, contrary to what Monsanto has always claimed in its advertising, it is not true that, under comparable growing conditions, the yields for these new lines are expected to be equivalent to other top-yielding varieties. Unfortunately, we proved the opposite, Roger Elmore, an agronomist, told me. In 2001, he and colleagues at the University of Nebraska published a study on the subject. Now at the University of Iowa, near where I met him at his home in October 2006, he told me, "We conducted this study, for 2 years and in 4 different locations, because we had received information from various states indicating that transgenic soybeans had lower yields than related conventional varieties. Our results prove that yields decline by at least 5%. How do you explain it?" I asked, scrutinizing his chart. "It's what we call yield drag. We had 2 hypotheses that might explain the drag affecting the yield of transgenic plants. Either it was due to the effect of Roundup on plant metabolism, or it was the result of genetic manipulation. To test the first hypothesis, we grew 3 groups of RR soybeans from the same strain, one of which was sprayed with Roundup, a second with ammonium sulfate, a product that stimulates the action of herbicides, and the third with water. The yield in all 3 cases was exactly the same, 55 bushels an acre. So it's genetic manipulation that explains yield drag. Apparently, the violent insertion of the gene disturbs the productive capacity of the plant. So transgenic soybeans are not the same as the conventional variety. That's what our study shows. How did Monsanto react? Let's say the company wasn't really eager to have us publish it, he answered with the necessary caution. But hadn't they done a study of the yield of their own soybeans? The data they supplied were very weak from the scientific point of view and answered more to needs that were, let's say, commercial. The results of Elmore's study thus confirmed the meta-analysis carried out by Charles Benbrick, in which he had gone through 8,200 yield measurements made by U.S. University agriculture departments in 1998. They showed that yield drag on average was 6.7%, with peaks of 10%, particularly in the Midwest, which amounted to a loss of 80 million to 100 million bushels of soybeans for the year 1999 alone. As Benbrick pointed out, yield drag turned into a genuine catastrophe because of another phenomenon brought to light by researchers from the University of Arkansas in 2001. They found that Roundup affects the rhizobium bacteria present in the soybean roots, which assist in growth by the fixation of atmospheric nitrogen. The sensitivity of the bacteria to the herbicide would explain the decline in yield of our soybeans, which might reach 25% in a dry spell. Unfortunately, according to Benbrick, it now appears that our crops are more vulnerable to certain diseases, especially when plants are battling other sources of stress caused by, for example, excessive cold or high pest pressure, or a mineral or microbial imbalance in the soil. These plant health problems arise because the genetic material moved into our crops to make them tolerant of Roundup modifies the normal functioning of a key biochemical pathway that also happens to trigger and regulate a plant's immune response. He went on to say, unfortunately this information was only available after 100 million acres of our soybeans had already been planted in America. A careful review of scientific and agricultural journals reveals that problems with Roundup-ready crops have been common around the country. Similar problems with Bt plants will be discussed later. In 1999, for example, scientists in Georgia were contacted by soybean producers complaining that the stems of their plants were splitting for unknown reasons, leading to extremely low yields. Their study revealed that transgenic soybeans produce 20% more lignin than conventional soybeans, which, at higher than normal temperatures, made the stems exceptionally fragile. An economic disaster. There's profit in your fields. Unleash it with Asgrow Roundup Ready soybeans. This ad published by a Monsanto subsidiary in a farm magazine in January 2002 did not convince the Soil Association, which wrote in Seeds of Doubt, "The evidence we have gathered demonstrates that GM food crops are far from a success story." In complete contrast to the impression given by the biotechnology industry, it is clear that they have not realized most of the claimed benefits and have been a practical and economic disaster. Monsanto was quick to reply to this stinging indictment that one could expect nothing less from one of the principal European organizations for the promotion of organic farming. But this assessment was also that of researchers who had taken the trouble to consider all aspects of transgenic agriculture to determine whether, from a strictly economic point of view, the effort paid off. Michael Duffy, a University of Iowa economist, for example, conducted a study in cooperation with the National Agricultural Statistical Service of USDA. He went through the accounts of the state's farmers item by item, comparing production costs and revenues for our soybeans, 108 fields, and conventional soybeans, 64 fields, in the 2000 harvest. The result was beyond question. If all factors of production were taken into account, cost of seeds, herbicide use, yield, fuel costs, fertilizer, and so on, producers of transgenic soybeans lost $8.87 per acre compared to 2 cents for producers of conventional soybeans. It should be noted that this study was conducted in the midst of a price war on herbicides that had lowered costs and at a time when weeds were not Roundup resistant. Michael Duffy also compared earnings from Bt corn and conventional corn and came to a similar conclusion: $28.28 loss per acre for the former and $25.02 loss for the latter. One might be surprised that farmers lost money in producing in all cases. This was precisely another drawback of GMOs, which had produced a collapse of American exports to Europe and a resulting price decline. Under consumer pressure, the European Commission, which had at first unhesitatingly authorized the importation of transgenic soybeans, corn, and canola from the United States and Canada, had to backtrack and declare a 5-year moratorium on GM crops on June 25, 1999, followed by required labeling of GM products on October 21. These two decisions, which were vigorously challenged on the other side of the Atlantic, created confusion in the American prairies, where grain dealers asked farmers to deliver their transgenic and conventional crops separately, with a bonus for the conventional crops. According to the Washington Post, there was growing anger, especially in exporting states such as Iowa and Illinois, where farmers had a persistent sense of having been bamboozled. American farmers planted gene-altered crops, in good faith, with the belief that the product is safe and that they would be rewarded for their efforts. Instead, they find themselves misled by multinational seed and chemical companies and other commodities associations who only encouraged them to plant increased acres of these crops, without any warning to farmers of the dangers associated with a crop that didn't have consumer acceptance. In the meantime, the harm had already been done. According to the Department of Agriculture, corn exports to Europe fell by 99.4% between 1996 and 2001, amounting to an annual loss of $300 million. Likewise, while Europe had absorbed 27% of soybean exports in 1998, the figure fell to 7% in 1999. And Canada, the world's largest exporter of canola, lost its entire European market, not only for canola, but also for honey. As a consequence, to save its farmers' earnings, the American government had to provide special subsidies, estimated at $12 billion between 1999 and 2002. In May 2002, the Senate passed a new farm bill providing $180 billion in subsidies for the following 10 years, a way to mask the economic failure of GM crops from farmers, in the killing words of the Soil Association. This context lay behind the conflict early in the new century between Canadian and U.S. farmers and Monsanto, which for once suffered a serious setback in its strategy to spread GMOs when it had to give up its transgenic wheat. 11. Transgenic wheat, Monsanto's lost battle in North America. We will listen carefully to diverse points of view and engage in thoughtful dialogue to broaden our understanding of issues in order to better address the needs and concerns of society and each other. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2001-2002. The story goes that the champagne corks popped in the Greenpeace office in Ottawa on May 10, 2004, and elsewhere among its allies in North America. That day, Monsanto announced in a laconic press release, the company is deferring all further efforts to introduce Roundup-ready wheat, after extensive consultation with customers and leaders in the wheat industry. Dialogue leads to wheat decision, it claimed in the 2004 Pledge Report. Monsanto flops with wheat. This evasive language masked an extraordinary struggle that had led to the greatest defeat ever suffered by Monsanto. For the first time in its history, the company had been forced to give up the marketing of a product for which it had invested several $100 million in research and development. When I met him in October 2004, Dennis Olson, an economist with the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy in Minneapolis, who had been a very active participant in the American campaign against Roundup-ready wheat, told me, for us, it was an unexpected victory that confirmed the economic failure of transgenic crops. It was especially symbolic because it had been won in North America, where GMOs were born, and thanks to the decisive support of the people who grew them. And yet, when the company announced right before Christmas in 2002 that it had filed simultaneous requests in Ottawa and Washington for authorization to market a Roundup-resistant spring wheat variety, it seemed like a done deal, because it was operating in conquered territory. When Monsanto filed the requests, it forgot a detail that would be fatal. Until then, all its GMOs involved crops used primarily as fodder or for the manufacture of oils and clothing, soybeans, canola, cotton, less frequently for direct human consumption, corn. But with wheat, a mythic plant if there ever was one, it was another story. In altering the golden grain that covers nearly 20% of the cultivated land on the planet and is the basic nourishment for 1 person in 3, it was touching on a symbol, cultural, religious, and economic, that was born with agriculture 10,000 years ago somewhere in Mesopotamia. And this symbol was also the daily bread, literally and figuratively, of the powerful grain farmers of North America, who cultivated the red spring wheat into which Monsanto had inserted its Roundup-ready gene. Known as the king of wheats, because of its exceptional protein and gluten content, it is grown in 4 northern U.S. states, North and South Dakota, Montana, and Minnesota, and across the border in the plains of Saskatchewan in western Canada, where 15 million of Canada's 25 million acres of wheat are grown, and which is also the home of Percy Schmeiser, the herald of resistance to GMOs. Obviously, these great wheat growers also produced transgenic soybeans, corn, and canola, but when they opposed the latest manifestation from the tinkerers in Missouri, they did so primarily for economic reasons. Canada exports 75% of its annual wheat production, which on average amounts to 20 million tons, I was told by Ian McCreary, Vice President of the Canadian Wheat Board, CWB, run by producers, which controls the marketing of all grain produced in the prairies, by authority of a 1935 federal law. That represents around $2 billion in revenues every year. And all our foreign customers, led by Japan and Europe, have clearly stated they did not want transgenic wheat. If Monsanto's wheat had been marketed, the 85,000 grain framers in Western Canada could have gone out of business. Ian McCreary, who is 42, runs a 1,700-acre farm near Bladworth, in the heart of the vast, flat, dreary province known as the Breadbasket. When I met him in September 2004, he and his wife, Mary, were making final adjustments to their combine. It looked like the end of the world, with thousands of acres of wheat stretching to the horizon glittering under a steel blue sky toward which were raised huge grain elevators dotting the prairie like Lego pieces. "We're far away from everything here," McCreary said with a smile, after saying grace before the family lunch. "Transport costs are astronomical, and to make a living we have to concentrate on the quality of our wheat, which is highly valued by millers around the world. They blend it with varieties of lower baking quality. As they did with canola and corn, GMOs would have created price declines and we can't let ourselves sell wheat for fodder." "But Monsanto says its wheat would have taken care of the weed problem," I said. "Unlike soybeans, weeds are not really a problem for wheat. I think it was Monsanto that had a problem. Its Roundup patent had just expired and the company wanted to make up for it by selling herbicide and seeds for one of the largest food crops in the world. As for wheat growers, they were afraid that Roundup Ready wheat would increase herbicide costs because volunteers would show up, not to mention the exorbitant cost of patented seeds. In the plains we usually keep our wheat seeds for at least 10 years before buying new ones." And so the powerful CWB ended up campaigning alongside Greenpeace and the Council of Canadians, the country's largest citizens organization, two organizations it has clashed with in the past, as the Toronto Star remarked, to present a united front opposing GM wheat. The article quotes a letter from Rank Hovis, the leading British flour miller, to the CWB. "If you do grow genetically modified wheat, we will not be able to buy any of your wheat, neither the GM nor the conventional. We just cannot sell it." At the same time, Grandi Molini Italiani, the leading Italian miller, sent a similar message to North American wheat growers. They were soon joined by the powerful Association of Japanese Millers, whose executive director, Tsutomu Shigeta, predicted a collapse of the market if Monsanto's wheat were to invade the plains, because the majority of consumers didn't want it. In May 2003, a survey conducted by the Western Organization of Resource Councils had found that 100% of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean importers contacted would refuse to buy transgenic wheat. In the United States, half of whose wheat is exported, for an annual revenue of approximately $5 billion, the message was heard loud and clear by all grain growers, including those who did not grow spring wheat. "The impact on the market concerns all producers," explained Alan Tracy, president of U.S. Wheat Associates, who had been shaken by a study published in October 2003 by Robert Wisner, a University of Iowa economist. Wisner had examined the impact the marketing of the new GMO would have on the wheat economy, and his conclusions were very dark: a decline of 30 to 50% in red spring wheat exportations and even more for other hard wheat varieties, a 2/3 fall in prices, loss of jobs throughout the sector, and a wave of repercussions throughout rural life. "A large majority of foreign consumers and buyers do not want transgenic wheat," Wisner said. "Whether they are right or wrong, consumers are the driving force in counties where labeling permits choice." Hundreds of farmers, who had applauded the arrival of GMOs less than 10 years earlier, were seen traveling around the northern Great Plains to fight against biotechnology. In North Dakota and Montana, the resistance had solidified into a political movement, which demanded a moratorium on Monsanto wheat. The company moved heaven and earth to block these initiatives. To bring the wandering sheep back into the fold, it went so far as to charter a plane to bring a delegation of North Dakota rebels to its Missouri headquarters, where they were received by Robert Fraley, one of the inventors of RR soybeans, who had been promoted to a position as vice president. He seemed to imply that farmers opposing Monsanto might be advancing the agenda of radical environmental groups. At that point, said Louis Custer, one of the farmers who had been at the meeting, I was a little bit angry and I looked right straight at him, and I said, "You're not talking to the Greens here today. We need to make money, too." The attack on Bt plants, the misfortunes of the monarch butterfly. To fully understand the 2003 revolt of North American farmers, it has to be set in the context of the time, which was not very favorable for Monsanto. As the French sociologists of science Pierre Benoit Joly and Claire Maris pointed out in that year, resistance to GMOs was built up around trials and themes that had specific characteristics on either side of the Atlantic and that converged at the beginning of the new century, leading to a shared rejection of Roundup-ready wheat. In Europe, the first issue that spawned the anti-GMO movement was the mad cow crisis, which broke out in 1996, at the time when the first shipment of our soybeans were arriving from the United States. The campaign Greenpeace organized against GMOs won support particularly because it was rooted in the cataclysm of the fatal prion, which had revealed the inability of government institutions to measure the risks of intensive agriculture and the system of industrial production of food. As Joly and Maris note, on November 1, 1996, Libération printed the headline, warning, Mad Soybeans, which clearly points to the importance of the mad cow crisis as a precedent strongly influencing the way in which GMOs were represented. Combined with the rising power of the anti-globalization movement that denounced the control of multinationals such as Monsanto over world agriculture, consider, for example, the events surrounding the WTO summit in Seattle in December 1999, the theme of junk food underlay the sympathy felt by the French for the people who, alongside the peasant leader José Bové, tore down the McDonald's in Millau in August 1999 and tore up transgenic test plots. In the United States, where junk food was a way of life, what was on the consumer's plate was not a mobilizing theme during the entire, calm period that accompanied the large-scale spread of GMOs. But when Terminator, and more broadly the patent issue, caused the first stirrings in the countryside, two other sets of events shifted public opinion, which suddenly began to question the reliability and impartiality of regulatory agencies in their management of the risks associated with products derived from biotechnology. The first of these involved the monarch butterfly, a migratory insect with orange wings that became the most effective symbol for the anti-GMO cause in the United States. On May 20, 1999, Nature published a study conducted by John Losey, a Cornell University entomologist. Along with two colleagues, he had studied the effects on butterfly larvae of a Bt corn variety produced by Novartis, now Syngenta, that was supposed to fight the corn borer, a plant parasite. Recall that Bt plants, of which Monsanto was the largest producer, took their name from a bacterium found naturally in the soil, Bacillus thuringiensis, which produces a substance that works like an insecticide. Isolated in 1901 by a Japanese bacteriologist who had observed that it infected and killed silkworms, this bacillus is used in spray form by organic farmers, because the toxin the bacteria produce has the property of rapidly decaying in sunlight, allowing for selective use with no consequences for the environment or for untargeted insect populations. But biotechnology had completely changed things. Insertion of the gene that coded for the toxin meant that the toxin was expressed permanently throughout the plant, creating the risk of affecting all insect populations, the useful as well as the harmful, as for example the chrysoper, a predator of the corn borer that Bt was supposed to combat. When Losey conducted his research on the monarch butterfly, various studies had already showed that Bt crops could be fatal for beneficial insects such as ladybugs, as well as microorganisms in the soil and insect-eating plants. In its lab, the Cornell team had fed monarch butterfly larvae with milkweed leaves, their favorite diet, dusted with Bt corn pollen. 4 days later, 44% of the larvae had died, and the survivors had lost their appetite. But none of the larvae exposed to leaves dusted with natural pollen had died. The study caused a stir in North America, and the very day on which it was published, the European Commission announced the suspension of requests for authorization for the marketing of several Bt varieties, including Monsanto's. Christian Moran, the Novartis spokesman, defended the company. These were laboratory observations, in conditions that placed the monarch in extreme circumstances, and he asked that the experiment be repeated in the field. But nothing was to be done. The misfortunes of Americans' beloved butterfly delivered the first blow against corn exports to Europe, which collapsed. Margaret Mellon of the Union of Concerned Scientists was indignant. Why is it that this study was not done before the approval of Bt corn? This is 20 million acres of Bt corn too late. This should serve as a warning that there are more unpleasant surprises ahead. GMO producers led by Monsanto organized a response by conducting a campaign, downplaying and, in some instances, ridiculing the study, and if necessary making statements that were misleading, fanciful, and betrayed an ignorance of the monarch's natural history, as Lincoln Brower, who had been working on the butterfly since 1954, wrote in a 2001 article. This very well-informed article shows how a scientific debate can be completely perverted by private interests with the complicity of government institutions and elements of the scientific community. In the ongoing debate over the Cornell findings, the scientific process has been spun, massaged, and manipulated by the agricultural industry, losing sight of a larger, more serious issue, the real danger that genetically engineered crops will accelerate the impoverishment of biological diversity. Along the way, he notes that the intensive use of Roundup has caused the disappearance of wildflowers such as milkweed, on which the monarch depends for survival. He then recounts the process of manipulation that he witnessed. In the days following the publication of the Cornell study, the leaders of the biotechnology industry decided to create a consortium, which they named the Agricultural Biotechnology Stewardship Working Group, ABSWG, whose mission was to sponsor university research similar to that conducted by John Losey. On November 2, 1999, when these studies were still in their preliminary stages, the ABSWG organized a conference in Chicago that was supposed to present an open debate on the delicate question. Participants included a number of researchers financed by the consortium, but also independent figures such as Lincoln Brower and Carol Yoon, a science reporter for the New York Times. Although the discussions had barely begun, Yoon was informed that a press release from the biotechnology industry organization had been received by the Times that morning, with an unequivocal title, Scientific Symposium to Show No Harm to Monarch Butterfly. Flabbergasted, Yoon asked the participants if they had received word of this press release, and they uniformly replied no. She reported the rather revealing anecdote. But all other newspapers blindly reproduced the false claims of the press release. However, the Cornell team's results were confirmed by a University of Iowa study published on August 19, 2000, in the journal Oecologia. John Abritsky, who directed the research, conducted in the field with milkweed leaves gathered in proximity to transgenic crops, commented, "We found that after 5 days exposure to Bt pollen, 70% of monarch butterfly larvae died." The debate was relaunched at the time, but it was soon overwhelmed by the greatest health and environmental scandal that GMOs had provoked so far. The Starlink debacle. On September 18, 2000, Friends of the Earth issued a press release that triggered a veritable cataclysm. The American Ecological Association announced that it had analyzed samples of products containing corn, chips, tacos, cereals, cornmeal, soups, pancakes, bought in supermarkets, and that the tests had detected traces of Starlink, a Bt corn variety produced by Aventis that was banned for human consumption. Asterisk. In order to increase the insecticidal function of its GMO, the company had introduced a Bt protein, Cry9C, that was particularly heavy and stable, but which was suspected of causing allergies because it has a heightened ability to resist heat and gastric juices, giving more time for the body to overreact, as the Washington Post reported. The EPA had limited the sale of this Bt corn variety to animal feed and ethanol production. But grain dealers who were not aware of the regulatory subtlety had mixed Starlink with other yellow varieties of the grain. Before discussing the consequences of this appalling affair, I would like to point out how revealing it is of what Joly and Maris call the inadequacy of the American regulatory framework. It will be recalled that after publishing its Coordinated Framework for the Regulation of Biotechnology, the Republican administration had distributed responsibilities among the 3 principal regulatory agencies. The FDA was responsible for transgenic food, the EPA for GMOs that functioned as pesticides, and the USDA for transgenic crops. The result of this arbitrary division was that Bt plants, some of which ended up on consumers' plates, were under the jurisdiction not of the FDA but of the EPA, because they were considered pesticides. This paradox, which explains the Starlink catastrophe, was brilliantly demonstrated by Michael Pollan in the New York Times in 1998. He tells how he planted something new in his vegetable garden, a Bt potato recently put on the market by Monsanto, called New Leaf, which was supposed to produce its own insecticide. In the instructions for use he found that the potato had been registered as a pesticide by the EPA, and was surprised that the label provided information on its organic composition, the nutrients, and even the trace amounts of copper it contained, but did not say a word about the fact that it was a product of genetic engineering nor even that it contained an insecticide. He then decided to call James Mariansky, the biotechnology coordinator at the FDA, who told him, "Bt is a pesticide, so it's exempt from FDA regulation and therefore falls under the jurisdiction of the EPA." Since Pollen was going to eat his potatoes, he wanted to know if the EPA had tested their food safety. "Not exactly," Mariansky replied. "As the name indicates, pesticides are toxic to something, so the EPA instead establishes human tolerances." Pollen then called the EPA, where he was told that since a new leaf is nothing more than the sum of a safe potato and a safe pesticide, the agency thought it posed no human health risks. Pollen goes on, "Let us assume that my potatoes are a pesticide, a very safe pesticide. Every pesticide in my garden shed, including the Bt sprays, carries a lengthy warning label. The label on my bottle of Bt says, among other things, that I should avoid inhaling the spray or getting it in an open wound. So if my new leaf potatoes contain an EPA-registered pesticide, why don't they carry some such label?" At the time, Aventis was a European pharmaceutical group created in 1999 by the merger of the German company Hoechst, the French companies Rhone Poulenc and Roussel Uclaf, the American companies Rora and Mario, and the British company Fisons. In 2004, it was acquired by Sanofi Synthelibo, which became Sanofi Aventis. It would be hard to find a better illustration of the aberrant nature of the American regulatory system. The EPA, after being alerted to the possible allergenic effects of Starlink corn, decided to restrict its use to animal feed instead of simply banning it. It is worth noting the complete indifference of the FDA to this question. A letter sent by Alan Roulis on May 29, 1998, to Agravo, the Aventis subsidiary that was marketing Starlink, did not mention the issue at all, instead merely explaining, "As you are aware, it is Agravo's continued responsibility to assure that foods the firm markets are safe, wholesome, and in compliance with all applicable legal and regulatory requirements." The FDA official didn't know how right he was. By September 2000, the agency had been overwhelmed by frightened calls from around the United States. One of them came from Grace Booth, who said that at a business lunch where she ate enchiladas, she suddenly experienced hot flashes and violent diarrhea, her lips swelled, and she lost her voice. "I felt like I was going to die," she told CBS. Immediately transported to a California hospital, she survived thanks to the quick administration of an anti-allergy medication. All the reports reaching the FDA spoke of violent reactions associated with the consumption of corn-based products. Interviewed by CBS, Drive, Mark Rosenberg, an allergist advising the government in this sorry affair, confirmed that the symptoms varied from just abdominal pain and diarrhea, and skin rashes to a very small group having very severe life-threatening reactions. As a very detailed report from Friends of the Earth pointed out in July 2001, the Starlink debacle is a case study in the near-total dependence of our regulatory agencies on the regulated biotech and food industries, and in the regulatory incompetence. The group reported that the FDA took a week to confirm the presence of Starlink in the food chain, for a reason that it never would have suspected. We later learned that this delay was due to the simple fact that after 2 years of Starlink cultivation on hundreds of thousands of acres across the country, the FDA still did not have the expertise to even test for this potentially allergenic protein. To be able to conduct laboratory tests, the FDA had to ask for help from Aventis. Likewise, when the EPA was forced to establish a test to measure the allergenicity of the Bt protein, it had to turn to the manufacturer to supply it with a sample of the molecule. Finally, claiming that it could not isolate enough of the protein expressed in the plant, the company supplied a synthetic substitute from the E. coli bacterium. Experts pointed out that the test would be biased because the same protein is not necessarily identical in different species. After months of procrastination, the EPA cautiously concluded that there was a medium likelihood that Starlink was an allergen. The health authorities then buried the file, losing a perfect opportunity to understand why the consumption of corn products had made hundreds of Americans gravely ill and almost killed some of them. No to GM wheat. In the interim, the debacle had cost Aventis $1 billion. First, the company had to indemnify the food distributors that had withdrawn from their shelves 10 million corn-based products. Then it had to repurchase stocks of Starlink seeds from all the dealers, farmers, and millers. But the magnitude of the catastrophe exceeded the darkest predictions. Tests conducted by USDA found that 22% of American corn was contaminated by the incriminated protein. This gave a fatal blow to exports that the monarch butterfly affair had already severely reduced. Nature reported that, according to a USDA representative, Starlink was found in bakery products in Taiwan and even Japan. An irritated John Wichtrich, an Aventis executive, told a meeting of the North American Millers Association in San Antonio, "I know you are wondering, will there ever be an end to this? Unfortunately, as of now, the answer is, no, there will never be an end, as long as there is zero tolerance for Cry9C in food." It is estimated that Starlink at the time accounted for 1% of the corn crop in the United States, approximately 370,000 acres. It is therefore easy to understand why resistance was organized in the North American plains when, in the midst of the Starlink debacle, Monsanto announced its intention to market its Roundup-ready wheat. It should be noted that the company was in very bad shape. As previously reported, in late 2002 the CEO, Hendrik Verfaele, had been forced to resign for poor financial performance, namely, $1.70 billion in losses for the year. But this was not the problem for the Canadian Wheat Board, which, on June 27, 2003, declared war not only on Monsanto but on its loyal government ally. Adrian Meissner, president of the CWB, declared, "We will do everything in our power to ensure that GM wheat is not introduced in Canada." A short time before, the Canadian House of Commons Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food had met to discuss the question. Excluded from the deliberations, Greenpeace Canada had circulated a letter it had sent to Paul Steckel, the committee chairperson, in which it criticized the conflict of interest created by the partnership between Monsanto and the Canadian government. The letter notes that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, AAC, under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food, provided top-quality genetic material that was public property to Monsanto so that it could develop its RR wheat, and that it was AAC that had carried out under contract the field tests of Monsanto GM wheat so that it could be granted plant variety protection status. Finally, the same ministry provided Monsanto with at least $800,000 of funding under the Matching Investment Fund initiative. Under these circumstances, it is indeed hard to see how the Ministry of Agriculture and its partner, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, which had functioned as co-developers of RR wheat, could independently exercise their regulatory authority in assessing, as required, the safety of agricultural biotechnology for human health, agriculture, and the environment. In its letter, Greenpeace also discussed at length the problem of genetic contamination that might arise from the marketing of RR wheat. Its experts suggested that the committee ask Monsanto representatives 3 questions at the hearing. Is Monsanto prepared to issue a public and legally binding declaration that would hold it responsible in the event of the genetic contamination of conventional and organic wheat by its RR wheat? If so, how much money is Monsanto prepared to set aside to compensate the victims of such damages? If not, according to Monsanto, who should pay for those damages? Ian McCreary, vice president of the Canadian Wheat Board, told me, "It's true that the question of genetic contamination weighed heavily in our decision to reject RR wheat. The specter of Starlink was haunting us, and besides, we already had the example of transgenic canola, which had practically eliminated conventional canola in Canada. When transgenic canola eliminates organic canola, inevitable contamination. The first victims of genetic contamination were organic farmers, who had to give up the canola crops because they could not guarantee their integrity." To confirm this, I met Mark Loisel, one of the leading figures in the resistance to Monsanto's wheat, who has been an organic farmer for 22 years. He and his wife, Anita, work the farm established by his grandparents, who emigrated from Aquitaine a century earlier and settled in Vonda, about 30 miles from Saskatoon, the territory of Percy Schmeiser, the man who stood up to Monsanto. On the day in September 2004 that I met him, Loisel was worried. An unusual cold spell with temperatures at well below freezing had hit the plains, threatening the wheat harvest. Wheat was his entire life. It was his livelihood, of course, but also it connected him to the family saga and to the human adventure beyond. This practicing Catholic did not grow just any wheat. Every year he planted more than 100 acres with an old variety threatened with extinction, Red Fife, highly valued by traditional bakers. As we drove down a straight road running to the horizon over the flat landscape, he told me that when European settlers had come to Canada they'd brought wheat seeds that were not adapted to the extremely harsh climatic conditions of the prairies. Then in 1842, David Fife, a Scottish farmer who had settled in Ontario, began to plant seeds that a friend from Glasgow had gotten from a cargo of Ukrainian wheat shipped from Danzig. That variety of red wheat, known as Red Fife in honor of its discoverer, soon spread through the plains like wildfire, because it had strong rust resistance and ripened early enough to escape autumn frosts. Later a breeder decided to cross it with hard red Calcutta, a variety from India, to increase yields and flour quality. Thus was born Marquis, which in the early 20th century conquered a vast territory stretching from southern Nebraska to northern Saskatchewan, considered today one of the world's breadbaskets. This history, Loisel told me, is a very good illustration of the great saga of wheat, which humanity was able to develop in the four corners of the world because the exchange of seeds was not yet blocked by patents and Terminator. We were now in a huge field of Red Fife wheat, surrounded by plots of Roundup Ready canola drying on the ground. Before, he told me, I rotated crops of wheat and canola or mustard. But I had to stop because my field was contaminated by my neighbor's transgenic canola, probably transported by the wind. My organic certification agency asked me not to grow canola or any related plant for at least 5 years, because it is known that canola seeds can lie dormant in the soil for that length of time. In any case, I don't think I will go back to growing organic canola, because it's impossible to protect against contamination. You can't plant hedges or buffer zones, as agricultural authorities recommend. I asked. It wouldn't do any good. You can't prevent all natural events, birds, bees, wind. Agriculture works with living things, which are not collections of genes set down on a piece of paper. Contrary to what Monsanto claims, I can tell you that once a GMO is introduced, the farmer loses the capacity to choose what sorts of crops he wants to grow, because GMOs colonize everything. They infringe my freedom as a farmer to plant what I want where I want. That's why we were prepared to do anything to preserve wheat from that calamity. In January 2002, Loisel joined a class action suit that included most of the organic farmers in Saskatchewan, requesting damages from Monsanto and Aventis for the loss of their canola crops. On December 13, 2007, the Supreme Court of Canada finally rejected the claim on technical grounds, determining that the complaint, whose basis it did not challenge, could not be treated in a class action but only through individual cases. In the interim, what Loisel and his colleagues criticized had been confirmed by a scientific study conducted by René Van Acker, an agronomist from the University of Manitoba, at the request of the Canadian Wheat Board. We conducted tests in 27 grain elevators of certified non-transgenic canola seeds and we found that 80% were contaminated by the Roundup Ready gene, Van Acker told me when I met him in Ottawa in September 2004. That means that now almost all Canadian canola fields include Roundup Ready plants. As for organic canola, it has already disappeared in Canada, where it's hard to find 3 square miles with no GMOs. How were you able to use the experience with canola for wheat? The Canadian Wheat Board asked us to determine whether the Roundup Ready gene was likely to move from one wheat crop to another. To answer that question, we constructed a model of the flow of genes, which in canola operates from what we call gene bridges. We compared all the elements of the model, one by one, and we determined that the situation would be similar for wheat and that a flow of genes was also possible. Couldn't 2 separate channels be organized based on the segregation of seeds? I asked, adopting the argument frequently put forth by the promoters of biotechnology. It's impossible. Contamination in the field is inevitable and it makes any attempt at segregation before planting ineffective. This conviction is shared by the owners of grain elevators, confirmed by a survey conducted in 2003 by the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy in Minneapolis. It showed that 82% of the owners contacted were very concerned by the possible marketing of our wheat, because it's impossible to have a segregation system with zero tolerance. 2 years earlier, an internal memorandum, obtained by Greenpeace, from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to the Minister of Agriculture, Lyle Van Cleef, revealed that the segregation argument didn't convince government officials themselves. If transgenic wheat is registered, it will be difficult and costly to keep it segregated from non-transgenic wheat through the production, handling and transport chain, the memo says. It should be noted that this is also the opinion of European officials, who officially, however, speak an entirely different language, designed to reassure recalcitrant populations. For example, a secret report submitted to the European Union in January 2002, which Greenpeace also obtained, confirmed that the introduction of transgenic crops into Europe would be a fatal blow to organic and small farming of oilseed rape as well as for intensive production of conventional maize, and that the cultivation of GE and non-GE crops on the same farm might be an unrealistic scenario, even for larger farms. Aware of the sensitivity of these conclusions, Barry McSweeney, director of the Research Centre of the European Union, saw fit to attach a letter to the report in which he wrote, "Given the sensitivity of the issue, I would suggest that the report be kept for internal use within the Commission only." Is transgenic contamination reversible? I asked Van Acker, a bit horrified by all this information. Unfortunately, I don't think so. There is no backtracking possible. Once a GMO has been released in nature, you can no longer call it back. If you wanted to eliminate transgenic canola in Western Canada, you would have to ask all farmers to stop growing the plant for at least 10 years. Which is impossible because canola is our second largest national crop, with 11 million acres in cultivation. What are the consequences for biodiversity? That's a very important question, particularly for Mexico, which is the original source of corn, or for the countries in the Fertile Crescent, where wheat comes from. Canada and the United States export to those regions of the world. If transgenes are introduced into wild and traditional species of corn or wheat, it would lead to a dramatic impoverishment of biodiversity. There is also the problem of intellectual property rights. The Percy Schmeiser case shows that Monsanto thinks any plant belongs to it whenever it contains a patented gene. If this principle is not challenged, it will mean in the end that the company could control the genetic resources of the world, which are common property. Look at what's happening in Mexico. We're already at a crossroads. Part 3. Monsanto's GMOs storm the South. 12. Mexico. Seizing control of biodiversity. Adventitious presence is part of the natural order. Monsanto. Pledge Report, 2001-2002. The hope of the industry is that over time the market is so flooded that there's nothing you can do about it. You just sort of surrender. So said Don Westfall, vice president of Primar International, a Washington consulting firm working for biotech companies, in early 2001. This statement was echoing in my head when I landed in Oaxaca, Mexico, in October 2006. Nestled in the heart of a lush landscape of green mountains, the city, considered one of the jewels of the country's tourist industry, was in the throes of a violent social conflict. The transgenic conquest of Mexican corn. Hundreds of strikers and their families occupied a tent camp flying the banners of the Popular Assembly of the People of Oaxaca, APO, in the Zocalo, the magnificent colonial plaza bordered by arcades. The streets in the historic center were blocked by barricades, while the governor's palace, the courthouse, the regional assembly, and all the schools in the state of Oaxaca, considered one of the poorest in the country, had been closed for weeks. Starting with a teachers' strike, the conflict had spread to all sectors of society, and people were demanding the resignation of Ulises Ruiz Ortiz, the state governor. This political boss of the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, corrupt and a devotee of repressive measures, had finally been disowned by his own party. "You've come to cover the events?" asked the receptionist in my hotel, who had seen a procession of reporters from around the world. "No. I've come because of the contamination of corn." He obviously found this unexpected answer surprising. On November 29, 2001, Nature had published a study that created a stir and drew heavy fire from Monsanto in St. Louis. Signed by David Quist and Ignacio Chapla, two biologists at the University of California, Berkeley, it found that Criollo, traditional corn in Oaxaca had been contaminated by Roundup Ready and Bt genes. The news was particularly surprising because in 1998 Mexico had declared a moratorium on transgenic corn crops in order to preserve the extraordinary biodiversity of the plant, whose genetic cradle was Mexico. Grown since at least 5000 BC, corn was the basic food for the Maya and Aztec peoples, who worshipped it as a sacred plant. An Indian legend says that the gods created man from an ear of yellow and white corn. As a European for whom corn is always golden yellow, I was fascinated by the unsuspected diversity of the numerous Mexican varieties. Traveling around the indigenous communities of Oaxaca, 4 or 5 hours over potholed roads from the capital, I encountered everywhere women in colorful skirts drying, in front of their hovels, magnificent ears of corn-colored pale yellow, white, red, violet, black, or an astonishing midnight blue, some mixing together several colors because of cross-pollination. In the Oaxaca region alone, we have more than 150 local varieties, said Secundino, a Zapotec Indian who was harvesting white corn by hand. This variety, for example, is excellent for making tortillas. Look at this ear, it has a very good size and fine kernels, so I'll save it to plant next year. You never buy seeds from outside. No, when I have a problem, I exchange with a neighbor, I give him ears for him to eat and he gives me seeds. It's old-fashioned barter. Do you always make tortillas with local corn? Yes, always, he said with a smile. It's more nourishing, because it's of much better quality than industrial corn. Besides, it's healthier, because we farm without chemical products. Industrial corn means the 6 million tons of corn that flood in every year from the United States, 40% of which is transgenic. Because of NAFTA, the 1992 free trade agreement with Canada and the United States, Mexico has been unable to prevent the massive importation of corn, heavily subsidized by the American administration. It threatens local production because it is sold at half the price. Asterisk. It is estimated that between 1994 and 2002, the price of Mexican corn fell by 44%, forcing many small farmers to head for city slums. Look, said Secundino, holding out in his hand like a gift a magnificent violet ear. This corn was my ancestors' favorite. It existed before the Spanish conquest. Yes, and now there is another conquest. What's the new conquest? The transgenic conquest, which wants to destroy our traditional corn so industrial corn can dominate. If that happens, we will become dependent on multinational corporations for our seeds. And we will be forced to buy their fertilizers and their insecticides, because otherwise their corn won't grow. Unlike ours, which grows very well without chemical products. The media lynching of Ignacio Chapla. Small Mexican farmers are very conscious of the stakes raised by transgenic contamination, because corn is not just their basic food but a cultural symbol, said Ignacio Chapla, one of the authors of the Nature study, who had agreed to meet me at Sproul Plaza on the Berkeley campus. This is where the anti-Vietnam War movement took off in 1964, which denounced among other things the spraying of Agent Orange and the merchants of death, among which was Monsanto. It was an October Sunday in 2006, and the huge campus, where more than 30,000 students and nearly 2,000 teachers usually bustle about, was deserted. Only a police car drifted by like a damned soul. That's for me, said Chapla. I've been closely watched since this affair started, especially when there's a camera. When I looked incredulous, he went on, you want proof? Come with me. We drove to the top of a hill overlooking San Francisco Bay. As we walked toward the lookout point, we saw the same police car, which parked conspicuously at the side of the road and stayed there throughout our conversation. In 2007, the United States exported 11% of its corn to Mexico, which was worth $500 million. 30% of the corn consumed in Mexico came from the United States. How did you find out that Mexican corn was contaminated? I asked, rather disturbed. I worked for 15 years with the Indian communities in Oaxaca teaching them to analyze their environment, answered the Mexican-born biologist, who had worked for the Swiss company Sandoz, which became Novartis, and then Syngenta, for several years. David Quist, one of my students, went there to run a workshop on GMOs. To explain the principles of biotechnology, he suggested that they compare the DNA of transgenic corn, from a can of corn he brought from the United States, with that of a Criollo variety meant to serve as a control, because we thought it was the purest in the world. Imagine our surprise when we discovered that the samples of traditional corn contained transgenic DNA. We then decided to conduct a study, which confirmed the contamination of Criollo corn. To conduct their research, the two scientists took ears of corn from two localities in the Sierra Norte of Oaxaca. They found that 4 samples had traces of 35S promoter, derived from the cauliflower mosaic virus. 2 samples revealed the presence of a fragment from the bacterium Agrobacterium tumefaciens, and another the trace of a Bt gene. As soon as we got the results, we alerted the Mexican government, which conducted its own study that confirmed the contamination. On September 18, 2001, the Mexican Environment Minister announced that his experts had done tests in 22 farming communities and found contaminated corn in 13 of them, with a level of contamination between 3 and 10%. Oddly, this announcement went practically unnoticed, but a few months later Ignacio Chapler and David Quist became a focus of attention, probably because of the reputation of Nature, which published their article in late November. When they'd submitted the article to the journal 8 months earlier, the two scientists had received compliments on the quality of their study, and the peer review process followed its normal course. The article was sent to 4 reviewers, who approved it. But as a local paper, the East Bay Express, pointed out in May 2002, no one could have predicted the magnitude of the controversy to come. The result was a veritable media lynching, largely organized from St. Louis. First, Chapler told me, "You have to understand why the study provoked the wrath of the unconditional promoters of biotechnology." It contained 2 revelations. The first concerned genetic contamination, which really surprised no one, because everyone knew it was bound to happen, including Monsanto, which always merely confined itself to minimizing the impact. Indeed, in its pledge report, the company approaches the thorny subject with infinite delicacy, not mentioning contamination, but stating, adventitious presence is part of the natural order. But, Chapler went on, the second point of our study was much more serious for Monsanto and similar companies. In investigating where the fragments of transgenic DNA were located, we found that they had been inserted into different places in the plant genome in a completely random way. That means that, contrary to what GMO producers claim, the technique of genetic engineering is not stable, because once the GMO cross-pollinates with another plant, the transgene splits up and is inserted in an uncontrolled way. The most virulent criticisms were particularly focused on that part of the study, denouncing our technical incompetence and our lack of expertise to evaluate this type of phenomenon. The fact that the transgenes were unstable had profound implications, according to an article in Science in February 2002. Because a gene's behavior depends on its place in the genome, the displaced DNA could be creating utterly unpredictable effects. 3 months later, the East Bay Express went further. It undercut the very premise that genetic engineering is a safe and exact science. The study was nothing more than mysticism masquerading as science, retorted Matthew Metz, a former student of Chapler's at Berkeley. Metz, who had become a microbiologist at the University of Washington, denigrated Chapler and Quist to the point of claiming that they had been taken in by false positives due to laboratory contaminants. Where did the attacks come from? I asked Chapler. From 2 places. First, from colleagues at Berkeley whom I had confronted in the past over a $25 million contract the biology department had signed with Novartis Syngenta, my former employer, in 1998. This 5-year contract gave the company the right to file patents on a third of our discoveries. In June 2002, New Scientist identified these colleagues, who wrote an inflammatory letter to Nature in December 2001 asking the journal to retract the article, an unusual step. They were Matthew Metz, Nick Kaplinsky, Mike Freeling, and Johannes Futterer, a Swiss researcher whose boss was Wilhelm Gruisem, who worked at Berkeley, where he was widely regarded as the man who brought Novartis to Berkeley. But the worst campaign came from Monsanto, Chapler said. He concluded that it had quite obviously received a copy of our article before it was published. Monsanto's dirty tricks. Monsanto really did carry things to an extreme in this case, and the story I am about to tell is hard to believe. The very day Quist and Chapler's article was published in Nature, November 29, 2001, an obviously well-informed woman named Mary Murphy sent an email to the pro-GMO science website Agbio World in which she wrote, "The activists will certainly run wild with news that Mexican corn has been contaminated, by genes from GM corn. It should also be noted that the author of the Nature article, Ignacio H. Chapler, is on the board of directors of the Pesticide Action Network North America, PANA, an activist group. Not exactly what you'd call an unbiased writer. The same day, a person named Anjura Smetacek posted on the same website a comment titled, Ignacio, Chapler, Activists First, Scientists Second, in which she had no qualms about spreading lies. Sadly, the recent publication by Nature magazine of a letter, not a peer-reviewed research article subject to independent scientific analysis, by Berkeley ecologist Ignacio Chapler are being manipulated by anti-technology activists, such as Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and the Organic Consumers Association, with the mainstream media to falsely suggest some heretofore undisclosed ill associated with agricultural biotechnology. Research into Chapler's history with these groups of eco-radicals demonstrates his willingness to collude with them to attack biotechnology, free trade, intellectual property rights, and other politically motivated agenda items. At the time, the smear campaign that derailed Chapler's career was getting underway. Jonathan Matthews came upon these strange posts by chance. Matthews was the head of GM Watch, an information service on GMOs based in Norwich in southern England. At the time I was looking into Agbio World, he told me when I met him in November 2006, sitting in front of his computer. It was breathtaking. The two emails from Mary Murphy and Anjura Smetacek were distributed to the 3,400 scientists on Agbio World's distribution list. The campaign spread from there. Some scientists, such as Professor Anthony Trewavis of the University of Edinburgh, called on Nature to retract the article or to have Ignacio Chapler fired. Who is behind Agbio World? Officially, it's a non-profit foundation that claims to provide science-based information on agricultural biotechnology issues to various stakeholders across the world, as its website declares, he answered, showing me the site. It's run by Professor Charnapatna S. Prakash, director of the Center for Plant Biotechnology Research at Tuskegee University in Alabama. Originally from India, he is an advisor to USAID, and in that capacity, he has intervened frequently in India and Africa to promote biotechnology. He became famous in 2000, when he launched a Declaration of Support for Agricultural Biotechnology, for which he secured the signatures of 3,400 scientists, including 25 Nobel Prize winners. Agbio World had no qualms about accusing environmentalists on its website of fascism, communism, and terrorism, including genocide. One day, when I was consulting the Agbio World archives, I received an error message giving me the name of the server that hosts the site. Bivings.com. The Bivings Group, based in Washington, is a communications firm, one of whose clients is Monsanto, and it specializes in internet lobbying. Matthews showed me a 2002 article by George Monbiot in The Guardian revealing that the firm had presented its expertise in an article on its website entitled, Viral Marketing, How to Infect the World. There are some campaigns where it would be undesirable or even disastrous to let the audience know that your organization is directly involved. It simply is not an intelligent PR move. In cases such as this, it is important to first listen to what is being said online. Once you are plugged into this world, it is possible to make postings to these outlets that present your position as an uninvolved third party. Perhaps the greatest advantage of viral marketing is that your message is placed into a context where it is more likely to be considered seriously. A senior executive from Monsanto is quoted on the Bivings site, thanking the PR firm for its outstanding work. Do you know who Mary Murphy and Anjura Smetacek are? I asked, feeling as though I were in the midst of a detective novel. Well, the director of GM Watch said with a smile, The Guardian, to which I sent my findings, summed it up well. They are phantoms, or fake citizens. I spent a lot of time trying to find out who these two scientists, who had launched the campaign against Ignacio Chapler were. As for Mary Murphy, she has posted at least 1,000 emails on the Agbio World site. For example, she put online a forged Associated Press article criticizing anti-GMO activists. When you trace back to find the address of the server hosting her email address, you find bivwood.com. So, Mary Murphy seems to be a Bivings employee. When it came to Andrea Smetacek, I thought it should be easy to find a scientist with such an unusual name, especially since she claimed to be writing from London. She was the one who had initiated a petition demanding that José Bové be incarcerated. I went through the electronic phone directory, the electoral registry, and the list of credit card holders, but it was impossible to find any trace of her. I hired a private detective in the United States, but he didn't find anything either. Finally, I examined the technical details at the bottom of her emails indicating the Internet Protocol address, 199.89.234.124. When you type it onto a directory of websites, you come upon gatekeeper2.monsanto.com, with the owner's name, Monsanto Corporation, Street. Louis. Fake scientists and fake articles, it's incredible. Yes, they're really dirty tricks that represent the exact opposite of the qualities Monsanto claims it stands for in its pledge: dialogue, transparency, sharing. These methods reveal a firm that has no desire to persuade with arguments and is prepared to do anything to impose its products everywhere in the world, including destroying the reputation of anyone who might stand in its way. An absolute power. Meanwhile, the conspiracy, as the ecologist called it, had borne fruit. On April 4, 2002, after failing to persuade Quist and Chapler to retract their article, Nature published an unusual editorial note, constituting an unprecedented disavowal in the 133-year history of the celebrated journal. The evidence available is not sufficient to justify the publication of the original paper, the journal wrote. A unique event in the history of technical publishing, this rebuff created a stir in the international scientific microcosm. In a letter to the journal, Andrew Suarez of Berkeley expressed his surprise, commenting that the statement reflects poorly on Nature's editorial policy and review process. Why has Nature refrained from releasing similar editorial retractions of earlier publications later found to be incorrect or open to alternative interpretations? Quote, the answer to this question was suggested by Miguel Altieri, another Berkeley researcher. Nature depends on its funding from big corporations. Look at the last page of the journal and see who funds the ads for jobs. 80% are technology corporations, paying anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 per ad. Nature's backpedaling was particularly surprising because a month earlier Science had reported that 2 teams of Mexican researchers had confirmed biologist Ignacio Chapler's explosive findings. Directed by Ezequiel Ezquerra, the highly respected director of the Mexican National Institute of Ecology, one of the studies had analyzed samples of corn taken from 22 communities in Puebla and Oaxaca. Genetic contamination ranging from 3 to 13% had been found in 11 of them, and with contamination levels of 20 to 60% in 4 others. Ezquerra submitted an article to Nature, which rejected it in October 2002. This rejection is due to ideological reasons, he stated, pointing to the contradictory explanations of the reviewers, one of whom said that the results were obvious, and the other that they were incredible. Meanwhile, Chapler had paid a heavy price. In December 2003, the Berkeley administration informed him that it had denied him tenure despite the 32-to-1 vote in favor by his department. He would have to leave the university at the end of his contract 6 months later. In other words, he was fired. He filed suit and won in May 2005. Since then, he told me, I bear the burden of being known as a whistleblower. I have no funding to conduct the research that interests me, because in the United States now you can't work in biology if you don't accept funding from biotechnology firms. There was a time when science and the university loudly proclaimed their independence from governmental, military, and industrial institutions. That's over, not only because scientists depend on industry to survive, but because they themselves are part of industry. That's why I say that we're living in a totalitarian world, ruled by the interests of multinational corporations who recognize their responsibility only to their shareholders. It is hard to resist this absolute power. Look at what happened to Ezequiel Ezquerra. Unfortunately, I was unable to meet the former director of the Mexican National Institute of Ecology, who, a few years after denouncing Nature's rejection of his study of the contamination of Criollo corn, was in 2005 appointed Director of Scientific Research at the San Diego Natural History Museum, where he had headed the Biodiversity Research Center from 1998 to 2001. I was surprised to find that in August 2005 he had co-signed a study published in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, a publication of the National Academy of Sciences, conducted at Washington University in St. Louis. The study found an absence of detectable transgenes in local landraces of maize in Oaxaca. But in October 2006 I did meet one of his colleagues, Drive. Elena Alvarez Baila, in her laboratory at the Mexican National Institute of Ecology. How do you explain the fact that Dr. Esca assigned a study that contradicts his previous work to such an extent? I asked. Only he knows, the biologist answered cautiously. What I can say is that we began that work together and that I was pushed out. I was replaced by an American, Allison Snow from the University of Ohio, who picked up the study in progress. They decided to publish preliminary results, which I don't consider scientifically very rigorous. She is not the only one who thinks so. 5 international researchers, including Paul Goetz, whom I had met in July 2004 at the University of California, Davis, to discuss the patenting of life, also found that the conclusions of the study are not scientifically justified. Nonetheless, the study was reported in many international newspapers, including Le Monde. Since then, Alvarez Baila told me, my laboratory has carried out another study throughout the country that found that the national level of contamination is on average from 2 to 3%, depending on the type of transgene, with some much higher peaks. What do you think about this dispute? I think it has nothing to do with scientific rigor and that it is masking other interests. What's important to me now is to find out the medium-term effects of the contamination on Criollo corn. That's why my research team did an experiment on a very simple flower, Arabidopsis thaliana, which has the smallest genome in the plant world, into which we introduced a gene by genetic engineering. We then planted the transgenic seeds and observed the growth. We found that 2 genetically completely identical plants, they had the same genome, the same chromosomes, and the same transgene, could produce very different phenotypes, floral forms. Some had flowers identical to the natural variety, with 4 petals and 4 sepals, but others had aberrant flowers with abnormal bristles or bizarre petals. And some were plainly monstrous. In fact, the only difference among all these plants was the location of the transgene, which was inserted completely at random, by modifying the plant's metabolism. It should be noted in passing that Monsanto has deposited its archives at Washington University in St. Louis, but they are unfortunately not accessible for journalists. What does that have to do with corn? I asked, contemplating one of the monstrous flowers that the scientist was displaying on her computer. From this experimental model we can extrapolate what risks happening when transgenic corn cross-pollinates with local varieties. It's very worrying, because there is a fear that the random insertion of a transgene may affect the genetic inheritance of Criollo corn in a totally uncontrolled way. The monsters of Oaxaca. The monsters are already in our mountains, said Aldo Gonzalez, one of the leaders of the Union of Organizations of the Sierra Juarez of Oaxaca, to whom I had just recounted my conversation with Alvarez Baila. It was a morning in October 2006, and we were on our way from Oaxaca to a Zapotec community in a remote mountain area. Gonzalez had put a portable computer on the back seat of his car. It contains my war chest, he said with a smile, the fruit of 3 years' work. In 2003, peasants had contacted his organization because they were worried when they saw corn plants growing in their fields that looked sick and deformed. Some were abnormally high, others had deformed ears or unusual leaves. Gonzalez came and took photographs and plant samples that he had tested by a laboratory that used the kits that enable European customs agents to detect transgenes in soybeans or corn imported from North America. Every test turned out positive. I now have about 300 photographs that I've taken all over the Sierra Juarez. We had reached the little village of Guelatao. After the required introduction to the head of the community, Gonzalez picked up a loudspeaker that echoed loudly in the steep-walled basin in which the village was set. We invite you to participate in a meeting about the new diseases attacking our corn because of transgenic contamination, he explained as a screen was set up on the village square. With machetes at their waists, the men streamed in, sometimes accompanied by their wives carrying brightly colored cloths in which they would soon wrap the ears of the harvest. I am going to show you photographs of corn plants taken in our region, Gonzalez told the audience. I would like to know if you've already come across this type of plant in your community. You see, some very strange things are happening. This plant, for example, has one stalk here and another one there. Normally, a corn plant is not like that. There is always one leaf out of which an ear grows, but look at this, there are 3 ears coming out of the same leaf. They're really monsters. In general, we've come across these plants on roadsides or in gardens. It's possible that someone bought corn in a grocery store and he lost a few kernels on the way. The kernels germinated and that's how traditional corn was contaminated. I had a plant that looked like that last year, a young peasant said. I showed it to the old people and they told me they'd never seen that. It's a new disease. Yes, Gonzalez answered, but the problem is that there is no treatment. If I understand, another Indian said, if this proliferation isn't stopped in our fields we'll soon be forced to buy corn, because ours will not produce anything anymore. That's very worrying. What can we do? The first recommendation is if you find a bizarre plant, you should immediately pull up the seedling to prevent it from emitting pollen and contaminating the rest of your field. Generally speaking, you have to be very vigilant and keep close watch on your corn. If contamination spreads, what might be the consequences? I asked. That will be the end of Criollo corn and of the whole rural economy. But the more I think about it, the more I tell myself that it's all intentional, because finally contamination benefits only multinational corporations like Monsanto. Once everything is contaminated, the company will be able to take control of the most widely grown grain in the world and collect royalties, as in Argentina and Brazil. Indeed, the ravages of GMOs are not limited to North America and Mexico. They have also affected South America, Argentina in particular, where over the course of just a few years transgenic soybeans have become both the country's primary economic resource and, probably, its primary curse. 13. In Argentina, the soybeans of hunger. The consistent rise in global acreage is evidence of the benefits of herbicide-tolerant crops, including positive environmental impacts. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005. It was April 13, 2005, in Buenos Aires, and Miguel Campos was having trouble hiding his anger. For several weeks, Argentina's Secretary of Agriculture, Livestock, Fishing, and Food had been involved in a dangerous struggle with Monsanto. Not that this agricultural engineer was opposed to biotechnology. On the contrary, he was appointed to his position, like all his predecessors for the previous 10 years, precisely because he was an unconditional supporter of GMOs. Throughout the 2 hours of our conversation he constantly extolled the agricultural and financial benefits of our soybeans while attempting to persuade me that Monsanto's conduct was as vile as it was inexplicable. Monsanto was never able to patent its RR gene in Argentina because our laws do not permit it, he explained, speaking forcefully. So the company agreed to give up seed royalties and promised not to sue farmers who replanted part of their harvest, as they have always done, completely legally. Now Monsanto is going back on its promises, demanding $3 per ton of soybeans or soy flour leaving Argentine ports, or $15 when the cargo reaches European ports. That's unacceptable. Taking over Argentina. Miguel Campos looked crestfallen, like a good student unjustly accused by a teacher he adores. For if there was a country where Monsanto could do whatever it wanted without the slightest obstacle, that country was certainly Argentina. At the time Campos was talking to me, half the cultivated land in the country was planted with transgenic soybeans, 35 million acres and 37 million tons harvested, 90% of which was exported, primarily to Europe and China. If Monsanto were to reach its goals, the company would take in $160 million annually for exports to Europe alone, a jackpot. You don't think it was a trap? I asked. It seemed to me that Campos pretended not to understand. A trap? Well, Monsanto first created conditions favoring the spread of our soybeans throughout the country, then the company asked you to pay the bill. If that was the strategy, it was a mistake. You don't change the rules of the game 10 years later. Will you pay? The conflict is serious, because Monsanto is threatening to attack all Argentine exports. In a statement reported by the Dow Jones Newswire on March 17, 2005, Campos had been blunter, denouncing Monsanto's hoodlum-like attitude. 10 years earlier, however, the transgenic adventure had begun like a fairy tale in the country of cattle and gauchos. When the FDA authorized the sale of RR soybeans on the North American market in 1994, Monsanto had already had its eyes on the southern cone for some time. Its target was, of course, Brazil, the world's second largest producer of soybeans. But the deal was hardly in the bag because the Brazilian constitution required that transgenic crops go through preliminary tests of their environmental impact before their release was authorized. So Monsanto turned to Argentina, where the government of Carlos Menem, following the lead of the first Bush administration, constantly spoke of deregulation. During his 10-year rule, 1989-99, Menem, who went on trial in October 2008 for illegal weapons sales, did his utmost to complete the work begun under the military dictatorship. 1976-83, he dismantled what remained of the Argentine welfare state, privatizing whatever he could and opening the country's gates wide to foreign capital. This policy had a devastating impact on the agricultural sector, whose protective barriers were annihilated in order to hand production over entirely to the laws of the market. Monsanto was prepared and entered the breach in the early 1990s, becoming the privileged interlocutor of CONABIA, the National Advisory Commission on Agricultural Biotechnology, established by Menem in 1991 to provide Argentina with the appearance of GMO regulation. The commission, under the jurisdiction of the Secretariat of Agriculture, had only advisory status and was made up exclusively of representatives from public bodies, such as the National Seed Institute, INASE, or the National Institute of Agricultural Technology, INTA, and private players in the biotechnology industry, such as Syngenta, Novartis, and, of course, Monsanto, whose persistent interventionism is not hard to imagine. The opinions expressed by CONABIA were indeed based directly on North American models. From the outset it adopted the principle of substantial equivalence. As its website indicated, the Argentine standard is based on the identified characteristics and risks of the biotechnological product and not on the process that made the product possible. Concretely, the Commission did nothing but analyze the data supplied by the multinational corporations. If tests were conducted, their only purpose was to test the adaptability of transgenic seeds to Argentine agricultural conditions. Beginning in 1994, Monsanto sold licenses to the principal seed companies in the country, such as Nidera and Don Mario, who took care of introducing the Roundup Ready gene into the varieties in their catalog. By a lucky coincidence, the two major newspapers in the country, La Nation and especially Clarín, which had the largest national circulation, plunged into the promotion, some called it propaganda, of biotechnology, labeling all opponents, even the most moderate, anti-progress fanatics or Luddites, to adopt the expression of Bill Clinton's former Secretary of Agriculture, Dan Glickman. Countless editorials praised the biotechnological revolution with arguments oddly reminiscent of those presented by a certain company in Missouri. With GMOs, science has made a decisive contribution to the war against hunger, Carlos Menem, for example, declared in an agricultural journal. William Kosinski, Monsanto's biotechnology educator, asserted, "Biotechnologies make possible harvests of better quality, higher productivity, and sustainable agriculture protecting the environment." The most determined defender of GMOs in Argentina is Héctor Hugo, who edits the supplement Clarín Rural. The introduction of GMOs into Argentina came about with no public or even parliamentary debate, according to Walter Peng, an agricultural engineer at the University of Buenos Aires who specializes in the improvement of plant genetics and whom I met in Buenos Aires in April 2005. There is still no law regulating their marketing, and civil society, which is not even represented on the CONABIA, is kept out of any decisions. After they were authorized in 1996, RR soybeans spread through Argentina at an absolutely unprecedented speed in the history of agriculture, an average of more than 2 million acres a year. We now have a veritable green desert devouring one of the world's breadbaskets. The magic seeds. As soon as you head north out of Buenos Aires you encounter a stunning sight. As far as the eye can see are soybeans and more soybeans, sometimes interrupted by pastures with large herds of grazing cows. In the southern autumn month I was there, the harvest was already well along and Ruta Nacional 9 was jammed with trucks shuttling between the silos of soybeans and the ports on the Rio Paraná. This is the heart of the Pampas, the vast legendary plain of Argentina that covers 20% of the national territory, 250,000 square miles bordered on the north by the Chaco region, the east by the Rio Paraná, the south by the Rio Colorado, and the west by the Andes. As fertile as the U.S. Corn Belt, the Llanura Pampina is one of the best pasturelands in the world, and since the 19th century has been an area of intense agricultural development where, until the arrival of GMOs, the crops were grains, corn, wheat, sorghum, oil-producing plants, sunflowers, peanuts, soybeans, and fruits and vegetables, not to mention milk production, which was so well developed that the area was known as the Milk Basin. In the national imagery, the Pampas were the country's pride, able to produce food for 10 times its population and therefore for export. Cultivating the soil is serving the country, says a poster at the entrance to the headquarters of the Argentine Rural Society. The man who met me after I had driven for 5 hours was from a true peasant family filled with that nourishing vision of agriculture. About 40, Hector Barchetta farmed 315 acres about 35 miles from Rosario, the capital of the transgenic empire. A member of the Argentine Agrarian Federation, an association of 70,000 small and medium-sized farms, he confessed that he was at a complete loss. As he walked through the fields of soybeans that now cover 70% of his farm, he told me the story of a miracle that was in the process of becoming a nightmare. In the 1990s, he confronted a problem that affected all the farmers of the Pampas, the erosion of the soil because of excessively intensive exploitation. According to Inter, yields had fallen by 30%. We didn't know which way to turn, he told me, and that's when our soybeans arrived. At first, they were really magic seeds, because we returned to high yields, with reduced costs and less work. In fact, as in the United States, transgenic agriculture was developed with the technique of direct sowing, siembra directa, which permits direct planting, with no prior plowing, in the residue of the previous crop. Promotion and technical advice were provided by APRESID, the Argentine Association of No-Till Farmers, which bears a strong resemblance to its North American counterpart, the American Soybean Association, ASA. Grouping together 1,500 large producers, APRESID is the principal promoter of soybeans and Monsanto's most loyal ally in Argentina. The technique of siembra directa is an integral part of the model of transgenic farming, according to the agronomist Walter Peng. At first it did lead to the restoration of soil fertility through an increase in organic matter supplied by the surface residues, which retained water. The technique cannot be dissociated from what Monsanto calls the technological package, transgenic seeds and Roundup sold together, and there the company demonstrated its great skill by launching its package at 1/3 the price it charged in the United States. The price was so low, in fact, that North American producers, even though they were heavily subsidized, howled in protest against this unfair competition. Barchetta, for one, took the bait enthusiastically. Before, he told me, to destroy weeds I had to apply 4 or 5 different herbicides, but with our soybeans, 2 applications of Roundup were enough. And then, to top it off, the mad cow crisis made the price of soybeans take off, and I stopped producing corn, wheat, sunflowers, and lentils, like all my neighbors. The European prohibition on animal-based feeds did bring about increased demand for vegetable proteins, including soy cakes. The price of soybeans reached historic highs, bringing about a rush on the new green gold in the Pampas. Thanks to the soybean boom I was able to survive the crisis, he went on. Everything was done to spare the producers. While interest rates were skyrocketing, we could get Monsanto's package and not pay for it until after the harvest. In 2001, Argentina was at the brink of bankruptcy. The government of Fernando de la Rúa was forced to resign under popular pressure. While piqueteros, strikers in revolt, ruled the streets, poverty took hold all over the country, where 45% of the population was living below the poverty line. Strangled by a colossal external debt, the governments of Eduardo Duhalde and then Néstor Kirchner used soybeans as a life preserver. It's the engine of our economy, according to Campos. The state collects a 20% tax on the oil and 23% on the seeds, which amounts to $10 billion annually, 30% of the national currency. Without soybeans, the country would simply have gone under. Soybeans take over the country. The Argentine crisis was a boon for Monsanto that exceeded its wildest dreams. Our soybeans spread from the Pampas like wildfire, steadily heading north into the provinces of Chaco, Santiago del Estero, Salta, and Formosa. Covering only 90,000 acres in 1971, soybeans spread over 20 million acres in 2000, 24 million in 2001, 29 million in 2002, and reached more than 39 million acres in 2007, accounting for 60% of the cultivated land. The phenomenon was so striking that there was talk of the sojisation of the country, a neologism designating a profound reordering of the agricultural world whose disastrous effects soon became apparent. At first, although the crisis had crippled the national economy, the price of land skyrocketed, because it had become a safe investment providing significant quick profits. In my area, Hector Barchetta told me, the price of an acre went from $800 to $3,000. The weakest producers ended up selling out, which brought about a concentration of landholdings. In the course of a decade, the average size of farms on the Pampas increased from 617 to 1,328 acres and the number of farms was reduced by 30%. According to an agricultural census conducted by the National Institute of Statistics and Census, INDEC, 150,000 farms went out of business between 1991 and 2001, 103,000 of them after the advent of transgenic soybeans. By the end of that period, 6,000 owners held half the cultivated land in the country, while 39 million acres were already in foreign hands, a process that has accelerated since then. According to Eduardo Buzzi, president of the Argentine Agrarian Federation, we have witnessed an unprecedented expansion of agribusiness, industrial agriculture directed toward exports, to the detriment of family farming, which is disappearing. Farmers who leave are replaced by people who do not come from the agricultural world. Pension funds are investors placing their money in seed pools, who plunge into the monoculture of our soybeans, in cooperation with multinational corporations like Cargill and Monsanto, all at the expense of food crops. As our soybeans continued their irresistible advance, transforming what was once the breadbasket of the world into a producer of cattle feed for the European market, food producers shrank at a rapid rate. According to official figures, from 1996-97 to 2001-2, the number of tambos, dairy farms, decreased by 27% and, for the first time in its history, Argentina had to import milk from Uruguay. Similarly, the production of rice fell by 44%, corn by 26%, sunflowers by 34%, and pork by 36%. In tandem with this movement came a staggering rise in the prices of basic consumer products. In 2003, for example, the price of flour went up 162%, lentils, a major element in the national diet, by 272%, and rice by 130%. According to Peng, the average Argentine is eating much less well than he did 30 years ago. And the irony is that we are being encouraged to replace cow's milk and beef, which have always been part of the national diet, with soy milk and soy steaks. Peng's comment is not a joke but a simple description of reality. In a country where dulce de leche, milk caramel, and carne de vaca, beef, are essential ingredients of the cultural heritage, Secretary of Agriculture Miguel Campos himself is quick to give you the address of a good sojero restaurant in Buenos Aires. He goes on to praise the generosity of the Soja Solidaria program launched in 2002 by APRESID, which decided to help, in its way, the 10 million people suffering from malnutrition, including 1 of every 6 children. The idea was simple: give away a kilo of soybeans for every ton exported. The campaign was backed by the major media, quick to present Soja Solidaria as a brilliant idea which is going to change history. As for the unavoidable Hector Hugo, the editor of Clarín Rural, he encouraged the government to replace current social welfare programs with a chain of solidarity with no cost thanks to a soybean distribution network, one of the most complete foods, which just has to be introduced into our culture. GMO promoters participated generously in the program. Thanks to free diesel provided by Chevron Texaco, soybean shipments were delivered to hundreds of food banks and school cafeterias in poor and slum neighborhoods, to hospices, hospitals, and every variety of charitable institution in Argentina. Throughout the country, workshops were set up where volunteers, the Catholic University of Córdoba called them soybean soldiers, taught cooks how to make milk, hamburgers, and other meat substitutes out of soybeans. On the website, Nutri.com, one learns, for example, that in Chimbas, in the remote province of San Juan, a municipal program educated 6,000 people in soybean consumption, and that 1,000 volunteers had been mobilized to distribute soy milk to 12,000 children. When Soja Solidaria celebrated its first anniversary, Victor Trucco, the president of APRESID, did not hide his satisfaction. In time, he wrote in Clarín, "We will look back on the year 2002 as the year when soybeans were incorporated into the Argentine diet." He drew up a balance sheet. "We have contributed 700,000 tons of soybeans, representing more than 600,000 pounds of high-value protein, 8 million quarts of milk, 5 million pounds of eggs, or 3 million pounds of meat." The statistics were likely designed to conceal a purpose that the Soja Solidaria website summed up in a sentence: "The plan helped the spread of soybeans in the country." Rebel soybeans, toward the sterilization of the soil. One day, Walter Peng arranged a visit to Jesus Bello, a farmer in the Pampas who had started planting our soybeans in 1997. For 7 years, Peng had been following several farms in the region and carefully examining their farming records. At the beginning, he said, "I was rather in favor of transgenic soybeans, because I thought that with crop rotation and a reasonable use of glyphosate, it could be good for the environment and for the producers' pocketbooks, since weed control amounted to 40% of production costs. But now I'm very worried, because every element is in the red." Bello nodded in agreement. "We're headed into a wall. We're spending more and more and the soil is exhausted." Bello, like Hector Barchetta 200 miles away, was confronted with a problem that was growing worse every year: the resistance of weeds to glyphosate. "From an agronomic perspective, that was known beforehand," said Peng. Before the advent of transgenic soybeans, producers used 4 or 5 different herbicides, some of which were very toxic, like 2,4-D, atrazine, and paraquat. But the alternation between the different products prevented weeds from developing resistance to any single one of them. Now, the exclusive use of Roundup at any time of year has led to the appearance of biotypes that were first tolerant of glyphosate. To get rid of those weeds, it was necessary to increase the herbicide dose. After tolerance came resistance, which can already be observed in some areas of the Pampas. So Monsanto's commercial argument that Roundup-ready technology reduces herbicide use is mistaken. "Completely," said Bello. "I apply glyphosate twice, once after planting, the other time 2 months before the harvest. At first, I used less than a liter of herbicide per acre, now I need twice as much." Peng added, "Before the advent of our soybeans, Argentina used an average of 1 million liters of glyphosate annually. In 2005, we reached 150 million liters. Monsanto does not deny that there is a resistance problem and has announced a new, more powerful herbicide with a new generation of GMOs, but that's not a way out of the vicious circle. The cost for producers has been heavy. The time has passed when, to prime the pump, Monsanto offered a 2/3 discount on the price of its herbicide. The price very soon returned to normal, which led producers to turn to generics, principally Chinese, as soon as the company's patent expired in 2000. But at the same time a new problem arose that further increased costs: what was known as rebel soybeans, in Argentina, volunteers, in Canada, indicating that, in South America as in North America, the same causes produced the same effects. And as in the United States, Syngenta, Monsanto's Swiss competitor, which manufactures atrazine and paraquat, seized the opportunity. In 2003, one of its major ads proclaimed, "Soybeans are weeds." It will be recalled that 2,4-D is one of the components of Agent Orange. It is now, theoretically, banned in Europe and the United States. Atrazine was banned in the European Union in 2003. As for paraquat, which was, like Roundup, one of the most widely sold herbicides in the world, it was banned in the European Union on July 10, 2007. They are Parietaria debilis, Petunia axillaris, Verbena litoralis, Verbena bonarensis, Hybanthus parviifloris, Iazine diffusa, Commelina erecta, and Ipomoea sp. In addition, the intensive use of Roundup tends to make the earth sterile. "I use constantly increasing amounts of fertilizer," Bello acknowledged. "Otherwise yields would collapse. It is hard to see how a total herbicide able to eliminate every kind of plant would spare the microbial flora essential for soil fertility." According to Peng, the disappearance of certain bacteria makes the earth inert, which blocks the process of decomposition and attracts slugs and fungi such as fusarium. To top everything, in 2004 the price of soybeans began a downward tendency, which continued in 2005, to the point of causing producers like Bello and Barchetta lasting anxiety. Asterisk. What are we in the process of doing? Barchetta asked, his eyes fixed on the plot he was about to harvest. Before, I produced 15 different food crops, now I only do transgenic soybeans. Maybe we've fallen into a trap. Maybe we're in the process of sacrificing the earth and our children's future. A public health disaster. Dr. Dario Gianfelici was annoyed as he drove down the road. Look at that. They plant soybeans even in the ditches at the side of the road. When they apply pesticides, you can be completely doused in spray. This country's public health authorities are completely irresponsible. When I met him in April 2005, Gianfelici was a doctor in Cerrito, a small town of 5,000 about 30 miles from Paranor, in the province of Entre Ríos, in the heart of the empire of soybeans. In this region of the Pampas once noted for its agricultural diversity, soybean cultivation grew from 1.5 million acres in 2000 to nearly 3 million acres 3 years later. During the same period, rice production fell from 370,000 to 128,000 acres. At least twice a year, crop dusting planes or mosquitoes, farm equipment towed by tractors that spray herbicides using long mechanical arms in the shape of wings, inundate the region with Roundup, often reaching as far as house doors, since our soybeans have invaded the whole area. After reaching $230 a ton in 2003, the price fell to $200 in 2004, then to $150 in mid-2005. But in 2006, there was a spectacular recovery, and it reached a peak in 2007, particularly because of the fad for biofuels. It's like a fever, an epidemic, Gianfelici said, pointing to the notorious chorizos, the sausage-shaped silos that are now scattered along the roadsides because there is no other place to store the enormous quantities of soybeans. The doctor became an anti-GMO activist not out of ideology but because he was worried by the evolution of the illnesses he was encountering in his practice. I don't know whether biotechnology is a danger for public health, he explains, but I denounce the damages to health caused by the massive spraying of Roundup, as well as the excessive consumption of our soybeans. He mentioned the toxicity of glyphosate and especially of the surfactants, the inert substances that enable glyphosate to penetrate into the plant, such as polyethylated tallawamine. In Argentina more than elsewhere, Monsanto's advertising assuring that Roundup is biodegradable and good for the environment resulted in many people failing to take any precautions during spraying, which means that the substance has contaminated the entire environment, air, soil, and water table. All the while the representative of the state, Miguel Campos, has claimed with complete confidence that Roundup is the least toxic herbicide there is. There are few like Gianfelici who dare to raise their voices against the devastating effects of the all-soybean policy. Of course, organizations such as Greenpeace and the radical ecologists of the Grupo de Reflexión Rural had denounced the marketing of GMOs and pointed out the dangers of biotechnology, but they were preaching in the wilderness. With the crisis, there were thousands of other problems, according to Horatio Verbitsky, a columnist for the left-wing daily Pagina 12, who never wrote a thorough article on transgenic soybeans. I admit that even I know nothing about it. Oddly, it was the Soja Solidaria program that provoked the first institutional warnings, not about GMOs as such, but about the risks posed to children by the excessive consumption of soy products. For example, in July 2002, the Consejo Nacional de Coordinación de Políticas Sociales organized a forum on the subject where it was pointed out that soy juice should not be called milk, and it can in no case replace milk. Health professionals pointed out that soy is much less rich in calcium than cow's milk and its heavy concentration of phytates blocks the body's absorption of metals such as iron and zinc, increasing the risk of anemia. Asterisk. Above all, they strongly advised against the consumption of soy products by children younger than 5, for a common-sense reason. It is known that soy is very rich in isoflavones, which act as hormone substitutes for premenopausal women and can therefore cause significant hormonal imbalances in growing bodies. Phytates are phosphorus compounds that bind with certain metals, for example iron, and prevent their absorption by the intestine. We are sowing the seeds of a veritable public health disaster, according to Gianfelici, but unfortunately the authorities haven't recognized what's at stake, and anyone who dares to talk about it is considered a crazy person opposed to the country's welfare. That day, the doctor had an appointment in a Catholic school run by German nuns. The imposing colonial-style building emerged in the midst of a vast spread of soybeans. Last week, the headmistress explained, they sprayed Roundup just before it rained. Then there was bright sunshine, which caused evaporation. Many students started to vomit and complained of headaches. She had asked the provincial health services to investigate, and they determined it was a virus. Still, they did analyze the water, but they didn't find anything. Did they consider the possibility of poisoning due to chemical products? The doctor asked. No, answered Angela, one of the teachers. When we mentioned that hypothesis, they rejected it out of hand. Angela knew what she was talking about. She lived in a little house surrounded by soybean fields. Every time they were sprayed, she had violent migraines, nausea, eye irritation, and joint pains. I have talked to the technicians, she said. The only thing I got from them was that they warn me when they're going to spray herbicide and I leave my house, with my family, for 2 days. They suggested that I sell my house, but where would I go? Soybeans are worth more than our lives. Banging one's head against the wall. When I saw how Campos flew off the handle when I questioned him about the environmental and health consequences of Roundup spraying, I understood that the subject was not a government priority. Coming from a European reporter, that question takes the cake, he said emphatically. Our herbicide use is much lower than that of France. The truth is that we are the least polluted country in the world. Often called phytoestrogens, isoflavones are similar to female estrogens. The Secretary of Agriculture had obviously not been reading his country's newspapers. When you go through them, you find, for example, that a judge has opened an investigation in Rosario, following a complaint filed by a couple whose house is surrounded by soybean fields. Their son Axel was born with no toes on his left foot and with severe testicular and kidney problems. Similarly, in Córdoba, mothers in the Ituzaingó neighborhood conducted a community protest to stop spraying in the nearby fields after they observed abnormal rates of cancer, particularly among children and young women. The affair caused some stir in Parliament before getting lost in the maze of the justice system. It's always like that, said Luis Castellón, an agronomist working for an agricultural development organization in Formosa, in northern Argentina. Whenever there is a serious environmental problem, you cannot find a single expert who dares to stand up to the powerful soy lobby. Castellón knew what he was talking about. In February 2003, he had been contacted by farmers from Colonia Loma Cenes, a rural community in the province of Formosa near the border with Paraguay. They were desperately looking for an expert to certify the damage done to their food crops by the spraying of Roundup and 2,4-D on a 75-acre plot that had been invaded by rebel soybeans. They belonged to a neighbor living in Paranor who leased his land to a company from the province of Salta, which subcontracted with another company for seeds and spraying. Welcome to the kingdom of GMOs. Technicians, often day laborers without protective gear who poison themselves for miserable wages, turned up one Saturday morning and sprayed until Sunday morning. It was very hot that day and there was a strong wind in the region, recalled Felipe Franco, who farmed about 25 acres. The product is very volatile and it drifted for about 400 yards. 23 families who had taken refuge in their cinder block houses were contaminated. When I got there, Castellón told me, their eyes were red and they had large spots on their faces and torsos. Many of them had violent headaches and nausea and complained of hot flashes and dry throats. Some of them never recovered, such as an old woman who was treated for 8 months in Buenos Aires and still complains of unbearable bone and joint pain. The community asked the provincial government health services to write a report, but they concluded that lack of hygiene was the cause of all the problems. The families filed suit in the court in El Colorado, but the case bogged down because there was no health report. Only Castellón agreed to prepare a scientific description of the damage caused to the crops. We lost everything, said Franco. The manioc, sweet potatoes, and cotton were devastated. The chickens and ducks died, some sows aborted, and the others produced scrawny piglets. The day of the spraying the plow horses had diarrhea and threw themselves on the ground, some of them died. Castellón took photographs and samples of the affected plants, which he had analyzed by a laboratory at the University of the Littoral in Santa Fe. I thought about it a lot before taking on this work, he admitted, because I knew that I was taking risks. All the agronomists in the Ministry of Economy and Production refused, Franco confirmed. We had to confront the police and the politicians who wanted to keep us quiet. Some neighbors gave up filing a complaint and decided to leave and go to the slums of Formosa. Monsanto says that transgenic soybeans can coexist with food crops. What do you think? I inquired. It's impossible, answered Castellón, especially in areas like this one, where small producers are surrounded by large spreads of GMOs. If something like this were to happen again, I don't know how many small producers would stay on the land. Franco went on, the problem is also the purpose of this production model. People who grow transgenic soybeans have a purely commercial aim. They don't live where they farm, so they don't have to suffer the collateral damages. But we produce in order to live. We pay attention to the environment and the quality of what we produce, because we consume it or sell it in the market. This transgenic technology does not serve the farmer but an economic enterprise whose promoters are prepared to do anything to get rich. Expulsion and deforestation. Mili is a small rural community of 98 families living in an area of 7,000 semi-arid acres located about 35 miles from Santiago del Estero in northern Argentina. You get there over a red dirt potholed road that winds through a brush-covered plain from which spring a few quebrachos, trees whose wood is so valuable that they are threatened with disappearance. This landscape is typical of the Gran Chaco region, which stretches to the Bolivian border. Here it's simply called El Monte, said Luis Sanchuco, the lawyer for the peasant organization Macase, when I met him in April 2005. Before GMOs came, no one coveted this poor land, where thousands of small farmers have led a self-sufficient life for several generations. Sanchuco was eager to have me meet the community leaders of Mili, whose survival was threatened by the appetite of soybean producers, who had constantly been extending the agricultural frontier further north. A year before my visit, a provincial judge had turned up with armed men and bulldozers. This is community land, with no property deeds, Sanchuco explained, but with soybean money all kinds of skullduggery is possible. That day the population of Mili was able to drive off the assailants by blocking the roads. The Sojeros then changed tactics. They tried to divide the community by offering to pay cash for 25 acres to some families, who hesitated because they'd never imagined having so much money. That stirred up a lot of trouble, said Luis, but we didn't accept, because this is community land, it doesn't belong to anyone in particular. And where would we have gone? Life is hard here, but we have enough to eat every day. Chickens, ducks, and a litter of black pigs were running around the beaten earth farmyard. Near the creek behind the little hut a cow and a horse were grazing. Every family was growing manioc, potatoes, and a little rice or corn. El Monte is a way of life, said Sanchuco, but it's also great vegetable and animal biodiversity that is now threatened. Indeed, the province of Santiago del Estero has the sad distinction of having one of the highest rates of deforestation in the world. Every year on average 0.81% of the forest is cut down, compared to a worldwide average of 0.23%. For instance, between 1998 and 2002, 540,000 acres simply went up in smoke and were replanted with RR soybeans. Between 1998 and 2004, nearly 2 million acres were cut down in Argentina, explained Jorge Menendez, Director of Forests in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. The situation is so worrying that it keeps me from sleeping. All the bosques nativos, native woodlands, are threatened. They are forests of great biodiversity whose flora and fauna antedate the discovery of America. Some animal species, such as pumas, jaguars, Andean cats, and tapirs, cannot live outside this particular ecosystem. If we do not impose rules on soybean farming, the damage will be irreparable. During the same period, 290,000 acres were cut down in the neighboring province of Chaco and 420,000 in Salta. Isn't it the function of your ministry to define those rules? Yes. But we don't carry much weight. To recognize the magnitude of the catastrophe, all one needs to do is travel down Ruta Nacional 16 towards Salta or Chaco. Tree trunks are frequently piled at the roadside. Sometimes black smoke reveals the activity of carbonros, or charcoal makers, usually small farmers who have given up their land and are selling their labor to survive. The cynicism is absolute. Driven off by the beast, they are reduced to feeding it. A guard controlled access to the site. I bargained with him, and he let me through. The four-wheel drive went down the desolate road. As far as the eye could see were unspeakable heaps of crushed shrubs, torn-up trees, and disemboweled bushes. The bulldozers, murmured Guido Lorenz. Lorenz is a German geographer at the University of Santiago del Estero. Along with Pedro Kernel, a forest engineer, he frequently travels around the region to measure the extent of the plague. We were approaching the charcoal ovens. Men blackened with soot were unloading carts of wood. There was the sound of a tango. The boss explained that he had been out of work and he found this job, which would last for 2 years. It was to clear a 4,000-acre plot belonging to the son of the governor of the neighboring province of Tucumán. The governor himself owns several thousand acres not far from here. We cut down, we burn, then we plant soybeans, the man said. We went on. Lorenz and Kernel had heard rumors of a huge operation of illegal deforestation about 100 miles away. It involved a 60,000-acre parcel recently acquired by an investor. On paper, Argentine law is very strict. In order to be able to cut down trees, owners have to get a permit setting the percentage of deforestation authorized, depending on the type of soil. In this sector, classified fragile, that figure could not exceed 15%. But once again, said Kernel, soybean money took care of making the arrangements. Corruption and the lack of sanctions gave free rein to the bulldozers, spreading desolation as far as the eye could see. They say they're extending the frontiers of agriculture, but they're really leaving a desert behind, Kernel went on. They'll grow soybeans for a year or two and then they'll be forced to leave. The fertility of this soil is tied to vegetation that is 1,000 years old. When it disappears, the soil is soon impoverished. This is a fragile environment, because we are in an arid or semi-arid climate zone, Lorenz explained. Deforestation leads to a decline in the reserves of organic matter, causing erosion of the soil, which loses its ability to hold water. At the level of an entire watershed, water from gullies causes flooding in other areas. Deforestation is the source of the unusual floods we experienced recently in the province of Santa Fe. In addition, with the technique of direct planting, the Roundup sprayed stays on the surface. When it rains, the herbicide residue is washed away by the flow of water and pollutes other areas in the watershed. The water mammals drink contaminates them and therefore the cow's milk, and so on. Unfortunately, that's not the soyeros problem, Kernel said. They are large companies or businessmen who come from Santa Fe or Cordoba and treat soybeans like a raw material. A subcontractor sends a man with a machine that plants, another sends a man with a plane to spray, and a third one comes with a combine that harvests the beans and takes them away. They don't use any local labor, except when they cut down the trees. We're really in an emergency situation, but no one in an official position has understood that yet, Lorenz concluded. It's very serious, because the damage is irreversible. 14. Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina, the United Soy Republic. The good news is that practical experience clearly demonstrates that the coexistence of biotech, conventional and organic systems is not only possible, but is peacefully occurring around the world. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005. A tiny woman with an infinitely gentle gaze whom I met in January 2007 had understood in her flesh that transgenic soybeans were mortal enemies. To reach her, you have to drive for 8 hours from Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, toward the Argentine border. As far as Iguazu, Route 7 runs through green pampas with huge grazing herds of cattle, dotted with palm trees and wooded hills. Then you turn off toward Encarnación, in the department of Itapúa. As far as the eye can see, hundreds of acres of our soybeans stretch north toward nearby Brazil and south to the Argentine province of Formosa. Silvino, age 11, killed by Roundup in Paraguay. Patrona Talavera, age 46, invited me into her humble shack located at the end of a red dirt road winding through Monsanto's GMOs. This is the road where my son died, she said, handing me a welcoming cup of mate. I'll fight to the bitter end to keep Paraguayan children from being poisoned by the agriculture that is killing them. Her husband, Juan, with whom she had raised 11 children, listened in silence. It was January 2, 2003. Silvino, who was 11, was coming home on his bicycle after buying noodles and a piece of meat in the only shop in the area, several miles from the house. On the road, he was sprayed by a mosquito driven by a sojero named Hermann Schlender. He came home soaked, complaining of nausea and a violent migraine, Petrona said. I told him to lie down and I prepared a meal with the noodles and the meat. I didn't know that the product was so dangerous. In the afternoon the whole family experienced vomiting and diarrhea. Silvino was feeling worse and worse and I had to take him to the hospital. The boy went home after 3 days in intensive care, but the next day another soybean producer, Alfredo Lautenschläger, decided to spray his field, located about 15 yards from the family's shack. Silvino did not survive the second poisoning. He died in the hospital on January 7. Petrona then began her hard battle, determined that the crime would not go unpunished. Supported by the Coordinadora Nacional de Organizaciones de Mujeres Trabajadoras Rurales e Indígenas, CONAMURI, National Coordinating Committee of Rural and Indigenous Women Workers, she filed a claim with the court in Encarnacion. In April 2004, the two sojeros were each sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined 25 million guaranis. This was a first in the nation. The court found that the child had died as a result of poisoning by a toxic agricultural product that he had absorbed through his respiratory system and orally, as well as through the skin. The two sojeros appealed, backed by CAPECO, the organization of large-scale soy producers, the Paraguayan counterpart to the ASA in the United States and APRESID in Argentina. The sentence was upheld in July 2006, but the defendants appealed to the Supreme Court. In November 2006, the appeal was denied, but when I went to see Petrona in January 2007, they were still at liberty. During the 3 years the case went on, a group of NGOs was created and frequently organized demonstrations so the affair would not be buried. The sojeros are very powerful, Petrona said, more powerful than the government. They threatened to kill me. They paid several of our neighbors to make our life impossible and force us to leave. But where would we go? To a slum. Silvino had a classmate who died recently from poisoning, but her family did not file a claim for fear of reprisals, and because they couldn't afford it. How many Paraguayan children have already died in the face of complete indifference? The question was hard to answer. At the Ministry of Health, Drive, Graciela Camara acknowledged that Roundup pollution had become a real public health problem but that for now it was impossible to number the victims. We are trying to set up a reporting system so that we can be informed as soon as a suspect case appears, but it's not simple. I know of a case of 2 children who died after eating fruit sprayed with herbicide. And then there was Antonio Ocampo Benete, talked about in the press, who almost died after swimming in a polluted river. There was another tragedy in an indigenous community in the department of San Pedro, where 3 children succumbed to the effects of spraying. We in the Ministry of Health are trying to persuade our colleagues in the Ministry of Agriculture to enforce the rules for the proper use of herbicides, but no one can stand up to the sojeros. And yet we're all concerned, even here in Asunción, because the fruits and vegetables we buy all come from the countryside. Smuggled seeds. We are first in the world in soy production per inhabitant, with an average of £1,600 per person, Tranquillo Favero bluntly declared in a June 12, 2004, interview with the Argentine daily Clarín. The Paraguayan, soybean king, explained that he had substantially contributed to this record, since he himself cultivated 125,000 acres in the departments of Alto Paraná and Amambay. Welcome to Paraguay, which in 10 years had risen to the rank of 6th largest soy producer in the world and the 4th largest exporter. From 1996 to 2006, surfaces devoted to soybean cultivation went from less than 2.5 million acres to 5 million acres, an increase of 10% a year. For good measure, the Clarín reporter hastened to add that the Paraguayan boom was due to the cultivation model graciously provided by APRESID, the Argentine Association of Large Sojeros closely associated with Monsanto. If he had gone a little further, he could have added that the organization had transmitted to its counterparts in CAPECO not just the technique of direct sowing but also illegal soybean seeds. In 2004, no Paraguayan law authorized the cultivation of GMOs, even though they covered nearly half the cultivated land. This was still true in 2007. How is that possible? The question startled Roberto Franco, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, whom I met in Asunción on January 17, 2007. He seemed delighted to see me. So infrequently do European reporters show any interest in his country, which had been stifled for nearly 40 years by the dictatorship of Alfredo Stroessner, 1954–89. The transgenic seeds entered illegally, he said with a nervous smile. It's what we call bolsa blanca, because they came in white sacks with no indication of their source. But where did they come from? Well, mainly from Argentina, but also a little from Brazil. Who organized the smuggling? Large Paraguayan soy producers, who have close ties with their Argentine colleagues. Do you think Monsanto played a role in the smuggling? Well, we don't have any evidence. But it's not impossible that firms involved in this technology helped promote their varieties. Faced with this situation, the government had to act, because we export almost all our grain, 23% of it to the European Union, which requires the labeling of agricultural products that contain GMOs. We have no way of knowing whether the soy was transgenic or not. To avoid losing our markets, soybeans account for 10% of our GDP, we had to legalize the illegal crops. Putting it bluntly, the government was confronted with a fait accompli. Yes, we have the same problem today with Bt cotton, which is in the process of spreading with no official authorization and no law to govern it. You don't think it was a trap? Well, we're not the only ones. Brazil went through the same thing. A strange coincidence indeed. In 1998, when our soybeans were invading the North American plains and the Argentine pampas, Monsanto seemed to be champing at the bit in Brazil, the world's second largest soybean producer. A petition filed by Greenpeace and the Brazilian Institute for Consumer Defense, IDEC, secured a temporary suspension of the marketing of GMOs on the grounds that, with no prior study of the environmental impact and the health risk to consumers, it would violate the precautionary principle of the Convention on Biodiversity, signed in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro. By lucky chance, smuggling was organized in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul. Seeds were clandestinely imported from nearby Argentina, which led them to being nicknamed Maradona, after that country's famed soccer player. Backed by APRESID, a partial seed producers association of Rio Grande do Sul, organized sumptuous churrascadas, barbecues, to promote transgenic crops, right before the eyes of the authorities, who did nothing. It's not unusual to see Argentine technicians in Brazilian fields who have come to lend a hand to their local colleagues, according to a 2003 report by Daniel Vernet in Le Monde, which quoted a statement by Odysseus Klein, the Agriculture Secretary of Rio Grande do Sul. The federal police conducts inspections on farms and on the roads to charge violators, and transmits the charges to the justice system, which almost never follows up. The result was that in 2002, when Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, known as Lula, ran for president for the fourth time and campaigned against GMOs, they had already spread throughout the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and also in the neighboring states of Paraná and Mato Grosso do Sul. 9 months after the Workers' Party candidate had entered the Palácio do Planalto in Brasilia, the European Commission adopted 2 rules on September 22, 2003, on the traceability and the labeling of GM foods intended for human and animal consumption. This decision directly threatened Brazil's exports, since it was unable to distinguish between conventional and transgenic soybeans, because the latter officially did not exist. 3 days later, Lula signed a decree authorizing, temporarily, the sale of our soybeans for the 2003 crop, then their planting and marketing for the 2004 season. It offered an amnesty for all GMO producers, inviting them to come out of the closet and identify their crops so that segregation could be organized. The decision caused an uproar among peasant and ecological organizations, but also inside the Workers' Party, which had promised not to release transgenic seeds before their environmental, health, and social impact had been seriously evaluated. Aware of the disastrous consequences that would inevitably follow from the onward rush of soybeans, João Pedro Stadile, leader of the Landless Peasants Movement, MST, called Lula a transgenic politician, and the Environment Minister, Marina Silva, seriously considered resigning. For the opponents of GMOs, the presidential decree signaled the surrender of the new government to agribusiness, represented by Agriculture Minister Roberto Rodriguez, and above all to Monsanto. The decree was renewed in October 2004. Then in March 2005, the lower house of the Brazilian Congress passed a law definitively authorizing transgenic crops. Time to collect. Monsanto had been waiting in the starting blocks for a long time. Its entire strategy in Brazil demonstrates that it had largely anticipated the takeover of the country by soybeans, and transgenic crops more broadly. It had been marketing its herbicides in Brazil since the 1950s, and it opened its first glyphosate production facility in São Paulo in 1976. But in the 1990s, when its soybeans were spreading illegally, it launched the construction of a new plant that its Brazilian website presented with all the expected fanfare. In December 2001, Monsanto inaugurated, at the petrochemical pole of Camaçari, the first plant of the company designed to produce raw materials for the herbicide Roundup in South America. The investment is equivalent to US $500 million. Ellipsis. The Camaçari plant, the largest unit of Monsanto installed out of the United States, is also the only Monsanto plant manufacturing raw materials for the Roundup production line. The production is directed to Monsanto units installed in São José dos Campos, SP, Zarate, Argentina, and Antwerp, Belgium. In the past, those units received raw materials from the United States. As it was adapting its Roundup production capacities to the huge market it was seeking to develop, the company took control of Brazilian seeds in 1997 by acquiring Agroceras, the largest seed company in Brazil, and through the Brazilian subsidiaries of American seed companies that had come under its control in the United States, such as Cargill Seeds, DeKalb, and Asgrow. In 2007, Monsanto was the largest supplier of corn seeds in Brazil, and the second largest for soybean seeds, just behind Embrapa, the National Institute for Agricultural Research, which was desperately fighting to survive. The culmination of Monsanto's work was the collecting of royalties, first in Brazil, followed by Paraguay, and finally Argentina. Scarcely had Lula legalized the illegal crops when Monsanto began negotiations with producers, exporters, and processors of the precious grain, brandishing its intellectual property rights to the RR gene. Threatened with a cut-off of seed supplies, the Brazilians did not resist for long. By January 2004, they had signed an agreement providing that royalties would be collected when producers delivered their crops to the grain elevators of dealers and exporters of soybeans, such as Bunge and Cargill, the American giant whose foreign operations Monsanto had just purchased. Royalties were set at $10 per ton for the first year and $20 for the 2004 harvest. When you consider that 30% of Brazilian soybeans in 2003 were transgenic, amounting to about 16 million tons harvested, the math is simple. For the first year alone, intellectual property rights brought in $160 million for Monsanto. In October 2004, it was the Paraguayan producers' turn to pay up. They didn't offer much resistance either, because in the end the official payment of royalties confirmed their triumph. The agreement provided for an initial payment of $3 per ton of soybeans, which was supposed to double within 5 years. As in Brazil, the fee was collected by dealers when the harvest was delivered, and they transferred it to Monsanto after deducting a commission. 1 week later, on October 22, 2004, Agriculture Minister Antonio Ibanez issued a circular authorizing the sale of 4 varieties of transgenic soybeans belonging to Monsanto. In this matter, in fact, the government just legalized the violation, didn't it? I asked Roberto Franco. Well, let's say we went along with it, he said hesitantly. The large producers were the ones who negotiated directly with Monsanto. It wasn't like in Argentina, where the government handled the issue of royalties from the very beginning. That's true. And it can be said that in Argentina, Monsanto hit a snag that has poisoned its relations with its loyal ally since 2004. It will be recalled that when it launched its RR soybeans, the company demonstrated extraordinary generosity by agreeing that producers would not pay royalties on the seeds. 8 years later, it was estimated that only 18% of the seeds used were certified, that is, bought at the list price from dealers subservient to Monsanto through licenses. The rest were seeds that had been saved or bought on the black market. Monsanto did not move until January 2004, when it suddenly threatened to withdraw from Argentina if all the producers did not pay the technology fee. At first, Agriculture Secretary Miguel Campos didn't bat an eyelid. He even offered to set up a royalty fund paid for by a tax the government would collect from producers and turn over to Monsanto, the trifling sum of $34 million a year. To enter into force, the measure had to be approved by the Congress, which dragged its feet for fear of antagonizing the agricultural sector. There is no question of our paying anything at all, I was told in April 2005 by Eduardo Buzzi, president of the Argentine Agrarian Federation. First of all, Monsanto didn't patent its gene in this country. Besides, farmers are protected by Law 2247, which guarantees what is called the principle of the farmer's exception, that is, his right to replant part of his harvest, even if the original seeds are certified by breeders. There is no reason why Monsanto should enjoy special status. But your organization at first encouraged the development of transgenic soybeans. That's right, and we were totally taken in. How could such cynicism be imagined? The company had planned everything for the long term, relying on APRESID, an association it finances to promote its products, with the complicity of government officials and the media. Everything had been calculated, even smuggling to Paraguay and Brazil, and we fell right into the trap. It's war. Yes, the seed war. Except that we're not worried about collecting dividends to satisfy shareholders but simply about staying alive. A few days after our meeting, Buzzi flew to Munich, headquarters of the European Patent Office, to plead his cause. On March 14, 2005, Monsanto had sent a letter to soybean exporters informing them that the company was going to go after any shipment of soybeans, soy flour, or soy oil leaving Argentine ports headed for countries where the RR gene is patented. For that purpose, it would request the assistance of the customs authorities to take samples to detect the presence of the gene. If the test was positive, it would sue the exporters in European courts, demanding a penalty of $15 a ton in addition to legal costs. At this moment, although the European Patent Office has granted a patent for the RR gene, only 5 countries recognize it: Belgium, Denmark, Italy, Holland, and Spain. In 2004, those 5 alone imported 144,000 tons of soybeans and 9 million tons of soy flour from Argentina. Monsanto's demand is completely illegal, according to Campos. The patent covers only seeds, not beans, flour, or oil. European law does not permit Monsanto to collect royalties on Argentine products. That remains to be seen. Monsanto for its part asserts that the gene belongs to it wherever it may be found, in the plant as well as in the products derived from it. And once you agree to take the first step into the infernal system of the patenting of life, the reasoning seems logical. In the meantime, the multinational corporation wasted no time in carrying out its threats. In 2005, it had ships inspected in Holland and Denmark in connection with lawsuits, and in early 2006, 3 shipments of soy flour were inspected in Spain. The cases were brought before the European Court in Brussels and Monsanto lost. If successful, these maneuvers could be a serious threat to Argentine exports, because in order to avoid disputes with uncertain outcomes, European dealers have begun to turn to other sources of supply. It's unjust, says Campos, because Monsanto has greatly profited from the boldness of Argentina, which authorized its seeds when they were very controversial. And it's thanks to Argentina that the company was able to make inroads into other countries on the continent. The new conquistadors. Back in Paraguay, the inroads Campos spoke of rather euphemistically have assumed the shape of an ecological and social catastrophe. It's a new conquest, according to Jorge Galeano, president of the Agrarian and Popular Movement, MAP. Nothing seems to be able to stop the Sojeros, who use the same brutality as the conquistadors to increase their empire. When I was in Paraguay in January 2007, the peasant leader was eager to show me the latest line of the soy frontier, which was constantly progressing toward the interior of the country. We left in a 4x4 from Vacaria, a small town 125 miles northeast of Asunción, in the department of Carguasu. We drove on red dirt roads through a hilly and forested landscape of astonishing beauty. Along the way we passed Guarani Indians carrying bundles of wood. Here and there thatch-roofed houses were lost amidst luxurious vegetation, with naked children splashing in a river under the burning sun. Everything grows here, Galeano said: corn, cassava, sweet potatoes, all kinds of beans, sugarcane, citrus fruits, bananas, mate. Families feed themselves from a tiny plot of land, because we're still waiting for the agrarian reform that is permanently threatened by soybeans. He spoke of the history of his country, one of the poorest in Latin America, where 2% of the population owns 70% of the land, a glaring injustice that goes back to the Spanish conquest but that was accentuated by the 1870 war against the Triple Alliance, in which Paraguay was defeated by Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. To pay for the reparations demanded by the victors, the Asunción government sold off public land, privatizing 57 million acres between 1870 and 1914 for the benefit of Brazilian and Argentine citizens and companies. Fabulous estates of 175,000 acres still survive from that time. Starting in 1954, the dictatorship of Alfredo Stroessner further intensified the concentration of land ownership to the detriment of small farmers. 25 million acres fell into the hands of allies of the bloodthirsty general, the son of a Bavarian brewer, who distributed them to local political bosses or foreign companies in return for large bribes. In the 1970s, during the first expansion of non-transgenic soybeans, another deviation of the agrarian reform that was always being postponed led to the sale of huge territories in the public domain to Brazilian producers from Rio Grande do Sul and Paraná, the Brasilguians, who organized the smuggling of our seeds 20 years later. It is now estimated that 60,000 producers share the transgenic bounty, 24% of them Paraguayan and the rest foreigners from Brazil, Germany, and Japan, or international investors who have placed their money in the new green gold, to adopt the expression of Deputy Agriculture Minister Roberto Franco. Asterisk. Putting it bluntly, they are foreign companies that buy huge properties to plant GMOs and have no qualms about driving off, by any means possible, the small farmers in their way. Look, said Galeano, this is where the soy frontier has reached today. The view was startling. We were now going down a straight path running for several miles. To our left, toward the east, were soybeans as far as the eye could see, from which tiny clumps of trees infrequently emerged. To our right lay the wooded landscape rich in biodiversity that we had been going through for the past 2 hours. Less than 2 years ago, these huge areas were populated by peasant and indigenous communities, all of whom finally left, Galeano explained. The technique of the sojeros is always the same. First they contact the families and offer them food and toys for the children's birthdays. Then they come back and offer to rent their plots of land with a 3-year contract. The families keep living there, keeping a small space for food crops. But they are very soon affected by the spraying, so the sojeros offer to buy their land outright. Since title deeds usually don't exist for these properties, because they are supposed to be part of the agrarian reform that never happened, the producers bribe well-placed government officials in Asunción and they become the legal owners of these, liberated, plots, as they call them. Then the bulldozers come and destroy the entire natural habitat of these very fertile lands, and the next year monoculture takes over. That's why I say it's a new conquest, because the expansion of soybeans is based on the pure and simple elimination of human communities and ways of life. The Japanese Agency for International Cooperation has encouraged the emigration of Japanese settlers. Is the phenomenon reversible? Unfortunately, no. Even if small farmers could one day recover the land, it would be so contaminated by chemical products that it would take years for the initial quality of the soil to be restored. Transgenic soy is really a deadly enterprise against which we've decided to fight, whatever it costs. Soy's musclemen and repression. In contrast to Argentina, where transgenic expansion has met little organized resistance, in Paraguay collective action against our soybeans proliferated starting in 2002. Joined together in the National Front for Sovereignty and Life, peasant organizations such as Galeano's MAP and the MCP, Movimiento Campesino Paraguayo, and civil society organizations such as Conamuri, to which Patrona Talavera belongs, have been conducting campaigns against the takeover of the country by soybeans. A week does not go by without a demonstration, a blocking of roads, or an occupation of land to slow the advance of Monsanto's GMOs. The government of President Nicanor Duarte chose to respond to this situation with repression and the criminalization of the anti-soy movement. Hundreds of peasants have been incarcerated since 2002 and a dozen assassinated. In some cases, the local police openly conduct themselves as an armed militia in the pay of the sojeros, with no qualms about shooting opponents on sight. For example, one day in February 2004, a truck carrying 50 peasants that had blocked mosquitoes in the department of Kaguasu was fired on by M16s, killing 2 and seriously wounding 10. All around the country, with the approval of President Duarte, armed thugs have been recruited to protect the spraying machines and the large soybean properties. Confident in their impunity, some Sojeros have revived the proven techniques of the long Stroessner dictatorship and simply eliminated peasant leaders who are too troublesome. For example, on September 19, 2005, 2 policemen attempted to assassinate Benito Gavilán in Imbuyapi in the department of Paraguay by shooting him in the head. He miraculously survived but lost an eye. Almost everywhere in the areas bordering the soy frontier, violent actions have been conducted aimed at dislodging recalcitrant small farmers by force. On November 3, 2004, in the department of Alto Paraná, 700 policemen were mobilized to expel 2,000 landless peasants who were camping with their families next to the 160,000 acres of RR soybeans recently acquired by Agropco, a company belonging to a Paraguayan of German origin and an Italian investor. The 2 men had bought the huge estate from Stroessner's son, who had obtained it through a manipulation of the agrarian reform. The families were cultivating a strip of land along Route 6. During the operation, in which 13 peasants were incarcerated, the crops and the camp were destroyed. But the symbol of the dictatorial methods that flow from the transgenic model was the rural community of Tecojoja, located 45 miles from Caguasu, a few miles from the soy frontier. 56 families have been carrying on a desperate battle against the appetites of 2 powerful Sojeros of Brazilian origin, Ademir Opperman, a local potentate, and Adelmar Arcario, who owns 125,000 acres in Paraguay and 5 important grain elevators in the region. On December 3, 2004, the 2 partners organized an attempt to evict the families by force, by burning houses and destroying 50 acres of crops. But with the support of MAP, the families resisted and reoccupied their land. On June 24, 2005, at 5 in the morning, 120 policemen backed by private militia recruited by Opperman took the community by storm accompanied by 2 lawyers who displayed an order of expulsion signed by a judge. They were forged property deeds illegally obtained from INDIT, Instituto Nacional de Desarrollo Rural y de la Tierra, explained Jorge Galeano, who had rushed to the scene as soon as he heard of the operation. The Supreme Court in Asunción acknowledged that the acquisition was illegal in September 2006, but since then the families have been living in a very precarious state. On that January day in 2007 they had left the plastic tents to meet at the scene of the tragic events that had shattered their lives, hoping that my reporting would protect them from another violent action. It was terrible, said a toothless old woman. The police arrested 160 people, 40 of them children. We spent several days in jail. When we were released our houses had been burned down, our crops destroyed, and our animals killed. And then we lost 2 companions. In silence, the families had approached 2 tombstones covered with flowers in the midst of a clearing. Here is where they assassinated Angel Cristaldo, who was only 20, and Leoncio Torres, a 49-year-old father, who were trying to block the way of the bulldozers, Galeano explained. The police first claimed that they had died during a confrontation between the police and armed peasants, but we have proof that they were in fact murdered. The day of the assault, a Canadian anthropologist, Craig Hetherington, who was doing research in the community of Tecojoja, witnessed the whole operation and took photographs. Galeano gave me copies of the photos, which show police in uniform surrounding the trucks loaded with the furniture that Opperman's men had stolen from the modest wood huts before they were set on fire. Armed men are bustling around tractors destroying the crops, while peasants are trying to block their progress with the bare hands. A man in a blue t-shirt is lying on the ground, his chest bloody. Another, also wearing a blue t-shirt, has a shattered arm. Faces are ravaged by pain. I was also wearing a blue t-shirt, Galeano murmured. Opperman's men got the wrong man. Thanks to Hetherington's testimony, an arrest warrant has been issued for the Sojero, Opperman, who was on the run when I visited Tecojoja. It was already time to leave, because a few miles away another community was expecting us, also wanting to tell us of its distress, Pariri, where several hundred families have more or less survived surrounded by fields of GMOs. I had traveled through North and South America where transgenic crops proliferated, but I had never seen so much soy. It was a green ocean that covered every inch of space up to the beaten earth square in front of the little church where the inhabitants of Pariri had come together. A man approached Galliano with his 10-year-old son, whose legs were covered with burns. To get to school, the boy had to go through a soybean field that had just been sprayed with Roundup. One woman complained of persistent migraines, another of vomiting. A man said he no longer had the strength to work since spraying had resumed. "What can we do?" asked an old man. "Leave the way 40 families have already. To pick through garbage pails in a slum. Help us." Galliano was moved. I was angry. I lit a cigarette and listened to the speech he improvised in front of men and women who were dying so pigs and chickens in Europe could eat soy, because we can't take the trouble to feed them with locally produced food. "Don't leave," declared Galliano. "We have to resist the model of transgenic production that multinational corporations like Monsanto want to impose on us, because it will lead to an agriculture without farmers. Family farming the way we do it provides work for 5 people on every 2 acres cultivated, while our soybeans employs only 1 full-time worker for 50 acres. In the long run, judging by its actions, Monsanto's aim is to control the production and the food of the world, and that's why it wants to prevent us from doing our job. We don't want the transgenic model, because it's criminal, it pollutes the environment, destroys natural resources, and creates unemployment, poverty, insecurity, and violence. It makes us dependent on the outside for something as basic as food. It kills life, but once it's settled in, it's very difficult to go back. That's why we have to struggle, for us and most of all for the future of our children." The soy dictatorship. On January 23, 2007, Thomas Palau met me in a house about 100 miles from Asuncion, where he had adopted the habit of retiring to read and write far from the uproar of the capital. That day, the sociologist who specializes in agrarian questions was beginning an article on the United Soy Republic, an advertising slogan launched in early 2004 by Syngenta, Monsanto's Swiss competitor. In the ad, which had been distributed throughout the southern cone, you could see a green map linking Bolivia, Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina, whose outline formed a soybean with the title, República Unida de la Soja. "Soy knows no borders," explained the second page, which sang the praises of a technical assistance service of the company supplying fertilizer and phytosanitary products to producers of our soybeans. "You can really say soybeans have taken over the southern cone," said Palau, "because now Monsanto's GMOs cover 100 million acres in the 4 countries shown on the map. But this staggering expansion, that has come at the expense of small farmers in the region, represents more than a mere agricultural phenomenon, it is also a real hegemonic political program. And in that sense, Syngenta's advertising slogan is perfectly right, it's even a confession." Palau explained that, in his opinion, Monsanto does now control the agricultural and trade policy of Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, Bolivia, and soon of Uruguay, and its power greatly exceeds that of the national governments. It's the company that decides what seeds and what chemical products will be used in those countries, what crops will be suppressed, and in the end what people will eat and at what price. The recalcitrant are taken to court, because the patents are the final link in the totalitarian chain. All that is done with the assistance of producers' associations like President CAPECO, who maintain close relations with the ASA in St. Louis. In Argentina, figures supplied by the Agriculture Ministry indicate one paid position for 500 acres cultivated. I had been able to observe myself the links that united Monsanto's 3 cooperating associations. At the end of our conversation, Deputy Agriculture Minister Roberto Franco had invited me to go with him to a reception being held the next day on the property of Jorge Hisek, the president of CAPECO. That evening a delegation of 20 members of the American Soybean Association was expected, led by John Hoffman, who had been so hospitable to me at his Iowa farm. I had reorganized my schedule to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, after 6 hours on the road, I was never able to penetrate Hisek's huge estate, which was protected by armed guards, despite the intervention of the deputy minister, who offered lame excuses. Long live the United Soy Republic. Do you know how many small farmers in Paraguay have given up farming because of soybeans? I asked Palau. At the last census, the nationwide statistics indicated that 100,000 people out of a total of 6 million inhabitants were leaving the countryside annually to settle in cities, he answered, not surprised by my misadventures. That amounts to between 16,000 and 18,000 families. It's estimated that about 70% of the migrants leave because of soybeans. That's huge, when you consider that families usually end up in slums where they live in conditions of extreme poverty. But beyond the social problems GMOs cause, the greatest impact is the loss of food security. When they leave their land, small farmers stop producing for themselves, but also for others. Since 1965, Paraguay has shifted from a food surplus to a deficit, which means it now imports more food products than it exports. That's why I say that Monsanto and its allies, including in the end its competitors Syngenta and Novartis, who may eventually merge, are engaged in an imperialist, even dictatorial strategy intended to subject populations politically through tight control over food supplies. Recall the Santa Fe document, published in 1980, which constituted the basis of the Reagan Doctrine, in which national security advisors presented the food supply as a political weapon that had to be controlled to annihilate enemy governments. Well, that's exactly what Monsanto is doing now. On my way to Asunción, where I would board a plane back to France, I thought about the conversation I had had 2 years earlier with Walter Peng, the Argentine agronomist who had become one of the world's best-known specialists on the impacts of transgenic soybeans. The transgenic model is the latest incarnation of industrial agriculture, he had explained over a glass of Argentine Cabernet Sauvignon. It's the last link in a model of intensive production, based on a technological package that includes not only seeds and herbicide but a whole series of inputs, such as fertilizer and insecticides, without which there is no yield, that are sold by the multinational corporations of the North to the countries of the South. That's why we can speak of the second agricultural revolution. The first, the one that came in the post-war years, was piloted by national agricultural organizations, like INTA in Argentina, and was aimed at developing countries' food-producing capacities relying on the peasant class. The second is driven by supranational interests and leads to an agricultural model turned toward exports, where there are no more active participants in the fields. This model is directed purely towards supplying low-cost fodder for the large industrial feedlots in the countries of the North, and leads to the development of monocultures that threaten the food security of the countries of the South. In 10 years, the Argentine economy has gone back a century by becoming dependent on commodity exports whose prices are set in world markets where the power of multinational corporations is decisive. When the price of soybeans collapses, we can expect the worst. What are the consequences of our soybeans for conventional and organic soybeans? That's another very important point in transgenic agriculture, which leads to biouniformity, which is another danger for food security. GM soybeans have practically made conventional and organic soybeans disappear, because they are contaminated and their prices have declined drastically. But there is something more serious. If half a country is planted with a single variety, it creates a veritable highway for natural diseases that can annihilate a country's entire production. A threat is now hanging over soybeans that has no phytosanitary remedy, soybean rust. It began in Brazil, spread to Paraguay, and then Argentina. The lack of diversity of plant species prevents resistance to disease. Don't forget what happened in the 19th century to potatoes in Ireland. The Great Famine of 1845–49 that killed off a large part of the population and drove tens of thousands of people into exile was due particularly to the lack of biodiversity, which favored the development of the blight that no natural barrier was able to stop. What is Monsanto's long-term objective? I think the company is seeking to control the food produced in the world. To do that, it has to get its hands on the seeds in the locations where they are used by farmers. First it appropriates the seeds, then the processing of grains, then the supermarkets, and in the end it controls the entire food chain. The seeds are the first link in the chain. Whoever controls seeds controls the food supply and thereby controls mankind. A month before I traveled to Paraguay in January 2007, I had been able to observe the effects of this terrible logic on the other side of the planet in an even more dramatic context, in India, where the cultivation of Monsanto's transgenic cotton had become associated with death, the subject of the next chapter. A month before I traveled to Paraguay in January 2007, I had been able to observe the effects of this terrible logic on the other side of the planet in an even more dramatic context, in India, where the cultivation of Monsanto's transgenic cotton had become associated with death, the subject of the next chapter. 15. India, the seeds of suicide. Our products provide consistent and significant benefits to both large and smallholder growers. In many cases, farmers are able to grow higher quality and better yielding crops. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2006. It was December 2006, and we had barely arrived when a funeral procession came around the corner of an alley running between whitewashed walls, shattering the torpor of the little Indian village under the burning sun. Wearing the traditional costume, white cotton tunic and trousers, the drummers led the group toward the nearby river, where the funeral pyre had already been set up. In the middle of the procession, weeping women desperately held onto robust young men with somber faces carrying a stretcher covered with brilliantly colored flowers. Gripped by emotion, I glimpsed the face of the dead man, eyes closed, aquiline nose, brown mustache. I will never forget this fleeting vision, which stains Monsanto's great promises with infamy. 3 suicides a day. Can we film? I asked, seized by sudden doubt, as my cameraman questioned me with a motion of his head. Of course, answered Tariq Kate, an agronomist who heads an NGO specializing in organic farming who was traveling with me through the cotton-growing region of Vidarbha, in the southwestern Indian state of Maharashtra. That's why Kishore Tiwari brought us to this village. He knew there would be a funeral of a peasant who had committed suicide. Kishore Tiwari is the leader of the Vidarbha Jan Andolan Samiti, VJAS, a peasant movement whose members have been harassed by the police because they have insistently denounced the genocide caused by Bt cotton in this agricultural region, formerly celebrated for the quality of its white gold. Tiwari nodded when he heard Kate's answer. I didn't say anything to you for security reasons. The villagers inform us whenever a farmer has committed suicide, and we come to all the funerals. Right now, there are 3 suicides a day in the region. This young man drank a liter of pesticide. That's how peasants kill themselves. They use the chemical products the transgenic cotton was supposed to enable them to avoid. As the procession headed off toward the river, where the body of the young victim would soon be cremated, a group of men approached my film crew. They looked suspicious, but Tiwari's presence reassured them. Tell the world that Bt cotton is a disaster, an old man said angrily. This is the 2nd suicide in our village since the beginning of the harvest. It can only get worse, because the transgenic seeds have produced nothing. They lied to us, the head of the village added. They had said that these magic seeds would allow us to make money, but we're all in debt and the harvest is non-existent. What will become of us? We then headed toward the nearby village of Badumari, where Tiwari wanted to introduce me to a young widow of 25 whose husband had committed suicide 3 months earlier. She's already talked to a reporter from the New York Times, he told me, and she's ready to do it again. This is very unusual, because usually the families are ashamed. Very dignified in her blue sari, the young woman met us in the yard in front of her modest earthen house. The younger of her 2 sons, one 3 years and the other 10 months old, was sleeping in a hammock that she rocked with her hand during the conversation, while her mother-in-law, standing behind her, silently showed us a photograph of her dead son. He killed himself right here, said the widow. He took advantage of my absence to drink a can of pesticide. When I got back he was dying. We couldn't do anything. As I listened to her, I recalled an article published in the International Herald Tribune in May 2006 in which a doctor described the ordeal of the sacrificial victims of the transgenic saga. Pesticides act on the nervous system. First they have convulsions, then the chemicals start eroding the stomach, and bleeding in the stomach begins, then there is aspiration pneumonia, they have difficulty in breathing, then they suffer from cardiac arrest. Anil Konbashend, the husband of the young widow, was 35, and cultivated about 3.5 acres. In 2006, he had decided to try Monsanto's Bt cotton seeds, known as Bolgard, which had been heavily promoted by the company's television advertising. In those ads, plump caterpillars were overcome by transgenic cotton plants. Bolgard protects you. Less spraying, more profit. Bolgard cotton seeds, the power to conquer insects. The peasant had to borrow to buy the precious seeds, which were 4 times more expensive than conventional seeds. And he had to plant 3 times, his widow recalled, because each time he planted the seeds, they didn't resist the rain. I think he owed the dealers 60,000 rupees. Asterisk. I never really knew, because in the weeks before his death he stopped talking. He was obsessed by his debt. Who are the dealers? I asked. The ones who sell transgenic seeds, Tiwari answered. They also supply fertilizer and pesticides, and lend money at usurious rates. Farmers are chained by debt to Monsanto's dealers. It's a vicious circle, Kate added, a human disaster. The problem is that GMOs are not at all adapted to our soil, which is saturated with water as soon as the monsoon comes. In addition, the seeds make the peasants completely dependent on market forces. Not only do they have to pay much more for their seeds, but they also have to buy fertilizer or else the crop will fail, and pesticides, because Bolgard is supposed to protect against infestations by the cotton bollworm but not against other sucking insects. If you add that, contrary to what the advertising claims, Bolgard is not enough to drive off the bollworms, then you have a catastrophe, because you also have to use insecticides. Monsanto says that GMOs are suitable for small farmers. What do you think? I asked, thinking of the firm's claims in its 2006 pledge report. Our experience proves that's a lie, said the agronomist. In the best case, they may be suitable for large farmers who own the best land and have the means to drain or irrigate as the need arises, but not for small ones who represent 70% of this country's population. About $1,200, $1 equals about 50 rupees. There is no minimum wage in India, but most workers earned less than 6,000 rupees a month in 2006. Look, Tiwari interrupted, spreading out a gigantic map he'd gone to get from the trunk of his car. The vision was startling. Every spot in what is known in Vidarbha as the Cotton Belt was marked with a death's head. These are all the suicides we've recorded between June 2005, when Bt cotton was introduced into the state of Maharashtra, and December 2006, the peasant leader said. That makes 1,280 dead. 1 every 8 hours. But here, where it's blank, is the area where rice is grown. You see there are practically no suicides. That's why we say that Bt cotton is in the process of causing a veritable genocide. Asterisk. Kate showed me a small space where there were no death's heads. This is the sector of Gitanji in the Yavatamal district, he said with a smile. That's where my association is promoting organic farming among 500 families in 20 villages. You see, we don't have any suicides. Yes, but suicides of cotton farmers are nothing new, they existed before GMOs came on the scene. That's true, but with Bt cotton they've greatly increased. You can observe the same thing in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which was the first one to authorize transgenic crops, before it got into a battle with Monsanto. According to the government of Maharashtra, 1,920 peasants committed suicide between January 1, 2001, and August 19, 2006, in the entire state. The phenomenon accelerated after Bt seeds came on the market in June 2005. Hijacking Indian cotton. Before I flew off to the huge state of Andhra Pradesh in southeastern India, Kishore Tiwari was eager to show me the cotton market of Pandakawada, one of the largest in Maharashtra. On the road leading to it, we crossed a column of carts loaded with sacks of cotton pulled by buffalo. I warn you, Tiwari said, the market is on the edge of exploding. The farmers are exhausted, the yields were catastrophic, and the price of cotton has never been so low. This is the result of the subsidies the American administration gives its farmers, which has a dumping effect on world prices. Asterisk. From January to December 2007, the VJAS recorded 1,168 suicides. We had barely gone through the imposing gate into the market when we were assailed by hundreds of angry cotton farmers who surrounded us so we couldn't move. We've been here several days with our harvest, one of them said, brandishing a ball of cotton in each hand. The dealers are offering a price that's so low we can't accept it. We all have debts to pay. How much is your debt? Tariq Kate asked. 52,000 rupees, the farmer answered. What came next was an incredible scene in which dozens of peasants spontaneously declared, one after another, the amount of the debts. 50,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees, 32,000 rupees, 36,000 rupees. Nothing seemed able to stop this litany running through the crowd like an irresistible tidal wave. "We don't want any more BT cotton," yelled a man whom I couldn't even pick out from the crowd. "No," roared dozens of voices. Kate, clearly very moved, asked, "How many of you are not going to plant BT cotton next year?" A forest of hands went up that, miraculously, the cameraman, Guillaume Martin, managed to film, even though we were literally crushed in the midst of this human tide, which made filming extremely difficult. "The problem," said Kate, "is that these farmers will have a lot of trouble finding non-transgenic cotton seeds, because Monsanto controls practically the entire market." Beginning in the early 1990s, in fact, at the same time as it was setting its sights on Brazil, the world's largest soybean producer, Monsanto was carefully preparing the launch of its GMOs in India, the world's third largest cotton producer after China and the United States. An eminently symbolic plant in the country of Mahatma Gandhi, who made the growing of cotton the spearhead of his non-violent resistance to British occupation, cotton has been grown for more than 5,000 years on the Indian subcontinent. It now provides a livelihood for 17 million families, mainly in southern states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh. Subsidies to American farmers amounted to $18 billion in 2006. See Sumani Sengupta, on India's Farms, A Plague of Suicide, New York Times, September 19, 2006. 3 days after we filmed, a riot broke out in the market and the police arrested several farmers, including Kishore Tiwari. Established in India since 1949, Monsanto is one of the country's major suppliers of phytosanitary products. There is a large market for herbicides and especially insecticides, because cotton is very susceptible to a wide variety of pests, such as bollworms, wireworms, cotton worm weevils, mealybugs, spider mites, and aphids. Before the Green Revolution, which encouraged the intensive monoculture of cotton with high-yield hybrid varieties, Indian farmers managed to control infestations by these insects through a system of crop rotation and the use of an organic pesticide derived from the leaves of the neem tree. The many therapeutic properties of this tree, venerated as the free tree in all the villages of the subcontinent, are so well known that it has been the subject of a dozen patents filed by international companies, obvious cases of biopiracy that have led to endless challenges in patent offices. For example, in September 1994, the American chemical company W.R. Grace, a competitor of Monsanto, secured a European patent for the use of neem oil as an insecticide, preventing Indian companies from marketing their products abroad except if they paid royalties to the multinational corporation, which was also flooding the country with chemical pesticides. These were the chemical pesticides that caused the first wave of suicides among indebted cotton farmers in the late 1990s. The intensive use of synthetic insecticides produced a phenomenon well known to entomologists, the development of resistance by the insects to the products intended to combat them. The result was that to get rid of the insects, farmers had to increase doses and turn to increasingly toxic molecules, so much so that in India, where cotton covers only 5% of the land under cultivation, it alone accounts for 55% of the pesticides used. The irony of the story is that Monsanto was perfectly capable of benefiting from the deadly spiral that its products had helped create and which, in conjunction with the fall in cotton prices, from $98.20 a ton in 1995 to $49.10 in 2001, had led to the death of thousands of small farmers. The company praised the virtues of BT cotton as the ultimate panacea that would reduce or eliminate the need to spray for bollworms, as its Indian subsidiary's website proclaims. In 1993, Monsanto negotiated a BT technology license agreement with the Maharashtra Hybrid Seeds Company, Mahiko, the largest seed company in India. 2 years later, the Indian government authorized the importation of a BT cotton variety grown in the United States, Coca 312, containing the CRY1AC gene, so that Mahiko technicians could crossbreed it with local hybrid varieties. In April 1998, Monsanto announced that it had acquired a 26% share in Mahiko and that it had set up a 50-50 joint venture with its Indian partner, Mahiko Monsanto Biotech, MMB, for the purpose of marketing future transgenic cotton seeds. At the same time, the Indian government authorized the company to conduct the first field trials of BT cotton. This decision was made outside any legal framework, said Vandana Shiva, whom I met in her offices at the Research Foundation for Science, Technology and Ecology in New Delhi in December 2006. The holder of a PhD in physics, this internationally known figure in the anti-globalization movement received the Alternative Nobel Prize in 1993 for her service to ecology and her efforts against the control of Indian agriculture by multinational agrochemical corporations. In 1999, she told me, my organization filed an appeal with the Supreme Court denouncing the illegality of the trials conducted by Mexico Monsanto. In July 2000, although our petition had not yet been considered, the trials were authorized on a larger scale, on 40 sites spread over 6 states, but the results were never communicated, because we were told they were confidential. The Genetic Engineering Approval Committee had asked that tests be done on the food safety of Bt cotton seeds, used as fodder for cows and buffaloes, which thus might affect the quality of milk, as well as on cottonseed oil which is used for human consumption, but that was never done. In a few years, Monsanto had carried off a hijacking of Indian cotton with the complicity of government authorities, who opened the door to GMOs by sweeping away the principle of precaution that India had always upheld. How was that possible? I asked. Well, Monsanto did considerable lobbying. For example, in January 2001, an American delegation of judges and scientists very opportunely met Chief Justice A.S. Anand of the Supreme Court and vaunted the benefits of biotechnology at the very time the court was supposed to issue a decision on our appeal. The delegation, led by the Einstein Institute for Science, Health, and the courts, offered to set up workshops to train judges on GMO questions. Monsanto also organized several trips to its St. Louis headquarters for Indian journalists, scientists, and judges. The press was also extensively used to propagate the good news. It's appalling to see how many personalities are capable of stubbornly defending biotechnology when they obviously know nothing about it. It should be noted in passing that not only Indian personalities fell for Monsanto's line. A company press release on July 3, 2002, reported with obvious satisfaction that a European delegation had gone on a tour of Chesterfield Village, the biotechnology research center in St. Louis. The delegation of visitors represented government agencies, non-governmental organizations, scientific institutions, farmers, consumers, and journalists from 12 countries that are involved in biotechnology and food safety, according to the press release. Do you think there was also some corruption? I asked. Well, Shiva answered with a smile, searching for words, I don't have any proof, but I can't exclude it. Look at what happened in Indonesia. On January 6, 2005, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, launched a two-pronged proceeding against Monsanto, accused of corruption in Indonesia. According to the SEC, whose findings can be consulted on the web, Monsanto representatives in Jakarta had paid estimated bribes of $700,000 to 140 Indonesian government officials between 1997 and 2002 for them to favor the introduction of Bt cotton into the country. They had, for example, offered $374,000 to the wife of a senior official in the Agriculture Ministry for building a luxury house. These generous gifts, it was claimed, had been covered by fake invoices for pesticides. In addition, in 2002, Monsanto's Asian subsidiary was said to have paid $50,000 to a senior official in the Environment Ministry for him to reverse a decree requiring an assessment of the environmental impact of Bt cotton before it was marketed. Far from denying these accusations, Monsanto signed an agreement with the SEC in April 2005 providing for the payment of a $1.50 million fine. Monsanto accepts full responsibility for these improper activities, and we sincerely regret the people working on behalf of Monsanto engaged in such behavior. The dramatic failure of Monsanto's transgenic cotton. The fact remains that on February 20, 2002, much to the chagrin of peasant and ecological organizations, India's Genetic Engineering Approval Committee gave a green light to the cultivation of Bt cotton. Mexico Monsanto Biotech pulled out all the stops. It hired a Bollywood star to promote GMOs on television, which enjoys a large audience in India, while tens of thousands of posters were put up throughout the country showing smiling farmers posing next to shiny new tractors, supposedly acquired with the profits from Bt cotton. The first year, 55,000 farmers, 2% of India's cotton growers, agreed to join the transgenic adventure. I heard it is a miracle seed that will free me from the bondage of pesticide spraying, a 26-year-old farmer from Andhra Pradesh, one of the first states to authorize the marketing of GMOs, in March 2002, told The Washington Post in 2003. Last season, every time I saw pests, I panicked. I sprayed pesticides on my cotton crop about 20 times. This season, with the new seed, I sprayed only 3 times. Regardless of this obvious advantage, which soon disappeared because insects developed resistance to Bt plants, the remainder of the picture was much less brilliant, as farmers interviewed by The Washington Post reported at the end of their first GM harvest. I got less money for my Bt cotton because the buyers at the market said the staple fiber length was shorter, said one. The yield also did not improve. The price of the seed is so high, now I wonder if it was really worth it. In fact, because the patenting of seeds has, for now, remained prohibited in India, Monsanto could not apply the same system as in North America, that is, require that farmers buy their seeds every year under threat of legal action. To make up for its losses, it decided to rely on a quadrupling of seed prices, while a 450-gram packet of conventional seeds sold for 450 rupees, the same amount of Bt seeds cost 1,850 rupees. Finally, The Washington Post reported, the ruinous boll weevils have not disappeared. These less than stellar results did not keep Ranjana Smetacek, Public Relations Director for Monsanto India, from declaring confidently, Bt cotton has done very well in all the 5 states where it was planted. The accounts presented by The Washington Post were, however, confirmed by several studies. The first was commissioned in 2002 by the Andhra Pradesh Coalition in Defense of Diversity, CDD, which brought together 140 civil society organizations, including the Deccan Development Society, DDS, a very respected NGO that specializes in careful farming and sustainable development. The CDD asked 2 agronomists, Drive Abdul Qayyum, a former official in the State Agriculture Department, and Kiran Sakari, to compare the agricultural and economic results of Bolgard with those of non-transgenic cotton in the district of Warangal, where 12,300 farmers had succumbed to Monsanto's promises. The reader will recall the fake scientists under whose names the campaign of defamation against Ignacio Chapla over Mexican corn had been launched. One of them was named Anjira Smetacek, and Jonathan Matthews, the British researcher who uncovered the truth, had remarked on this unusual name. Perhaps the schemers in St. Louis had simply taken it from their Indian staff. The 2 scientists followed a very rigorous methodology consisting of monthly observation of the transgenic crops, from planting in August 2002 to the end of the season in April 2003, in 3 experimental groups. In 2 villages, where 22 farmers had planted GMOs, 4 were selected by random drawing. In mid-season, November 2002, 21 farmers from 11 villages were questioned about the state of the transgenic crops, followed up by a visit to their fields. Finally, at the end of the season, in April 2003, a survey was conducted among 225 small farmers, chosen at random among the 1,200 Bt cotton producers in the district, 38.2% of whom owned less than 5 acres, 37.4%. Between 5 and 10 acres, and 24.4% more than 10 acres, the latter were considered large farmers in India. During the same period, they also recorded the performance of producers of conventional cotton, the control group. I provide all these details to emphasize that a scientific study worthy of the name requires this kind of effort, or else it's nothing but smoke and mirrors. The results of this large field investigation were conclusive. The cost of cultivation for Bt cotton was 1,092 rupees more than that for non-Bt cotton because there was only a meager reduction in the pesticides consumption on Bt crop. On an average, there was a significant reduction, 35%, in the total yield of Bt cotton, while there was a net loss of 1,295 rupees per in Bt cultivation in comparison with non-Bt cotton, where the net profit was 5,368 rupees per. Around 78% of the farmers, who had cultivated Bolgard this year, said they would not go for Bt the next year. To put flesh on this scientifically irreproachable investigation, the DDS added to the initiative a group of barefoot camera women, to use the expression of PV. Savish, the founder and director of the ecological organization. The 6 women, all illiterate peasants and Dalits, untouchables, on the bottom rung of the traditional social scale, were trained in video techniques in a workshop set up by the DDS in October 2001 in the little village of Patapur under the name of Community Media Trust. From August 2002 to April 2003, they shot film monthly of 6 small Bt cotton producers in the district of Warangal who were participants in the agronomist study. The result was a film that is an extraordinary document of the failure of transgenic crops. It shows first all the hope that farmers placed in Bt seeds. Everything goes well for the first 2 months, the plants are healthy and there are no insects. Then disillusionment strikes. The plants are very small and cotton bolls less numerous than in the adjacent conventional cotton fields. In the October dry season, when parasites have deserted the traditional crops, the GM plants are besieged by cotton thrips and whiteflies. In November, when the harvest begins, anxiety can be seen in farmers' faces, the yields are very low, the bolls hard to pick, and the cotton fiber shorter, which means a 20% reduction in price. I met the filmmakers in December 2006 in a cotton field in Warangal where they had come to film with the 2 agronomists. I was impressed by the professionalism of these extraordinary women, who, carrying sleeping babies on their backs, set up camera, stand, microphones, and reflector to interview a group of farmers who were desperate because of the failure of their Bt crops. Since the first report published by the 2 agronomists, the situation had only gotten worse, triggering the second wave of suicides, which soon reached the state of Maharashtra. Worried by this tragic situation, the Andhra Pradesh government conducted a study that confirmed the conclusions reached by Kayam and Sakari. Aware of the electoral consequences this disaster might have, the head of the Agriculture Department, Raghuvira Reddy, then demanded that Mahiko indemnify the farmers for the failure of their crops, a demand the company ignored. Propaganda and monopoly. In its defense, Monsanto brandished a study very opportunely published in Science on February 7, 2003. The influence of scientific studies is extraordinary as long as they are backed by prestigious journals, which seldom or never verify the source of the data presented. Matin Kame, then at the University of Bonn, and David Zilberman of the University of California, Berkeley, neither of whom had ever set foot in India, as Vandana Shiva put it, found that according to field trials carried out in different states in India, Bt cotton substantially reduces pest damage and increases yields, as much as 88%. What is really disturbing is that the article extolling the outstanding performance of Bt cotton is based exclusively on data supplied by the company that owns Bt cotton, Mahiko Monsanto, commented the Times of India. The data presented by the authors is not based on the first Bt cotton harvest, as one would expect, but on the yield from a few selected trial plots belonging to the company. No data from farmers' fields has been included. And yet the newspaper noted that the same paper has been quoted extensively by several agencies as proof of the spectacular performance of GM crops, which indeed was the purpose of the publication in Science. The article was commented on at length in a 2004 FAO report titled Agricultural Biotechnology Meeting the Needs of the Poor. This document caused a lot of ink to flow, because it was an argument in favor of GMOs. It was claimed they were capable of increasing overall agricultural productivity, and that they could help reduce environmental damage caused by toxic chemicals, according to the introductory note by Jacques Diouf, the Director General of the UN organization. The report was in any event deeply satisfying to Monsanto, which hastened to put it online. Similarly in France, just before the Science article was published, Agence France Presse distributed a laudatory presentation of it. I quote an excerpt, because it illustrates perfectly how disinformation stealthily makes its way through the media, although one would be hard-pressed to attack the press agency, because after all it was only extrapolating from the carefully calculated unspoken suggestions of the original article. Cotton genetically modified to resist a harmful insect could see yields increase as much as 80%, according to researchers who carried out trials in India, the dispatch stated. The results of their work are surprising. Before this, only a tiny increase in yields had been observed in similar trials conducted in China and the United States. One can imagine the impact this information, widely picked up by the media, as, for example, Le Bulletin des Agriculteurs in Quebec, might have on small and mid-size farmers who are constantly struggling for survival. This was especially the case because, disregarding all the data collected in the field, came made so bold as to assert that, despite the higher cost of seeds, farmers quintupled their revenues with genetically modified cotton. His colleague David Zilberman had the virtue of clearly revealing the real purpose of the study in an interview with the Washington Post in May 2003. It would be a shame if anti-GMO fears kept important technology away from those who stand to benefit the most from it. The Times of India was more prosaic. Who will pay for the failure of Bt cotton? The newspaper asked, pointing out that a law passed in 2001, the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, required breeders to indemnify farmers who had been deceived about the seeds they were sold with respect to yield, quality, pest resistance, and so on. This was precisely the law that the Andhra Pradesh Commissioner of Agriculture intended to apply. When he was unable to do so, he decided in May 2005 to ban from the state 3 varieties of Bt cotton produced by Mahiko Monsanto, which were introduced a short time later in the state of Maharashtra. In January 2006, the conflict with Monsanto reached a new stage. Agriculture Commissioner Raghuvir Reddy filed a complaint against Mahiko Monsanto with the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Commission, MRTPC, the Indian body charged with regulating commercial practices and antitrust laws, denouncing the exorbitant price of transgenic seeds as well as the monopoly established by the GMO giant on the Indian subcontinent. On May 11, 2006, the MRTPC found in favor of the commissioner and required that the price of a 450-gram packet of seeds be reduced to the price Monsanto charged in the United States and China, a maximum of 750 rupees, as opposed to 1,850 rupees. 5 days later, the company appealed the decision to the Supreme Court, but the appeal was dismissed on the grounds that the decision was entirely a state matter. That was the situation when I got to Andhra Pradesh in December 2006. Mahiko Monsanto had finally lowered its seed price to the level demanded by the state government, but the conflict was far from over, because the thorny problem of financial compensation remained. In January 2006, Kiran Sakari told me, the Agriculture Department threatened to cancel the company's marketing licenses if it did not indemnify farmers for their last 3 harvests. But I thought Andhra Pradesh had banned 3 Bt cotton varieties in 2005. That's right, but Mahiko Monsanto immediately replaced them with new transgenic varieties. The government was unable to stop it, short of asking New Delhi to totally prohibit GMOs. And the result was just as catastrophic, as we showed in a second study. This year there is a chance that it will be even worse, because, as you can see in this field of Bolgard cotton, the plants have been attacked by a disease known as rhizoctonia, which causes rot in the section of the plant between the root and the stalk. The plant eventually dries out and dies. Farmers say they've never seen that, Abdul Qayyum said. In our first study, we saw the disease in only a few Bt cotton plants. But it spread over time, and now it can be observed in many Bt cotton fields that are beginning to contaminate non-transgenic fields. Personally, I think there is a bad interaction between the receiving plant and the gene introduced into it. It causes weakness in the plant so that it is no longer resistant to rhizoctonia. Generally, Sakari went on, Bt cotton is not resistant to stress conditions such as drought or heavy rains. But, I said, according to Monsanto, sales of transgenic seeds are constantly rising in India. That's what the company claims, and overall it's true, even if the figures it presents are hard to verify. But the situation can in large part be explained by the monopoly it was able to establish in India, where it has become very difficult to find non-transgenic cotton seeds. And this is very worrying, because, as we found in our second study, the promise that Bt cotton would reduce the use of pesticides has not been kept, quite the reverse. Insect resistance to Bt plants, a time bomb. The agronomist showed me the results of the second study, covering the 2005-06 season. While in 2002-03, the year following the introduction of Bt seeds, the use of insecticides was slightly lower for transgenic plants than for conventional cotton. 3 years later the great promise had been definitively buried. Pesticide expenditures were on average 1,311 rupees per acre for conventional cotton growers and 1,351 rupees for their Bt counterparts. This result did not surprise us, and it can only get worse, Qayyum explained, because any serious agronomist or entomologist knows very well that insects develop resistance to chemical products designed to fight them. The fact that Bt plants constantly produce the insecticide toxin is a time bomb that we will pay for one day, and the cost may be very high, both from the economic and the environmental point of view. In fact, the prospect that cotton, or corn, parasites would mutate by developing resistance to the Bt toxin was raised even before Monsanto put its GMOs on the market. In the mid-1990s, the strategy the company adopted, in agreement with the EPA, was to have growers of Bt plants agree by contract to preserve plots of non-Bt crops, called refuges, where normal insects were supposed to proliferate so that they would crossbreed with their cousins that had become resistant to Bacillus thuringiensis, thereby causing genetic dilution. When insects are constantly confronted with a theoretically fatal dose of poison, they are all exterminated, except for a few specimens endowed with a gene resistant to the poison. The survivors mate with their fellows, possibly transmitting the gene in question to their descendants, and so on for several generations. This is known as coevolution, which, over the long course of the history of life, has enabled species threatened with extinction to adapt in order to survive a fatal disease. To keep this phenomenon from developing among Bt plant parasites, the sorcerer's apprentices imagined that they just had to maintain a population of healthy insects on the non-transgenic plots, the refuges, so they could mate with their cousins that had become resistant to Bt, thereby preventing the resistant insects from reproducing among themselves. Once that was established, it remained to determine the size the refuges should have so that the plan would work. The subject was a matter of intense negotiations between Monsanto and the scientists, with the EPA merely recording the outcome. At first, some entomologists argued that the surface area of the refuges should be at least equivalent to that of the transgenic plots. Monsanto, of course, protested, suggesting at first that the surface area of the refuge should equal 3% of that of GMOs. In 1997, a group of university researchers working in the Midwest Corn Belt courageously jumped into the arena with a recommendation that refuges should be equivalent to 20% of the transgenic plots, and twice that if the plots were treated with pesticides other than Bt. This was still too much for Monsanto, as Daniel Charles reports in Lords of the Harvest. Quote, Monsanto looked at the recommendations and said, "We can't live with that," says Scott McFarland, a young lawyer who was working for Pioneer at the time. The company contacted the National Corn Growers Association, which also had its headquarters in St. Louis. Monsanto's representatives convinced the leadership of the NCGA that large refuges were a threat to farmers' free use of Bt. This went on until September 1998, when the parties met in Kansas City to come to an agreement. As the discussions were getting bogged down in battles over arbitrary percentages, an agricultural economist from the University of Minnesota convincingly demonstrated that, according to his estimates, if the refuges were only 10% the size of the transgenic plots, then corn borers, the target parasite of Bt corn, would have a 50% chance of developing resistance in the short term and that it would cost farmers a good deal. With their wallets directly affected, the farmers joined the camp of the entomologists. This is why around the world, Bt growers' manuals since then have required that refuges be equivalent to at least 20% of the GMO surface area. But it must be acknowledged that this amounts once again to tinkering and improvisation, because no serious study has been conducted to verify that this compromise, worked out in one corner of Missouri, has any scientific validity. And when Michael Pollan questioned Monsanto representatives on the issue for the New York Times in 1998, they answered, "If all goes well, resistance can be postponed for 30 years, which can only be called a short-term policy." When Pollan persisted with Jerry Hiel, Monsanto vice president for regulatory affairs, attempting to find out what would happen after that crucial period, the response was more troubling. Ellipsis. There are 1,000 other beets out there. Ellipsis. We can handle this problem with new products. Ellipsis. The critics don't know what we have in the pipeline. Ellipsis. Trust us. In the meantime, 10 years after the inauguration of Bt crops, it is possible to draw up a preliminary assessment of the shiny bureaucratic edifice. First, as an Associated Press dispatch pointed out in January 2001, according to a survey conducted in 2000, 30% of American Bt corn growers do not follow the published recommendations for the management of resistance, because they found them too restrictive. To tell the truth, I understand them. But they should, of course, stop supporting such an absurd system, which will sooner or later collapse like a house of cards, as a 2006 study conducted by Cornell University researchers in cooperation with the Chinese Academy of Science showed. Considered the first to look at the longer-term economic impact of Bt cotton, the study covered 481 of the 5 million GM producers in China. It found that the substantial profits they have reaped for several years by saving on pesticides have now been eroded. According to the authors, while for the first 3 years after the introduction of Bt crops, farmers had cut pesticide use by more than 70% and had earnings 36% higher than farmers planting conventional cotton, in 2004, they had to spray just as much as conventional farmers, which resulted in a net average income of 8% less than conventional cotton farmers because Bt seed is triple the cost of conventional seed. Finally, after 7 years, insects have increased so much that farmers are now having to spray their crops up to 20 times a growing season to control them. The researchers' conclusion, despite their support for GMOs, is devastating. These results should send a very strong signal to researchers and governments that they need to come up with remedial actions for the Bt cotton farmers. Otherwise, these farmers will stop using Bt cotton, and that would be very unfortunate. The argument made Abdul Qayyum and Kiran Sakari smile. In India, where the majority of farmers cultivate between 2 and 5 acres, the strategy of refuges is frankly ridiculous. It all shows that GMOs, which are the latest version of the Green Revolution, were invented for large farmers in the north. 16. How multinational corporations control the world's food. Through dialogue with many people, Monsanto has learned to appreciate that agricultural biotechnology raises some moral and ethical issues that go beyond science. These issues include choice, democracy, globalization, who has the technology, and who will benefit from it. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005. If anyone in India knows the subject of the Green Revolution, well, it is Vandana Shiva, one of whose books, published in 1989, is titled The Violence of the Green Revolution, Ecological Degradation and Political Conflict in Punjab. In this fundamental book, the feminist anti-globalization figure dissects the misdeeds of the agricultural revolution, launched in the wake of World War II, that was later called green, because it was supposed to slow the expansion of the Red Revolution in underdeveloped countries, particularly in Asia, where the rise of Mao Zedong to power in China in 1949 threatened to create imitators. The only goal of the Second Green Revolution is to increase Monsanto's profits. I'm not saying that the Green Revolution did not begin with good intentions, namely, to increase food production in third world countries, Shiva told me, but the perverse effects of the industrial agriculture model that underlies it have had tragic environmental and social consequences, particularly for small farmers. For our second meeting, in December 2004, the militant Indian intellectual had invited me to the farm of Navdiana, 9 Grains, an association for the preservation of biodiversity and the protection of farmers' rights that she had established in 1987, located in the state of Uttarakhand, in northern India, on the border of Tibet and Nepal. Here, a few miles from Dehradun in the foothills of the Himalayas, where she was born, she has established a center for agricultural education intended to promote the growing of traditional wheat and rice crops that the Green Revolution almost caused to disappear, replacing them with high-yield varieties imported from Mexico. The agro-industrial concept that in 1968 was labeled the Green Revolution was born in 1943 in the capital of Mexico. That year, Henry Wallace, Vice President of the United States, and co-founder of Pioneer Hybrid, which invented hybrid corn, offered to his Mexican counterpart a scientific mission designed to increase national wheat production. Sponsored by the Rockefeller Foundation, under the auspices of the Mexican Agriculture Ministry, this pilot project was set up in a Mexico City suburb, where in 1965 it adopted the name of the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, CIMMYT, Centro Internacional de Mejoramiento de Maíz y Trigo. In October 2004, I visited this renowned research center, which still operates as a non-profit organization and now employs 100 highly qualified international researchers, as well as 500 associates from 40 countries. In the entrance hall, a huge painting pays tribute to the father of the Green Revolution, Norman Borlaug, born on an Iowa farm in 1914, who was hired by the Rockefeller Foundation in 1944 and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1970, in recognition of his important contribution to the Green Revolution. For 20 years, this agronomist, who is now an ardent supporter of GMOs, had a single obsession: to increase wheat production by creating varieties permitting a tenfold increase in yields. To reach the goal, he came up with the idea of crossing CIMMYT's varieties with a Japanese dwarf variety, Norin 10. Increasing yields involves forcing the plant to produce larger and more numerous kernels at the risk of causing the stem to break. Hence the trick of stem shortening, in breeders' jargon, through the introduction of a gene for dwarfism. The expression was used for the first time on March 8, 1968, by William Gord, administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, in a speech delivered in Washington. This is how, in the space of a century, wheat yields increased from about 400 weight per acre in 1910 to an average of 3,200 weight, while the height of wheat stalks decreased by 3 feet. But this exploit was accompanied by a side effect criticized by opponents of the Green Revolution: an increased use of phytosanitary products, without which the miracle seeds, as the CIMMYT varieties were called, were of absolutely no use. In order to produce such a large quantity of kernels, the plant had to be stuffed with fertilizers, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, which eventually brought about a decline in the natural fertility of the soil. In addition, it had to be watered copiously, which depleted aquifers. Furthermore, extreme vegetal density was manna for insect pests and fungi, which meant the massive use of insecticides and fungicides. Finally, the obsession with yields brought about a general decline in the nutritional quality of the kernels and a reduction in the biodiversity of wheat, a number of varieties of which simply disappeared. In the 1960s, aware of the irremediable nature of the losses associated with its promotion of high-yield varieties, CIMMYT opened a germplasm bank, which now stores at 3 degrees Celsius some 166,000 varieties of wheat. To supply it, its associates comb countrysides around the world in search of rare grains, such as the wild wheat specimens found at the Iranian edge of the Fertile Crescent, which its technicians were in the process of labeling when I visited the center. Nonetheless, Simid's dwarf varieties have spread around the world. In the north, including the communist countries, breeders use them in their cross-pollination programs. The countries of the south, led by India, sent technicians to be trained at the center, nicknamed the School of the Wheat Apostles. In 1965, an unusual drought devastated the wheat crop in the Indian subcontinent, and there was a threat of famine. The government of Indira Gandhi decided to buy 18,000 tons of high-yield seeds imported from Mexico, the largest transfer of seeds in history. Trained by CIMMYT, Indian agronomists propagated the Green Revolution in the regions of Punjab and Haryana, considered India's breadbasket. They were given financial support by the Ford Foundation, which was in a good position to supply tractors and farm machines. At the same time, high-yield varieties of rice were introduced into the country, at the initiative of the International Rice Research Institute, IRRI, established in 1960 by the Rockefeller and Ford Foundations on the model of CIMMYT. Today, to further shorten stems, large wheat growers have no hesitation in applying to their crops a hormone, euphemistically named plant growth regulator. It is always said that thanks to the Green Revolution, India achieved self-sufficiency in food supplies and that in the 5 years from 1965 to 1970 its wheat production increased from 12 to 20 million tons, I was told by Vandana Shiva, whose last book is titled Seeds of Suicide. The country is now the world's second largest wheat producer, with a production of 74 million tons, but at what cost? Exhausted soil, a worrying decline in water reserves, widespread pollution, the spread of monocultures at the expense of food crops, and the exclusion of tens of thousands of small farmers who have moved to slums because they could not adapt to an extremely costly model of farming. The first wave of suicides signaled the failure of the first Green Revolution. Unfortunately, the second Green Revolution, the GMO revolution, has been even more deadly, even though it was directly in line with the first. Why? How are they different? The difference between the two is that the first Green Revolution was led by the public sector, government agencies controlled agricultural research and development. The second Green Revolution is led by Monsanto. The other difference is that although the first Green Revolution did have the hidden aim of selling more chemical products and farm machines, its principal motive even so was to provide more food and to guarantee food security. In the end, even though it was done at the expense of other crops, such as leguminous plants, the country produced more rice and wheat to feed people. The second Green Revolution has nothing to do with food security. Its only aim is to increase Monsanto's profits, and the company has succeeded in imposing its law around the world. What is Monsanto's law? Patent law. The company has always said that genetic engineering was a way of getting patents, and that's its real aim. If you look at the research strategy it is now pursuing in India, you'll see that it is testing 20 plants into which it has introduced Bt genes, mustard, okra, eggplant, rice, cauliflower, and so on. Once it has established ownership of genetically modified seeds as the norm, it will be able to collect royalties. We will depend on the company for every seed we plant and every field we cultivate. If it controls seeds, it controls food, it knows that, and that's its strategy. It's more powerful than bombs or weapons, it is the best way to control the people of the world. But it's illegal to patent seeds in India, I said, a bit staggered by the picture she had painted. Sure. But for how long? Monsanto and the American government have been pressuring the Indian government for 10 years to apply the TRIPS, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, agreement of the WTO, and I'm afraid that the barriers will finally collapse. Patents on life, or economic colonization. Before explaining the TRIPS agreement, a headache for the WTO since its founding in 1995, I have to come back to the question of patents, which is of capital importance for the future of the planet. After listening to Shiva, one might think that she was exaggerating and that the patenting of seeds is just a gimmick of little concern to us. Skeptics should take a second look. The patenting of living things, particularly of seeds, is the tool through which Monsanto could appropriate the most lucrative of markets, the world's food. And the company has done everything it can to bring this about. Shiva was quick to take an interest in this colossal challenge, because of the Bhopal disaster, as she told me the first time we met, in Bhopal, which was then commemorating the 20th anniversary of the tragedy. During the night of December 2, 1984, a cloud of toxic gas descended on the city. Within a few hours, 10,000 people had died after suffering terribly, and 20,000 died in the following weeks. The deadly gas came from a factory belonging to the American multinational corporation Union Carbide, a competitor of Monsanto's that manufactured chemical pesticides. It was the Bhopal tragedy that convinced me we had to promote organic farming, hence the neem tree, as an alternative to the multinational corporation's deadly pesticides, Shiva recalled. Remember that the Office of European Patents granted a patent on the use of neem oil to W.R. Grace in September 1994. From that point on, the patenting of life became the Indian activist's great cause. With the support of Greenpeace, she succeeded in having the patent rejected 10 years later, along with an American patent held by a Texas company, Riceotech, on a variety of basmati rice. Since then, she has been fighting against a European and American patent held by Monsanto on a variety of wheat prized for the making of chapatis and cookies because of its low gluten content. According to the terms of the patents, Monsanto holds a monopoly on the growing, crossbreeding, and processing of this variety, which originated in northern India. The patenting of life is a continuation of the first colonization, Shiva said. The word, patent, itself comes from the age of conquest. Letters patent, was the name given to an official public document. In Latin, patens means, open, or, obvious, bearing the seal of European sovereigns, and granting to adventurers and pirates the exclusive right to conquer foreign countries in their name. At the time Europe was colonizing the world, letters patent were directed at territorial conquest, whereas today's patents are aimed at economic conquest through the appropriation of living organisms by the new sovereigns, the multinational corporations like Monsanto. The same principle was operative in both cases, namely, the patents then and now were based on a denial of the life that existed before the arrival of the white man. When the Europeans colonized America, the land of the New World was declared terra nullius, empty land, meaning devoid of white men. In the same way, the patenting of life and of the biosphere is based on an allegation of empty life, because as long as the genes of living organisms have not been dissected in a laboratory, the organisms have no value. This is a denial of the labor and knowledge of millions of people who have maintained the biodiversity of life for millennia and who, moreover, live from it. What are the consequences of patents on life for the peoples of the South? I asked, fascinated by the clarity of her thinking. They are huge, because patents are playing the same role as enclosures in 16th century England. This movement, originating before the Industrial Revolution, privatized by enclosing common land that had been used communally, where the poorest villages, for example, could graze their animals. The patent similarly encloses living things, such as plants that feed and heal people, and finally contributes to the exclusion of the poorest from the means of livelihood and even survival. As can be seen with food and medicine, as soon as a patent is filed, it means royalties and consequently an increase in price. This is why food, crop maintenance products, and medicines are excluded from Indian patent law, so that they remain accessible to everyone. The extension of the Western system of patents, as advocated by the World Trade Organization, and before that by the final round of GATT, directly undermines the economic rights of the poorest. Monsanto and the multinational corporations behind the WTO Agreement on Intellectual Property Rights. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, was put in place in 1947 by the major capitalist powers of the time with the purpose of regulating customs duties on international trade. The 1986 Ministerial Conference of Punta del Este, inaugurating what became known as the Uruguay Round, marked a decisive turning point in the history of GATT, in effect signing its death warrant. It was in the course of the eighth and final session of these intergovernmental trade negotiations in 1994 that the American government won agreement for the inclusion of 4 areas that had until then been under exclusively national political jurisdiction: agriculture, investments, services, telecommunications, transportation, and the like, and intellectual property rights, IPR. The U.S. Trade Representative justified the inclusion of this last area, with which I am particularly concerned, by the fact that nearly 200 American transnational companies were deprived of $24 billion of copyright earnings because of the weakness or absence of protection for intellectual property in some countries, primarily in the countries of the South, as a study by the University of Quebec reported. The inclusion of these new areas under GATT's jurisdiction, which had at first been a simple customs union, was the focus of intense negotiations, because they raised questions that went beyond trade, namely, fundamental rights, such as the rights to employment, health, food, and self-determination, as Shiva has pointed out. In December 1989, Arthur Dunkel, Director General of GATT, submitted a proposed final document, but it was not until April 1994 that the definitive agreement was signed by the 123 member countries in Marrakesh, ratifying the creation of the World Trade Organization, which officially replaced GATT on January 1, 1995. The founding document of the WTO, which meets in Geneva, contains 29 sectorial agreements making possible the subjection of any good or service to the laws of the market, and therefore the transfer to private companies, over which governments and citizens have no means of control, of areas that traditionally were a matter of public policy. The association of these sectors with trade is so far from obvious that the drafters of the agreements got around the problem by using the expression, trade-related, thereby pointing to the subterfuge. This was notably the case with the TRIPS agreement, which, it turns out, was largely designed by a coalition of companies gathered under the name of Intellectual Property Committee, IPC, including the major players in the area of biotechnology, as the researchers from Quebec pointed out. Established in the United States in March 1986, the IPC brought together 13 multinational corporations, principally from the chemical, pharmaceutical, and computer industries: Bristol-Myers, DuPont, FMC Corporation, General Electric, General Motors, Hewlett-Packard, IBM, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Pfizer, Rockwell International, Warner Communications, and Monsanto. As soon as it was established, the committee contacted the Union of Industrial and Employers Confederations of Europe, UNICE, official organ of the European business world, and the Kidenran, the Japanese Employers Confederation, to draft a common document, which was submitted to GATT in June 1988. Titled, Basic Framework of GATT Provisions on Intellectual Property, Statement of Views of the European, Japanese, and United States Business Communities, this document, which formed the basis for the TRIPS agreement, was aimed at extending to the rest of the world the patent system that already existed in the industrialized countries, which all told, through the offices in Washington, Munich, and Tokyo, registered 97% of the patents filed by companies, the vast majority from the North. The document framed the issue in these terms: disparities among systems for the protection of intellectual property result in excessive loss of time and resources in the acquisition of those rights. Holders find that the exercise of their rights is hindered by laws and regulations limiting market access and the repatriation of profits. There followed a short paragraph: biotechnology, or the use of microorganisms in production, is a sector in which patent protection has fallen behind the rapid progress of medicine, agriculture, pollution reduction, and industry. This protection should apply to the processes as well as the products of biotechnology, whether they be microorganisms, parts of microorganisms, plasmids and other vectors, or plants. Seemingly convinced that what might be considered a hijacking of GATT was within its rights, Monsanto proudly asserted in June 1990, once created, the first task of the IPC was to repeat the missionary work we did in the US in the early days, this time with the industrial associations of Europe and Japan, to convince them that a code was possible. It was not an easy task, but our trilateral group was able to distill from the laws of the more advanced countries the fundamental principles for protecting all forms of intellectual property. Besides selling our concepts at home, we went to Geneva where we presented our document to the staff of the GATT Secretariat. We also took the opportunity to present it to the Geneva-based representatives of a large number of countries. What I have described to you is absolutely unprecedented in GATT. Industry has defined a major problem for international trade. It crafted a solution, reduced it to a concrete proposal, and sold it to our own and other governments. The industries and traders of world commerce have played simultaneously the role of the patients, the diagnosticians, and the prescribing physicians. Despite this masterfully conducted collective lobbying, among the many sectors covered by the TRIPS agreement, copyright, trademarks, label of origin, industrial designs and models, and confidential information, including trade secrets, the sector opportunely suggested by Monsanto is the one that has stymied the implacable machine of the WTO since 1995. The controversy swirls around Article 27, Paragraph 3b, relating to patentable subject matter. The official text provides, members may exclude from patentability plants and animals other than microorganisms, and essentially biological processes for the production of plants or animals other than non-biological and microbiological processes. However, members shall provide for the protection of plant varieties either by patents or by an effective sui generis system or by any combination thereof. The provisions of this subparagraph shall be reviewed 4 years after the date of entry into force of the WTO agreement. The language of this article is so abstruse that it was partially responsible for the paralysis of the Third Ministerial Conference of the WTO, held in Seattle in December 1999. After reading and rereading it, one can figure out that animals and plants but not microorganisms may be excluded from the patent system. But it also stipulates that plant varieties shall be protected, either by patents or by an effective sui generis system. This apparent contradiction is in fact intended directly for transgenic seeds. They may now, backed by sanctions, be protected, that is, manufacturers can collect royalties, at a minimum by the system set up by the UPOV agreements. It is precisely because the protection of seeds also brings about the protection of the foods derived from them that many countries of the South, led by South Africa, India, and Brazil, have demanded that Article 27, Paragraph 3b, be revised. They are also worried about the consequences of the patenting of microorganisms, theoretically including genes, which can only encourage biopiracy, that is, the theft of genetic resources and the traditional knowledge associated with them, to the detriment of the rural and indigenous communities that have maintained those resources for millennia. The WTO, a veritable nightmare. To get a clear picture, I went to Geneva on January 13, 2005, to meet with Adrian Otten, Director of Intellectual Property for the WTO, and I asked at the outset a basic question that suddenly made him tense up: what is the goal of the TRIPS agreement? Stammering a bit, he finally answered, well, I suppose that one of the fundamental objectives is to establish common international rules for member governments of the WTO to protect the intellectual property rights of certain member countries of the WTO, as well as those of their citizens and companies. And which article has caused a problem? I asked, to see if I had understood the WTO's gibberish. Well, it's Article 27, Paragraph 3b, which adds a clause to the TRIPS agreement according to which inventions connected to plants and animals should be subject to patenting. Put like that, it was as clear as spring water. The goal of the TRIPS agreement is that a patent obtained in the United States, for example, by Monsanto, will be automatically applicable everywhere in the world, I had been told a month earlier in New Delhi by Devender Sharma, chairman of the Forum for Biotechnology and Food Security. This noted Indian journalist is a fierce opponent of the WTO. If you observe the international evolution of the patent system, you can see that it follows exactly that of the Patent Office in Washington. With the TRIPS agreement, every country has to follow the model of the United States or else suffer severe commercial penalties, because the WTO has absolutely extraordinary powers of coercion and reprisal. That means that if a country doesn't enforce respect for Monsanto's intellectual property rights, for example on a patented seed, the company will inform the American government, which will file a complaint with the WTO dispute settlement body. The TRIPS agreement was also designed by multinational corporations to seize the genetic resources of the planet, chiefly in third world countries, which have the greatest biodiversity. India is a particular target, because it is a megadiverse country where there are 45,000 plant species and 81,000 animal species. That's why so many of us say the world of the living is no concern of the WTO, but rather of the Biodiversity Convention signed under the auspices of the UN in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. Signed by 200 countries, this treaty says that genetic resources are the exclusive property of states, who must commit themselves to preserving them and organizing an equitable sharing of the exploitation of the traditional knowledge associated with those resources. Can the TRIPS agreement be reconciled with the Biodiversity Convention? Absolutely not, because the two documents contradict one another. And that's why the United States didn't sign the convention. The problem is that the TRIPS agreement takes precedence over the convention, because it is under the jurisdiction of the WTO, which obeys the orders of multinational corporations like Monsanto, which, under cover of the globalization of trade, in fact rule the world. For those who think these words are excessive, I will quote a UN report published in June 2000 by the Subcommission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights. The greater percentage of global trade is controlled by powerful multinational enterprises. Within such a context, the notion of free trade on which the rules of the WTO are constructed is a fallacy. The net result is that for certain sectors of humanity, particularly the developing countries of the South, the WTO is a veritable nightmare. Conclusion: a colossus with feet of clay. The people of this company are poison, like the god of death, they take away life. A member of the Community Media Trust in Pastapur, Andhra Pradesh. The scene took place at the headquarters of TIAA-CREF, Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association, College Retirement Equities Fund, in an upscale neighborhood of Manhattan in July 2006. Established 90 years earlier, this prestigious pension fund is one of the most important financial institutions in the United States, holding $437 billion in assets. Ranked 80th on Fortune's list of the 500 largest companies in the country, TIAA-CREF has a special characteristic figuring prominently on all its official documents: the company provides financial services for the greater good. The only people eligible to join the pension fund are those who serve the greater good, including professors, nurses, deans, hospital and university administrators, doctors, and the like, amounting to 3.2 million members. Since 1990, TIAA-CREF has had a department specializing in responsible investment, which 430,000 clients have joined. The reason I had asked to meet representatives of the venerable company was that I had discovered it was one of the 20 largest shareholders in Monsanto, 1.5% of whose shares it held at the time. According to the SEC, in June 2006 Monsanto's principal shareholders were Fidelity Investment 9.1%, AXA 6.1%, Deutsche Bank 3.6%, Prime Cap Management, 3.6%, State Street Corp, 3%, Barclays, 3%, Morgan Stanley, 2.9%, Goldman Sachs Group, 2.7%, Vanguard Group Inc., 2.5%, Lord Abbett and Company, 2.4%, American Century Investment Management Inc., 2.4%, and General Electric, 2.3%. Reputation is a risk factor for companies. I met that day with John Wilcox, head of the company's corporate governance practice, and Amy O'Brien, director of the Socially Responsible Investing Group. Considering the special nature of your clientele, are there companies in which you refuse to invest? I asked, under a little stress because the public relations director was also there, sitting behind me and taking notes. Of course, O'Brien said. For instance, our investors don't want us to invest their money in tobacco companies, because of the burdens they impose on society. And, generally speaking, they are sensitive to the conduct of companies in social and environmental matters. That means you take into account a company's reputation. Absolutely, Wilcox answered without hesitation. Reputation is increasingly considered a risk factor. Until recently, non-financial criteria for a company's performance, such as its reputation or its environmental practices, were of no interest to Wall Street analysts, probably because they are hard to quantify and they involve the long term. But this is very clearly changing. There are increasing numbers of citizens who demand that the companies they invest their savings in share their values. I have read that TIAA-CREF holds 1.5% of Monsanto's shares. It's possible, Wilcox said. I really don't know. That company's reputation is very controversial. How do you explain that investment? I don't think we offered it in our portfolio of shares for responsible investing, O'Brien said hesitantly, visibly embarrassed. I'm not sure, but in any case the company is especially controversial in Europe because of genetically modified organisms, but not in the United States. But Agent Orange, PCBs, bovine growth hormone, aren't they American stories? Did you inform your clients about the litigation Monsanto has had to deal with in the last several years? No, Wilcox answered. I'm going to examine Monsanto's risk factors and ask for advice from the people managing our stock portfolios. A risky company for investors. Still in Manhattan, not far from the offices of TIAA-CREF, I went to see Mark Brammer, who works for Innovest Strategic Value Advisors, the leader in what is known as extra-financial analysis, which consists of evaluating the social and environmental performances of companies on a scale ranging from AAA for the best to CCC for dunces. The grades are used to advise investors so that they may reduce their financial risks and increase the yield of their investments. With offices in New York, London, Tokyo, and Paris, Innovest has taken on the task of developing a clientele with portfolios focused on sustainable development. In January 2005, Brammer published a report titled, Monsanto and Genetic Engineering, Risks for Investors, in which he presented a summary of the company's activities and noted its management and strategy in the area of biotechnology. The result was a grade of CCC. It's the worst environmental grade, he told me. We have observed that in almost every industrial sector the companies with above-average environmental grades generally do better in the stock market than those with below-average grades, by a range of 300 to 3,000 points annually. This means that Monsanto is a risky business for shareholders in the medium and long term. Who are Monsanto's shareholders? They are very dispersed, but the principal investors are pension funds and banks, which represent tens of thousands of small shareholders. How do you explain the fact that a fund like TIAA-CREF has invested in Monsanto? It's surprising, because it's an institution that really encourages responsible investing. On the other hand, it's rather typical of the way pension funds operate. They make short-term calculations and are very sensitive to market rumors. In the case of Monsanto, it's clear that it is overvalued because of unconditional support on Wall Street. What are the principal risk factors for investors? The primary one is market rejection, which is a real time bomb for Monsanto. GMOs are some of the most strongly rejected products that have ever existed. More than 35 countries have adopted or proposed legislation limiting the imports of GMOs or requiring the labeling of food containing biotech ingredients. Most European food distributors have established measures to guarantee that no biotech ingredients are used in their products. This is true for Nestlé, Unilever, Heinz, Asda, British subsidiary of Walmart, Carrefour, Tesco, and many others. Outside of Europe, there is also strong consumer opposition to GMOs in Asia and Africa. Even in the United States, Monsanto was forced, for example, to withdraw its Bt potatoes from the market after companies such as McDonald's, Burger King, McCain, and Pringles refused to buy them. I'm sure that if the FDA decided to label GMOs, Monsanto would lose 25% of its market overnight. In fact, 20 surveys conducted between 1997 and 2004 clearly indicate that more than 80% of Americans want biotech products to be labeled. Asterisk. So much so that one of the consequences of the lack of labeling of GMOs is the absolutely exponential development of the market for organic products in the United States. Monsanto has fully understood the danger labeling represents for its biotech business. When a citizen initiative in 2002 succeeded in getting a referendum on the ballot in Oregon on the labeling of GMOs, Monsanto quickly organized a campaign under the name of the Coalition Against the Costly Labeling Law, with its allies from biotechnology and the food industry, which cost the tidy sum of $6 million. The general feeling, argued Monsanto spokesman Shannon Troughton, is that the measure, if passed, would create a new set of bureaucratic rules and regulations and provide meaningless information at a considerable cost to consumers. The initiative, the first of its kind in the United States, was finally rejected by 73% of the voters, on the grounds that the labeling would be too costly. The other risk factor that threatens Monsanto's performance are the flaws in the regulatory system, perfectly illustrated by the Starlink disaster, Brammer went on. We have calculated that if it were faced with a similar case, the company would lose $3.83 a share. The fundamental problem with GMOs is that only Monsanto benefits from them, risks are for the others, and regulatory agencies have abdicated their role of assessment and supervision. The opacity of the regulatory process feeds rejection by consumers in the United States because they don't have the right to choose what they eat, but also in Europe, as the example of MORN 863 corn shows. The surveys referred to in the Innovest report were done by ABC News, in which 93% of those surveyed wanted GMOs labeled as such, Rutgers University, 90%, Harris Poll, 86%, USA Today, 79%, MSNBC, 81%, Gallup Poll, 68%, Grocery Manufacturers of America, 92%, Time Magazine, 81%, Novartis, 93%, and Oxygen, Market Pulse, 85%. The flaws of the regulatory system, the example of MORN 863 corn. While the French government announced in January 2008 that it was implementing the safeguard clause for MORN 810 corn, suspending the cultivation of this Monsanto Bt variety until the European Union has reconsidered its authorization, I would like to recall the history of MORN 863, a close cousin of MORN 810. MORN 863 contains a toxin, Cry3BB1, intended to protect it against the corn rootworm, while MORN 810 has been engineered, Cry1AB, to resist infestation by the corn borer. Asterisk. The MORN 863 affair is a perfect illustration of the worrisome way, to put it mildly, in which GMOs are regulated in Europe. In August 2002, Monsanto filed a request for marketing approval of MORN 863 with the German authorities, submitting a technical file including a toxicological study conducted on rats for 29 days. In conformity with European regulations, the authorities examined the data supplied by Monsanto and transmitted a negative opinion to the Brussels Commission, on the grounds that the GMO contained a marker for resistance to an antibiotic, which infringed Directive 2001/18 strongly advising against its use. The Commission was then required to distribute the file to the member states to solicit their opinions, which would be examined by the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA, the European Scientific Committee charged with evaluating the food safety of GMOs. In France, the Commission du Génie Biomoléculaire, CGB, received the file in June 2003. 5 months later, on October 28, 2003, the CGB issued an unfavorable opinion, not because of the presence of the antibiotic resistance marker, but because, as Hervé Kempf explained in Le Monde, it was very troubled by the deformities observed in a sample of rats fed with 863 corn. What struck me in this case was the number of anomalies, explained Gerard Pascal, Director of Research at INRA and member of the CGB since its creation in 1986. There are too many areas here where one observes significant variations. I've never seen that in another case. It has to be reconsidered. According to Greenpeace, the corn rootworm, a very harmful insect, was introduced into Europe during the Balkan War. It is said to have come in American Air Force planes. The variations included a significant increase in white blood cells and lymphocytes in males in the sample fed with MORN 863, a reduction in reticulocytes, immature red blood cells, in females, and a higher frequency of anomalies, inflammation, regeneration, of kidneys in males, as well as a reduction in weight in the test animals. As Kempf points out, no one would have known anything about it if the lawyer Corinne Lepage, former environment minister in the government of Alain Juppé and president of CRIGEN, had not forced entry into the CGB, to obtain, after a legal battle lasting a year, the transcripts of discussions leading to the CGB's negative opinion, which was unusual for a commission that had always tended to support the authorization of GMOs. The deliberations of the scientific committees of member states of the European Union, like those of EFSA, are indeed confidential, which gives one an idea of the transparency of the process for the evaluation of GMOs. There was a new development in the affair on April 19, 2004, when EFSA issued an opinion in favor of marketing MORN 863. According to the authority, the anomalies observed by the CGB are part of the normal variation of control populations. As for the kidney deformities, they were of minimal importance. How could two scientific committees express such different opinions on the same case? The answer to this question was provided by the European branch of Friends of the Earth, which in 2004 published a very detailed, and very troubling, report on the operations of EFSA. Established in 2002 under the authority of European Directive 178/2002 on the safety of food products, this institution includes 8 scientific committees, one of which is charged exclusively with the evaluation of GMOs. It is precisely this committee, known as the GMO panel, that the report considers. Friends of the Earth begins by observing, in just over a year, the GMO panel has published 12 scientific opinions, virtually all favorable to the biotechnology industry. These opinions have been used by the European Commission, which is under increasing pressure from the biotechnology industry in the United States, to force new GM products onto the market. They are being used to create a false impression of scientific agreement when the real situation is one of intense and continuing debate and uncertainty. Concerns about the political use of their opinions have been expressed by members of the EFSA themselves. CRIGEN is the Committee for Independent Research and Information on Genetic Engineering, of which Professor Jill Eric Seralini is a member. According to the report, this situation is due to the close ties between certain members of the GMO panel and the giants of biotechnology, led by the panel's chairman, Harry Kuiper. Kuiper is the coordinator of nTransferred, a project funded by the European Union to facilitate market introduction of GMOs in Europe, and therefore bring the European industry into a competitive position. In that capacity, he is a participant in a working group that includes Monsanto and Syngenta. Similarly, Mike Gasson works for Danisco, a partner of Monsanto. Perry Puig-Dominic was co-chair of the 7th International Plant Molecular Biotechnology Congress, sponsored by Monsanto, Bayer, and DuPont. Hans-Jörg Buch and Dietolf Bartscher, well known for the pro-GM views and have even appeared in promotional videos produced by the biotechnology industry. One of the few outside experts consulted by the panel is Dr. Richard Phipps, who had signed a petition in favor of biotechnology circulated by Agbio World, and turned up on Monsanto's website to support bovine growth hormone. Friends of the Earth then considered several cases, including MORN 863. It appears that the reservations expressed by the German government about the presence of an antibiotic resistance marker were dismissed out of hand by the GMO panel, which relied on an opinion it had issued in a press release on April 19, 2004, the panel has confirmed that ARMS, antibiotic resistance markers, are in the majority of cases still required in order to ensure the efficient selection of transgenic events in plants, Kuiper stated. Friends of the Earth commented, the directive does not ask for confirmation of whether ARMS are an efficient tool for the biotech industry. The assessment required is whether they could have adverse effects on the environment and human health. The end of the story was equally exemplary. After EFSA's favorable opinion was issued, Greenpeace asked the German Agriculture Ministry to have the technical files supplied by Monsanto, 1,139 pages, made public, so that it could be independently analyzed. The ministry replied that this was impossible. Monsanto refused to make the data public because they were covered by the trade secret privilege. After a legal battle that lasted several months, Monsanto was finally compelled to make the data public by a decision of the Court of Appeals in Munich on June 9, 2005. It's really unbelievable, when it's a question of verifying the safety of a pesticidal plant designed to enter into the food chain, that Monsanto could first claim trade secret, then file 2 lawsuits to deny access to the raw data in its study, according to Jill Eric Seralini, who had followed the case very closely. At the request of Greenpeace, and simultaneously with Arpad Pustai, the University of Caen scientist first did an assessment of the toxicological file that had been dragged out of Monsanto, which confirmed the anomalies observed by the French CGB. Then, under the auspices of CREGEN, he conducted an independent analysis of the raw data, in which he applied a more refined statistical method, considering in particular organs, dosage, and exposure time to GMOs. This analysis revealed that the effects of 863 corn on rats were much more significant than those observed initially, which indicates the need to conduct further tests. Indeed, Seralini commented, the story of MORN 863 corn shows the inadequacy of the process for the approval of GMOs, which ought to be assessed in the same way as any pesticide or medicine is, by testing them on 3 mammalian species over 2 years, which would permit an assessment of their long-term toxicity, not only of their possible acute toxic effects. In the meantime, faced with these disturbing revelations, the European Commission discreetly swept MORN 863 corn under the rug by banning its cultivation but not its importation and therefore not its consumption. What if GMOs were tomorrow's Agent Orange? Contrary to what Monsanto claims, it is not an agricultural company, but a chemical company, argues Mark Brammer. The proof is that the only GMOs it has succeeded in getting on the market are plants resistant to its star herbicide, Roundup, which still accounts for 30% of its revenue, or insecticidal plants. Asterisk. Those plants are of no interest to consumers who are still waiting for the miracle GMOs that the company has constantly promised them, such as the golden rice that it announced with great public fanfare. Asterisk. According to its 10K form, Monsanto had revenues of $7.30 billion in 2006, $2.20 billion of which were from Roundup. To be precise, Monsanto did not invent golden rice, which was cobbled together, with the best intentions in the world, by 2 European researchers, Ingo Potrikis from Zurich and Peter Bayer from Freiburg. This GM rice was supposed to produce beta-carotene, the precursor to vitamin A, deficiency of which leads to the death of 1 million children annually in the Third World and causes blindness in 300,000 others. Published in Science in 2000, the laboratory results seemed so promising that golden rice made headlines in many newspapers as the embodiment of the great promise of biotechnology. Funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, the 2 researchers decided to launch their creation on the market, but they were confronted by an inextricable problem of patents. To make the golden rice, they had used genes and procedures covered by no fewer than 70 patents belonging to 32 companies or research centers. That meant that unless they sold the precious grains at astronomical prices, the business was doomed to failure. At that point, a philanthropic association by the name of Monsanto intervened. At an agricultural conference in India in 2000, the company announced that it would give away certain patent rights to speed the use of a genetically modified rice that could save millions of malnourished children. The development of the rice, said Hendrik Verfaele, who would soon succeed Robert Shapiro, clearly demonstrates that biotechnology can help not only countries in the West, but in the developing world as well. However, as soon as golden rice was grown in real conditions, it produced such a pathetic amount of beta-carotene that it did absolutely no good. We never found out why, said Brammer, but this story is a good illustration of the unknowns surrounding the process of genetic engineering. They represent a medium and long-term risk for Monsanto. We have no guarantee that GMOs will not be tomorrow's Agent Orange. I will not enumerate all the surprises held in store over the years by products derived from genetic tinkering, such as, for example, the discovery by a Belgian scientist of an unknown DNA fragment in Monsanto Roundup-ready soybeans. I merely advise the reader to consult a European Commission website listing the scientific studies it sponsors on the safety of GMOs. One example is a research study with the title, "The Mechanisms and Control of Genetic Recombination in Plants." In their presentation of the project, the authors note, a major problem with present-day technology is the non-predictability of the integration of transgenes, which may induce unpredictable and undesirable mutations in the host genome. The researchers proposed to ascertain the facts of the situation, proof that GMOs have entered the food chain before this important question was resolved. Another example is effects and mechanisms of Bt transgenes on biodiversity of non-target insects, pollinators, herbivores, and their natural enemies. I think the monarch butterfly would have appreciated it if this study had been conducted before Bt corn was put on the market. A final example is safety evaluation of horizontal gene transfer from genetically modified organisms to the microflora of the food chain and human gut. The findings of this British study have since been published, and the least that can be said is that they are not reassuring. The researchers gave 7 volunteers each a hamburger and a milkshake containing soy, then analyzed the bacteria in their intestines. In 3 cases out of 7, they detected very low levels of the gene for resistance to the herbicide. It would certainly be useful, in the name of the principle of precaution, if the experiment were repeated over a period of 2 years with a daily intake of Monsanto soy products, a normal diet in the United States. Genetic contamination is a major risk factor. When one dissects Monsanto's activity reports, contained in 10K forms, since 1997, one is struck by the place taken up by litigation. First, there are suits filed by victims of the company's chemical activities, such as the residents of Anniston or the Vietnam War veterans. If the veterans' second class action were successful, it could lead to bankruptcy for Monsanto, Mark Brammer told me when I met him in the summer of 2006. Not forgetting PCBs, bovine growth hormone, and Roundup, which may lead to more suits. In addition to the risks incurred by its past and present chemical activities, there are those associated with genetic contamination, which is an inexhaustible source of potential litigation. So far, the Starlink disaster has cost Aventis $1 billion. But contamination is continuing, and so it is impossible to estimate the final cost to the company. The reader may recall the uproar provoked in 2006 by the discovery of traces of unauthorized GMOs in American rice. Produced by Biocrop Science, one of Monsanto's competitors, the GM rice had never been approved for consumption or planting. The contamination, which came from field tests conducted on a Louisiana farm between 1998 and 2001, affected 30 countries, led to a collapse in American rice exports, and resulted in losses of up to $253 million from food product recalls in Europe. We are involved in various intellectual property, biotechnology, tort, contract, antitrust, employee benefit, environmental, and other litigation, claims, and legal proceedings and government investigations. This is according to Monsanto's 2005 10K form, under the heading, Litigation and Other Contingencies. Under the heading of Legal Proceedings, the firm enumerates, in a catalogue worthy of Prévert or perhaps Kafka, all the lawsuits in which it is a party, either as plaintiff or defendant. Some proceedings pit it against its competitors, the Swiss Syngenta, the German Bayer, or the American Dow Chemical Company, over who is the first to have discovered one or another gene or active principle. Similarly, the University of California filed a complaint against Monsanto for violation of a patent covering bovine growth hormone. One also finds that Syngenta has filed an antitrust claim asserting that Monsanto holds a monopoly on glyphosate-tolerant corn seeds. Reuters has wondered, Monsanto Co.'s domination of the biotech crop market is indisputable, but is it illegal? Quote, says Mark Brammer, the danger hanging over Monsanto is the same that once threatened Microsoft. It's not impossible that the company will one day be found guilty of violating American antitrust and anti-racketeering laws. If that were to happen, it would be very costly. In 1999, a class action had been brought by farmers in federal court in St. Louis, claiming that the company had conspired with Pioneer Hybrid to fix the prices of seeds at a very high level. But the claim was dismissed in 2003 by Judge Rodney Sipple, the same judge who was so severe against farmers accused of violating Monsanto patents. 1 year later, the New York Times published a very detailed investigation in which, after interviewing dozens of executives of seed companies, the paper confirmed the suspicions of conspiracy hanging over the world leader in GMOs. Among other things, Monsanto had asked Mycogen, a California seed company, not to compete with Monsanto and its partners on the price of biotech seeds in exchange for access to some of Monsanto's patented technologies, according to former executives of the company, since acquired by Dow Chemical. These allegations were later repeated in 4 team class action suits filed in 14 different U.S. courts, as the company acknowledged in its 2005 10-K form. We are attacking the monopoly on seeds that Monsanto has acquired by what we consider to be illegal means, Adam Levitt, one of the plaintiff's attorneys, who works for a well-known Chicago firm, told me in October 2006, namely, the abuse of patent rights, such as the prohibition on farmers keeping their seeds or the requirement to buy only Roundup and not a generic glyphosate, also the obligation imposed on licensed dealers to sell a high percentage of Monsanto products. We also accuse the company of having stifled competition with unfair trade practices and having conspired to fix seed prices at an exorbitant level. All of that seems to us to amount to a violation of U.S. laws. Do you think you'll win? The question made Levitt smile, and he reminded me that he was paid on contingency. He concluded with obvious pleasure, the fact that Monsanto has hired the largest law firms in the country for its defense makes us think that the company takes the matter seriously. I will add that for us too, the citizens of the earth, the matter is serious. After tracking the company for 4 years, I think I am in a position to state that we can no longer say we didn't know, and that it would be irresponsible to allow the food of humanity to fall into Monsanto's hands. For if there is one thing I'm certain I do not want, for myself and even less for my 3 daughters and my future grandchildren, it is the world according to Monsanto. Notes. Introduction. The Monsanto Question. 1. The program was broadcast on November 15, 2005. 2. Available on DVD in the Alet Vet collection, www.alet-vet.com. This film was awarded the Grand Prize at the Festival International du Reportage d'Actualité et du Documentaire de Société, FIGRA Le Touquet, the Buffon Prize at the International Scientific Film Festival of Paris, and the Best Reportage Prize, the Grand Prize, and the Ushuaia TV Prize at the International Ecological Film Festival in Bourges. 3. Trans. Note. The U.S. Patent Office finally rejected the patent in April 2008. 4. This report was broadcast on ART on October 18, 2005. It is available on DVD in the Alet Vet collection. 5. In the words of the International Service for the Acquisition of Agri-Biotech Applications, ISAAA, a pro-GMO organization that provides these figures, www.isara.org. 6. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005. Monsanto.com. 12. 7. IBID. 3. 8. IBID. 30. 9. IBID. 9. 10. IBID. Inside front cover. 1. PCBs, White Collar Crime. 1. C. Dennis Love, My City Was Gone, One American Town's Toxic Secret, Its Angry Band of Locals, and a $700 million Day in Court, New York, William Morrow, 2006. 2. Technical Report Evaluation of Monsanto's Polychlorinated Biphenyl, PCB. Process for PCB losses at the Anniston plant, United States Environmental Protection Agency, March 2005. EPA.gov. PDF. 3. ChemicalIndustryArchives.org. 4. Soren Jensen, Report of a New Chemical Hazard, New Scientist 32, 1966, 612. 5. The story was told by the resident during a trial hearing. Trial transcript, Owens v. Monsanto, CCV 96J440E, ND. Alabama, April 5, 2001, 551. 6. San Francisco Chronicle, September 24, 1969. 7. Le Dauphiné Libéré, Eyes and Nord edition, August 17, 2007. 8. Directive 9659, CE. C. Marc Lemay, Le Rhône pollué par les PCB, Unchurnable Français. Mondediplo.net, August 14, 2007. 9. Industrie Déchets, February 2007. 10. U.S. Public Health Service and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Public Health Implications of Exposure to Polychlorinated Biphenyls, PCBs. EPA.gov. 11. The two studies are presented in Ruth Stringer and Paul Johnston, Chlorine and the Environment, An Overview of the Chlorine Industry, Dordrecht, Kluwer Academic Publishers, 2001. 12. Whales in Sound Imperiled, Anchorage Daily News, July 22, 2001. 13. Chemical and Engineering News, January 14, 2002. Axe.org. 14. I recommend reading this very thorough article, which can be found at WashingtonPost.com. 15. Anniston Star, February 23, 2002. 16. Anniston Star, August 8, 2003, Wall Street Journal, August 21, 2003. 17. U.S. General Electric workers sue Monsanto over PCBs, Reuters, January 4, 2006. 18. The Ecologist, March 22, 2007, Sunday Times, June 3, 1973. 2. Dioxin, a polluter working with the Pentagon. 1. Renata D. Kimbrough, Epidemiology and Pathology of a Tetrachlorobenzodioxin Poisoning Episode, Archives of Environmental Health, March-April 1977, The Lancet, April 2, 1977, 748. 2. New York Times, August 28, 1974. 3. Coleman D. Carter, Tetrachlorobenzodioxin, An Accidental Poisoning Episode in Horse Arenas, Science, May 16, 1975. 4. C. Robert Reinhold, Missouri Now Fears 100 Sites Could Be Tainted by Dioxin, New York Times, January 18, 1983. 5. New York Times, August 13, 1983, November 18, 1983, November 29, 1983, and December 1, 1983. 6. James Troyer, In the Beginning, The Multiple Discovery of the First Hormone Herbicides, Weed Science 49, 2001, 290-97. 7. Raymond R. Suskind al. Progress Report. Patients from Monsanto Chemical Company, Nitro, West Virginia, Unpublished Report, July 20, 1950. 8. J. Kimmig and Karl-Heinz Schultz, Veriflich Acne, SOG. Chloran, durch chloriert aromatisch sicklich Atta, Occupational Acne, so-called chloracne, due to chlorinated aromatic cyclic ether, Dermatologia 115, 1957, 5404-46. 9. Peter Downs, Cover Up, Story of Dioxin Seems Intentionally Murky, Street. Louis Journalism Review, June 1, 1998. See also Robert Allen, The Dioxin War, Truth and Lies About a Perfect Poison, London, Pluto Press, 2004. 10. The Monsanto Files, The Ecologist, September, October 1998. Archive.org. Required reading. 11. Brian Toker, Agribusiness, Biotechnology, and War. Social-ecology.org. 12. Richard H. Cohn, Forward, in William Buckingham, Jr., Operation Ranch Hand, The Air Force and Herbicides in Southeast Asia, 1961-1971, Washington, D.C., Office of Air Force History, 1982, IV. 13. Buckingham, Operation Ranch Hand, 1, 4, 3. 14. Ibid. 14-15. 15. Ibid. 33. 16. The most reliable estimates are those published by James Mager-Stellman, The Extent and Patterns of Usage of Agent Orange and Other Herbicides in Vietnam, Nature, April 17, 2003. 17. Le Monde, April 26, 2005. 18. Gao, U.S. Ground troops in Vietnam were in areas sprayed with herbicide orange, FPCD 80-23, November 16, 1979, 1. 19. Written September 9, 1988, this letter was read by Tom Daschle to a Senate committee on November 21, 1989. 20. Diane Courtney al. Teratogenic Evaluation of 2, 4, 5T, Science, May 15, 1970. 21. In 1978, the EPA ordered a halt to the spraying of 2, 4, 5T in national forests after recording a statistically significant increase in miscarriages in women living near the forests sprayed. Bioscience 454, August 1979. 22. Joe Thornton, Science for Sale, Critique of Monsanto Studies on Worker Health Effects Due to Exposure to 2, 3, 7, 8-tetrachlorodibenzo-P-dioxin, TCDD, Greenpeace, November 29, 1990. The study was presented at the National Press Club in Washington, Washington Post, November 30, 1990. 23. Plaintiff's Brief, October 3, 1989, see also Allen, The Dioxin War. 24. Judith A. Zach and Raymond R. Suskind, The Mortality Experience of Workers Exposed to Tetrachlorobenzo-Dioxin in a Trichlorophenol Process Accident, Journal of Occupational Medicine 22, No. 1. 1980, 11-14, Judith A. Zach and William R. Gaffey, A Mortality Study of Workers Employed at the Monsanto Company Plant in Nitro, West Virginia, Environmental Science Research 26, No. 6. 1983, 576-91, Raymond R. Suskind and Vicky S. Hertzberg, Human Health Effects of 2, 4, 5T and its Toxic Contaminants, Journal of the American Medical Association 251, 18, 1984, 2372-80. 25. Peter Schuck, Agent Orange on Trial, Mass Toxic Disasters in the Courts, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1987, 86-87, 155-64. Monsanto had produced 29.5% of the Agent Orange used in Vietnam, compared to 28.6% for Dow Chemical, but some of its supplies contained 47 times as much dioxin as those of Dow. 3. Dioxin, Manipulation and Corruption. 1. Wall Street Journal, January 1987. 2. 492 NE2D 1327, 1340, ill. 1986, Clark C. J., Concurring, Opinion on Appeal Concerning a Procedural Motion. 3. Kemner v. Monsanto, Plaintiff's Brief, October 3, 1989. 4. Marilyn Fingerhut, Cancer Mortality in Workers Exposed to 2, 3, 7, 8-tetrachlorodibenzo-P-dioxin, New England Journal of Medicine 324, No. 4. January 24, 1991, 212-18. 5. Anthony B. Miller al. Environmental Epidemiology, Volume 1. Public Health and Hazardous Waste, Washington, D.C., National Academy Press, 1991, 207. 6. Joe Thornton, Science for Sale, Greenpeace, November 29, 1990. 7. Raymond R. Suskind, Testimony and Cross-Examination, Bogus v. Monsanto, Civil No. 81-2098-265, SD. W. V.A. 1986. 8. Alistair Hay and Ellen Silberberg, Assessing the Risk of Dioxin Exposure, Nature 315, May 9, 1985, 102-3. 9. Judith A. Zach and William R. Gaffey, A Mortality Study of Workers Employed at the Monsanto Company Plant in Nitro, West Virginia, Environmental Science Research 26, No. 6. 1983, 576-91. 10. Alistair Hay and Ellen Silberberg, Assessing the Risk of Dioxin Exposure. 11. Report of Proceedings, Testimony of Dr. George Rausch, Kemner v. Monsanto, Civil No. 80L970, Circuit Court. Street. Clare County, Ill. July 8-9, 1985. 12. Kemner v. Monsanto, Plaintiff's Brief, October 3, 1989. 13. Harrowsmith, March-April 1990. 14. EPA, Drinking Water Criteria Document for 2, 3, 7, 8 tetrachlorodibenzo P-dioxin, Office of Research and Development, Cincinnati, ACAU CIN 405, April 1988. 15. Kate Jenkins, Memo to Raymond Lehr, newly revealed fraud by Monsanto in an epidemiological study used by the EPA to assess human health effects from dioxins, February 23, 1990. 16. Dick Carriza, Sentinel at the EPA, an interview with William Sanger, Fraud Magazine, September-October 2007. Links.net. 17. The court decision is online at whistleblowers.org. 18. William Sanger, The Monsanto Investigation, July 20, 1994. Links.net. 19. Key dioxin study of fraud, EPA says, Charleston Gazette, March 23, 1990. 20. Case opening, EPA No. 6 July 9101, 10Q, August 20, 1990, Kate Jenkins, cover-up of dioxin contamination in products, falsification of dioxin health studies, November 15, 1990, EPA. Mindfully.org. 21. Kate Jenkins v. EPA, Case No. 92CAA6 before the Department of Labor Office of Administrative Law Judges, Complainants Post-Hearing Brief, November 23, 1992. 22. U.S. Department of Labor, Washington, May 18, 1994, Case No. 92CAA6. 23. Jenkins v. EPA, Transcript, September 29, 1992. 24. Washington Post, May 17, 1990. 25. Elmo R. Zumwalt Jr., Report to the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs on the association between adverse health effects and exposure to Agent Orange, May 5, 1990. Gulfwarvitz.com. 26. A cover-up on Agent Orange. Time, July 23, 1990. 27. Thomas Daschle, Agent Orange Hearing, Congressional Record, S. 2550, November 21, 1989. 28. Alfred M. Thies, R. Frenzel Bain, and R. Link, Mortality Study of Persons Exposed to Dioxin in a Trichlorophenol Process Accident that occurred in the BASF AG on November 17, 1953, American Journal of Industrial Medicine 3, No. 2. 1982, 179-89. 29. Stephanie Wachynski, New Analysis Links Dioxin to Cancer, New Scientist, October 28, 1989. The fraud was also revealed by Friedman Rolder at a conference on dioxin held in Toronto September 17, 22, 1989. 30. R.C. Brownson, J.S. Reith, J.C. Chang, and J.R. Davis, Cancer Risks Among Missouri Farmers, Cancer 64, No. 11, December 1, 1989, 2381-86. 31. Aaron Blair, Herbicides and Non-Hodgkin's Lymphoma, New Evidence from a Study of Saskatchewan Farmers, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 82, 1990, 544-45. 32. Pier Alberto Bertuzzi al. Cancer Incidence in a Population Accidentally Exposed to 2, 3, 7, 8 tetrachlorodibenzo paradioxin, Epidemiology 4, September 1993, 398-406. 33. Lennart Hardel and A. Sandstrom, Case Control Study, Soft Tissue Sarcomas and Exposure to Phenoxyacetic Acids or Chlorophenols, British Journal of Cancer 39, 1979, 711-17, Mikael Eriksson al. Soft Tissue Sarcoma and Exposure to Chemical Substances, a Case Reference Study, British Journal of Industrial Medicine 38, 1981, 27-33, Lennart Hardel al. Malignant Lymphoma and Exposure to Chemicals, especially organic solvents, chlorophenols, and phenoxy acids, British Journal of Cancer 43, 1981, 169-76, Lennart Hardel and Mikael Eriksson, The Association Between Soft Tissue Sarcomas and Exposure to Phenoxyacetic Acids, a New Case Reference Study, Cancer 62, 1988, 652-56. 34. Royal Commission on the Use and Effects of Chemical Agents on Australian Personnel in Vietnam, Final Report, 9 vols. Canberra, Australian Government Publishing Service, 1985. 35. Agent Orange, The New Controversy, Brian Martin looks at the Royal Commission that acquitted Agent Orange, Australian Society 5, No. 11, November 1986, 25-26. 36. Monsanto Australia Limited, Axelson and Hardel, The Odd Men Out, Submission to the Royal Commission on the Use and Effect of Chemical Agents on Australian Personnel in Vietnam, Exhibit 1881, 1985. 37. Quoted in Lennart Hardel, Mikael Eriksson, and Olav Axelson, on the misinterpretation of epidemiological evidence, relating to dioxin-containing phenoxyacetic acids, chlorophenols, and cancer effects, New Solutions, Spring 1994. 38. Richard Doll and Richard Pito, The Causes of Cancer, Quantitative Estimates of Avoidable Risks of Cancer in the United States Today, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 66, No. 6. June 1981, 1191-308. 39. Renowned cancer scientist was paid by chemical firm for 20 years, The Guardian, December 8, 2006. 40. American Journal of Industrial Medicine, November 3, 2006. 41. Arnold Schechter al. Food as a Source of Dioxin Exposure in the Residents of Bien Hoa City, Vietnam, Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine 45, No. 8. August 2003, 781-88. 42. Le Cao Dai al. A comparison of infant mortality rates between 2 Vietnamese villages sprayed by defoliants in wartime and one unsprayed village, Chemisphere 20, August 1990, 1005-12. 43. New Scientist, March 20, 2005. 44. New York Times, March 10, 2005. 45. Corpwatch, November 4, 2004. 4. Roundup, a massive brainwashing operation. 1. Roundup-Jardan.com. 2. Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, Minneapolis, Sustainable Agriculture Week, April 11, 1994. 3. Problems plague the EPA pesticide registration activities, U.S. Congress, House of Representatives, House Report 98-1147, 1984. 4. EPA, Office of Pesticides and Toxic Substances, Summary of the IBT Review Program, Washington, D.C., July 1983. 5. EPA, Data Validation, Memo from K. Locke, Toxicology Branch, to R. Taylor, Registration Branch, Washington, D.C., August 9, 1978. 6. EPA, Communications and Public Affairs, Note to Correspondence, Washington, D.C., March 1, 1991. 7. New York Times, March 2, 1991. 8. Ibid. 9. Testing Fraud, IBT and Craven Laboratories, June 2005. Monsanto.com. Trans. Note, this site is no longer accessible. 10. Caroline Cox, Glyphosate Factsheet, Journal of Pesticide Reform 108, No. 3. 1998. Mindfully.org. This very thorough article provides an excellent summary of all the questions raised by Roundup. 11. Mindfully.org. 12. Attorney General of the State of New York, Consumer Frauds and Protection Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, in the matter of Monsanto Company, Respondent. Assurance of discontinuance pursuant to Executive Law Section 63, 15, New York, April 1998. 13. Isabelle Tron, Odile Pickett, and Sandra Cohue, Efforts chroniques des pesticides sur la santé, État des connaissances, Observatoire Régional de Santé de Bretagne, January 2001. 14. Sheldon Rampton and John Stober, Trust Us, We're Experts. How Industry Manipulates Science and Gambles with Your Future, New York, Tarcher, Putnam, 2002. 15. Fabrice Nicolino and François Valloret, Pesticides, Révélations sur un scandale français, Paris, Fired, 2007. 16. Julie Marc, Efforts toxiques d'herbicides à base de glyphosate sur la régulation du cycle cellulaire et le développement précis en utilisant l'embryon Dawson, Université de Biologie de Rennes, September 10, 2004. 17. Helen H. McDuffie et al., Non-Hodgkin's Lymphoma and Specific Pesticide Exposures in Men, Cross-Canada Study of Pesticides and Health, Cancer Epidemiology Biomarkers and Prevention 10, November 2001, 11:55:63. 18. Lennart Hardel, Michael Erickson, and Marie Nordstrom, Exposure to Pesticides as Risk Factor for Non-Hodgkin's Lymphoma and Hairy Cell Leukemia, Pooled Analysis of two Swedish Case Control Studies, Leukemia and Lymphoma 43, 2002, 10:43:9. 19. Anna Claire J. de Roos et al., Integrative Assessment of Multiple Pesticides as Risk Factors for Non-Hodgkin's Lymphoma Among Men, Occupational and Environmental Medicine 60, No. 9. 2003. 20. Anna Claire J. de Roos et al., Cancer Incidence Among Glyphosate-Exposed Pesticide Applicators in the Agricultural Health Study, Environmental Health Perspectives 113, No. 1. January 2005, 49-54. 21. Mark. Efforts toxiques d'herbicides à base de glyphosate. 22. A report entitled, Étude Phyto-Air, financed by the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region and conducted by the Institut Pasteur of Lille, is a good source of information on the problems posed by the additives contained in herbicides. Pasteur-Lille.fr. 23. Institute for Science in Society, press release, March 7, 2005. 24. Julie Marc, Odile Mulner-Laurelin, and Robert Bellet, Glyphosate-Based Pesticides Affect Cell Cycle Regulation, Biology of the Cell 96, No. 3. April 2004, 245-49. 25. Tai E. Arbuckle, Jitu Lin, and Leslie S. Mary, An Exploratory Analysis of the Effect of Pesticide Exposure on the Risk of Spontaneous Abortion in an Ontario Farm Population, Environmental Health Perspectives 109, No. 8. August 2001, 851-57. 26. John F. Aquavila et al., Glyphosate Biomonitoring for Farmers and Their Families, Results from the Farm Family Exposure Study, Environmental Health Perspectives 112, No. 3. March 2004, 321-26. 27. Lance P. Walsh et al., Roundup inhibits steroidogenesis by disrupting steroidogenic acute regulatory, protein expression, Environmental Health Perspectives 108, No. 8. August 2000, 769-76. 28. Eliane Dallagrave et al., The Teratogenic Potential of the Herbicide Glyphosate Roundup in Wistar Rats, Toxicology Letters 142, No. 1. April 2003, 45-52. 29. Sophie Richard et al., Differential Effects of Glyphosate and Roundup on Human Placental Cells and Aromatase, Environmental Health Perspectives 113, No. 6. June 2005, 716-20. Nora Benacor et al., Time and Dose-Dependent Effects of Roundup on Human Embryonic and Placental Cells, Archives of Environmental Contamination and Toxicology 53, No. 1. July 2007, 126-33. 30. Christian Menard, Rapport fait au nom de la mission d'information sur les enjeux des essais et de l'utilisation des organismes génétiquement modifiés, Assemblée nationale, April 13, 2005. Assemblée-nationale.fr. Trans. Note: this site appears no longer accessible. 31. Mark. Efforts toxiques d'herbicides à base de glyphosate. 32. Rick A. Reilly et al., The Impact of Insecticides and Herbicides on the Biodiversity and Productivity of Aquatic Communities, Ecological Applications 15, No. 2. April 2005, 618-27. 33. University of Pittsburgh, press release, April 1, 2005. 34. Sein-Ling Li al. Clinical Presentations and Prognostic Factors of a Glyphosate, Surfactant Herbicide Intoxication, a review of 131 cases, Academic Emergency Medicine 7, No. 8. August 2000, 906-10. 35. Pesticides News, September 1996, 28-29. 36. Earth Justice Legal Defense Fund, Spraying Toxic Herbicides on Rural Colombian and Ecuadorian Communities, January 15, 2002. Mindfully.org. 5. The Bovine Growth Hormone Affair, Part 1. 1. Los Angeles Times, August 1, 1989. At the same time, Epstein wrote a scientific article, Potential Public Health Hazards of Biosynthetic Milk Hormones, International Journal of Health Services 20, No. 1. 1990, 73-84. 2. Samuel Epstein also published another article, Questions and Answers on Synthetic Bovine Growth Hormones, International Journal of Health Services 20, No. 4, 1990, 573-82. 3. The terms used by Congress were, knowing acts of non-disclosure, and, reckless acts. Samuel S. Epstein, Testimony on White-Collar Crime, H.R. 4973, before the Subcommittee on Crime of the House Judiciary Committee, December 13, 1979. 4. FDA accused of improper ties in review of drug for milk cows, New York Times, January 12, 1990. 5. Judith C. Juskevich and C. Greg Geyer, Bovine Growth Hormone, Human Food Safety Evaluation, Science 249, August 24, 1990, 875-84. 6. Frederick Beaver, Canadian Agency questions approval of cow drug by U.S., Associated Press, October 6, 1998. 7. Le Monde, August 30, 1990. 8. Depending on the source, the level of IGF-1 present in milk from injected cows can be 2 to 10 times higher than that found in natural milk. In the request for approval that Monsanto submitted to the British authorities, the company speaks of a level, as much as 5 times higher. T. Then Mepham al. Safety of milk from cows treated with bovine somatotropin, The Lancet 344, November 19, 1994, 1445-6. 9. C. Xian. Degradation of IGF-1 in the adult rat gastrointestinal tract is limited by a specific antiserum or the dietary protein casein, Journal of Endocrinology 146, No. 2. August 1, 1998. 10. June M. Chan et al. Plasma insulin-like growth factor 1, IGF-1, and prostate cancer risk, a prospective study, Science 279, January 23, 1998, 563-66. 11. Susan E. Hankinson et al. Circulating concentrations of insulin-like growth factor 1 and risk of breast cancer, The Lancet 351, 1998, 1393-6. 12. The Milkweed, August 2006. This article surveys all the available scientific literature on the links between IGF-1 and breast cancer. 13. Journal of Reproductive Medicine, May 2006, The Milkweed, June 2006, New York Times, May 30, 2006. The number of twins in the United States has increased from 1.89 per 100 births in 1977 to 3.1. In 2002, twice that in the United Kingdom. 14. NIH Technology Assessment Conference Statement on Bovine Somatotropin, Journal of the American Medical Association 265, No. 11, March 20, 1991, 1423-5. 15. Council on Scientific Affairs, American Medical Association, Biotechnology and the American Agricultural Industry, Journal of the American Medical Association 265, No. 11, March 20, 1991, 1429-36. 16. Elliot Marshall, Scientists Endorse Ban on Antibiotics in Feeds, Science 222, November 11, 1983, 601. 17. Barry R. Bloom and Christopher J. L. Murray, Tuberculosis, Commentary on a Reemergent Killer, Science 257, August 21, 1992, 10:55:64. 18. Sharon Begley, The End of Antibiotics, Newsweek, March 28, 1994, 47-52. 19. The Gao wrote a special report on the question of antibiotic residues in milk. It noted that there were few available tests to measure these residues. The FDA had only 4, one of which was for penicillin, although 30 drugs were authorized for dairy herds, and reportedly 72 were used illegally. Gao, Food Safety and Quality, FDA Strategy Needed to Address Animal Drug Residues in Milk, Gao, PMED 9296, 1992. 20. Eric Milston, Eric Brunner, and Ian White, Plagiarism or Protecting Public Health. Nature 371, October 20, 1994, 647-48. 21. Jeremy Rifkin, The Biotech Century, New York, Tarcher, Putnam, 1999. 22. Samuel Epstein had already expressed similar anger in the Los Angeles Times, March 20, 1994. 6. The Bovine Growth Hormone Affair, Part 2. 1. 59 Federal Register 28, February 10, 1994, 6279. 2. FDA.gov. 3. This 32-page document was signed by Richard A. Merrill, Jess H. Stribling, and Frederick H. Degnan. 4. Capital Times, February 19, 1994. 5. Washington Post, May 18, 1994. 6. New York Times, July 12, 2003. 7. Oakhurst to alter its label, Portland Press Herald, December 25, 2003. 8. Associated Press, February 18, 2005. 9. Mark Castell, Down on the Farm, The Real BGH Story, Animal Health Problems, Financial Troubles. Mindfully.org. 10. Metroland, Albany, August 11, 1994. 11. Street, Louis Post-Dispatch, March 15, 1995. 12. Their story is the subject of a chapter in Christina Borgeson, ed. Into the Buzzsaw. Leading Journalists Expose the Myth of a Free Press, New York, Prometheus Books, 2002. 13. They can be consulted on foxbghsu.com. 7. The Invention of GMOs. 1. Edward L. Tatum, A Case History in Biological Research, Nobel Lecture, December 11, 1958. http. 2. Arnaud Apotheker, Du Poisson dans les Phrases, Paris, Le Découverte, 1999. 3. Quoted by Robert Shapiro, The Welcome Tension of Technology, The Need for Dialogue About Agricultural Biotechnology, Center for the Study of American Business, CEO Series, 37, February 2000. 4. Quoted by Hervé Kempf, La guerre secrète des OGM, Paris, Seoul, 2003, 23. 5. Ibid. 25. 6. Susan Wright, Molecular Politics, Developing American and British Regulatory Policy for Genetic Engineering, 1972-1982, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1994, 107. 7. Daniel Charles, Lords of the Harvest, Biotech, Big Money, and the Future of Food, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Perseus, 2002, 24. 8. Quoted by Kempf, La guerre secrète des OGM, 57. 9. Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 38. 10. Ibid. 37. 11. Luca Kamai al. Expression in plants of a mutant Aroa gene from Salmonella typhimurium confers tolerance to glyphosate, Nature 317, October 24, 1985, 741-44. 12. Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 67. 13. Stephanie Simon, Biotech Soybeans Plant Seed of Risky Revolution, Los Angeles Times, July 1, 2001. 14. Ibid. 15. Cropcois News, November 16, 2003. Organicconsumers.org. 16. Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 75. 17. Simon, Biotech Soybeans Plant Seed of Risky Revolution. 18. Apotheca, du Poisson dans les Phrases, 36-37. 19. Kurt Eichenwald, Redesigning Nature, Hard Lessons Learned, Biotechnology Food, From the Lab to a Debacle, New York Times, January 25, 2001. 20. Coordinated Framework for Regulation of Biotechnology, Office of Science and Technology Policy, 51 FR 23302, June 26, 1986. NBII.gov. 21. Eichenwald, Redesigning Nature. 22. Ibid. 23. Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 28. 24. Eichenwald, Redesigning Nature. 25. Quoted by the Center for Regulatory Effectiveness. Thecree.com. 26. Food and Drug Administration, Statement of Policy, Foods Derived from New Plant Varieties, 57 FR 22983, May 29, 1992. 27. 57 FR 22985, emphasis added. 28. Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 143. 29. FAO, Genetically Modified Organisms, Consumers, Food Safety, and the Environment. FAO.org. 30. Jeffrey M. Smith, Seeds of Deception, Exposing Industry and Government Lies About the Safety of the Genetically Engineered Foods You're Eating, Fairfield, IA, Yes. Books. 2003, 107-27, Jeffrey M. Smith, Genetic Roulette, The Documented Health Risks of Genetically Engineered Foods, Fairfield, IA, Yes. Books. 2007, 60-61. See the website, seedsofdeception.com. 31. House of Representatives, FDA's regulation of the dietary supplement L-tryptophan, Human Resources and Intergovernmental Subcommittee of the Committee on Government Operations, U.S. House of Representatives, Washington, D.C., 1991. 32. Arthur N. Miano and Gerald J. Gleich, Eosinophilia myalgia syndrome and tryptophan production, A Cautionary Tale, Trends in Biotechnology 12, No. 9. September 1994, 346-52. 33. Quoted by Smith, Genetic Roulette, 61. 34. C. For example, information paper on L-tryptophan and 5-hydroxy-L-tryptophan, U.S. Food and Drug Administration, Office of Nutritional Products, Labeling, and Dietary Supplements, February 2001. FDA.gov. 35. Quoted in Stephen Drucker's statement to the FDA on November 30, 1999, Why FDA Policy on Genetically Engineered Foods Violates Sound Science and U.S. Law, Panel on Scientific Safety and Regulatory Issues. psras.org. 36. Food and Drug Administration, Statement of Policy, Foods Derived from New Plant Varieties, 57 FR 22991. 37. Smith, Genetic Roulette, 61. 8. Scientists Suppressed. 1. Biointegrity.org. 2. See Stephen Drucker's statement to the FDA on November 30, 1999, Why FDA Policy on Genetically Engineered Foods Violates Sound Science and U.S. Law, Panel on Scientific Safety and Regulatory Issues. psras.org. 3. Alliance for Biointegrity v. Shalala. 4. New York Times, October 4, 2000. 5. Genetically Engineered Foods, FDA Consumer, January-February 1993, 14. 6. Biointegrity.org. 7. Memorandum from the Division of Food Chemistry and Technology and Division of Contaminants Chemistry. Subject: Points to consider for safety evaluation of genetically modified foods. Supplemental information, November 1, 1991. safe-food.org. 8. Samuel I. Shibko, Memorandum to Dr. James Mariansky, FDA Biotechnology Coordinator. Subject: Revision of Toxicology section of the Statement of Policy, Foods Derived from Genetically Modified Plants. Dated January 31, 1992. safe-food.org. 9. Gerald B. Guest, DVM, Director of the Center for Veterinary Medicine, in a memorandum to Dr. James Mariansky, Biotechnology Coordinator. Subject: Regulation of Transgenic Plants, FDA Draft Federal Register Notice on Food Biotechnology. Dated February 5, 1992. safe-food.org. 10. Louis Pribble, Comments on Biotechnology Draft Document, February 27, 92. Dated March 6, 1992. Mindfully.org. 11. Letter of James Mariansky to Dr. Bill Murray, Chairman of the Food Directorate, Canada, October 23, 1991. safe-food.org. 12. Linda Carl, Memorandum to James Mariansky, FDA Biotechnology Coordinator, January 8, 1992. biointegrity.org. 13. Statement of Policy, Foods Derived from New Plant Varieties, 57 FR 23000.17d. 14. Jean Halloran and Michael Hansen, Why We Need Labeling of Genetically Engineered Food, Consumers International, Consumer Policy Institute, April 1998, Compilation and Analysis of Public Opinion Polls on Genetically Engineered Foods, Center for Food Safety, February 11, 1999. 15. Time, February 11, 1999. 16. Citizen Petition before the United States Food and Drug Administration, March 21, 2000. FDA.gov. 17. Douglas Gurian Sherman, Holes in the Biotech Safety Net, FDA Policy Does Not Assure the Safety of Genetically Engineered Foods, Center for Science in the Public Interest, Washington, D.C., 2001. 18. Flava Sava Tomato, Pathology Branches Evaluation of Rats with Stomach Lesions from 3-4-week Oral, Gavage, Toxicity Studies, Memorandum from Dr. Fred Hines to Dr. Linda Carl, June 16, 1993. Mindfully.org. 19. Biointegrity.org. 20. ILC.org. 21. Sarah Bosley, WHO, Infiltrated by Food Industry, The Guardian, January 9, 2003. 22. Biotechnologies and Food, Assuring the Safety of Foods Produced by Genetic Modification, Regulatory Toxicology and Pharmacology 12, No. 3. 1990. ILC.org. 23. Statement of Policy, Foods Derived from New Plant Varieties, 57 FR 23003. 24. Smith, Seeds of Deception, Smith, Genetic Roulette. 25. Monsanto employees and government regulatory agencies are the same people. Green Block, December 8, 2000. Purefood.org. See also Agribusiness Examiner Newsletter, June 16, 1999, and Washington Post, February 7, 2001. 26. How Agribusiness Has Hijacked Regulatory Policy at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, released at the Food and Agriculture Conference of the Organization for Competitive Markets, Omaha, Nebraska, July 23, 2004. 27. Street, Louis Post-Dispatch, May 30, 1999. 28. Federal News Service, Remarks of Secretary of Agriculture before the Council for Biotechnology Information, April 18, 2000. 29. Dan Glickman, How Will Scientists, Farmers, and Consumers Learn to Love Biotechnology and What Happens If They Don't? July 13, 1999. USDA.gov. Emphasis added. 30. Ratical.org. 31. Judith C. Juskevich and C. Greg Geyer, Bovine Growth Hormone, Human Food Safety Evaluation, Science 249, August 24, 1990, 875-84. 32. Eric Milston, Eric Brunner, and Sue Mayer, Beyond Substantial Equivalence, Nature 401, October 7, 1999, 525-26. 33. Stephen Paget et al. The composition of glyphosate-tolerant soybean seeds is equivalent to that of conventional soybeans, Journal of Nutrition 126, No. 3. March 1996, 702-16. 34. Barbara Keeler and Mark Lappe, Some food for FDA regulation, Los Angeles Times, January 7, 2001. 35. Mark Lappe al. Alterations in clinically important phytoestrogens in genetically modified, herbicide-tolerant soybeans, Journal of Medicinal Food 1, No. 4. July 1, 1999. 36. Soygrowers.com. 37. Mark Lappe and Britt Bailey, Against the Grain, Biotechnology and the Corporate Takeover of Your Food, Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, 1998. 38. New York Times, October 25, 1998. 39. Ian Prime and Rolf Lemke, In Vivo Studies on Possible Health Consequences of Genetically Modified Food and Feed, with particular regard to in-grain diets consisting of genetically modified plant materials, Nutrition and Health 17, 2003, 1-8. 40. Bruce Hammond al. The feeding value of soybeans fed to rats, chickens, catfish, and dairy cattle is not altered by genetic incorporation of glyphosate tolerance, Journal of Nutrition 126, No. 3. March 1996, 717-27. 41. Manuela Malitzter al. Ultrastructural analysis of pancreatic acinar cells from mice fed on genetically modified soybean, Journal of Anatomy 201, No. 5. November 2002, 409-15, Manuela Malitzter al. Fine structural analyses of pancreatic acinar cell nuclei from mice fed on genetically modified soybean, European Journal of Histochemistry 47, No. 4. October-December 2003, 385-88. See also, Nouveaux soupçons sur les OGM, Le Monde, February 9, 2006. 9. Monsanto weaves its web, 1995 1999. 1. See François Dufour, Les savants fous de l'agroalimentaire, Le Monde diplomatique, July 1999. It is worth noting that for the 1996-97 growing year, France was able to supply 22% of its needs. 2. Scientists' potato alert was false, laboratory admits, The Times, London, July 13, 1998. 3. Doctor's monster mistake, Scottish Daily Record, October 13, 1998. 4. Daily Telegraph, June 10, 1999. 5. Le transgénique, La pomme de terre, et le soufflé médiatique, Le Monde, August 15, 1998. 6. Genetically Modified Organisms, Audit Report of Rowett Research on Lectins, Press Release, Rowett Institute, October 28, 1998. 7. The Guardian, February 12, 1999, Le Rat et la Patate, Chronique d'un scandale britannique, Le Monde, February 17, 1999. Peer review vindicates scientist let go for improper warning about genetically modified food. Natural Science Journal, March 11, 1999. 8. The Scotsman, August 13, 1998. 9. Testimony of Professor Philip James and Dr. Andrew Chesson, Examination of Witnesses, Question 247, March 8, 1999. Co.uk. 10. Loss of Innocence, Genetically Modified Food, New Statesman, February 26, 1999, 47. 11. Furor Food, The Man with the Worst Job in Britain, The Observer, February 21, 1999. 12. Quoted by Jeffrey Smith, Seeds of Deception, Exposing Industry and Government Lies About the Safety of the Genetically Engineered Foods You're Eating, Fairfield, IA, Yes. Books. 2003, 24. 13. People Distrust Government on GM Foods, Independent on Sunday, May 23, 1999. 14. Labour's Real Aim on GM Food, Independent on Sunday, May 23, 1999. 15. Memorandum submitted by Dr. Stanley William Barclay Ewan, Department of Pathology, University of Aberdeen, February 26, 1999. Co.uk. 16. Laurie Flynn and Michael Sean Gillard, pro-GM food scientist, threatened editor, The Guardian, November 1, 1999. 17. Stanley Ewan and Arpad Pustai, Effects of Diets Containing Genetically Modified Potatoes Expressing Galanthus nivelis lectin on Rats' Small Intestines, The Lancet 354, October 16, 1999, 1353-54. 18. Steve Connor, Scientists Revolt at Publication of Flawed GM Study, The Independent, October 11, 1999. 19. Laurie Flynn and Michael Sean Gillard, Pro-GM Food Scientist, Threatened Editor, The Guardian, November 1, 1999. 20. Andrew Rowell, The Sinister Sacking of the World's Leading GM Expert, and the Trail That Leads to Tony Blair and the White House, Daily Mail, July 7, 2003. 21. Monsanto 1997 Annual Report, quoted in Washington Post, November 1, 1999. 22. New Yorker, April 10, 2000. 23. The Ecologist, September-October 1998. 24. Hervé Kempf, La guerre secrète des OGM, Paris, Seoul, 2003, 110. 25. New Yorker, April 10, 2000. 26. Growth Through Global Sustainability, an interview with Monsanto's CEO, Robert B. Shapiro, Harvard Business Review, January-February 1997. 27. Ibid. 28. Interview, Robert Shapiro, Can We Trust the Maker of Agent Orange to Genetically Engineer Our Food? Business Ethics, January-February 1997. 29. I recommend this fascinating article, Michael Spector, The Farmageddon Riddle, New Yorker, April 10, 2000. 30. Interview, Robert Shapiro. 31. The Ecologist 28, No. 5. September-October 1998. 32. Daniel Charles, Lords of the Harvest, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Perseus, 2002, 119. 33. Ibid. 120. 34. Ibid. 179. 35. Ibid. 151. 36. Ibid. 177. 37. Ibid. 200. 38. Chemistry and Industry, July 20, 1998. 39. Daily Telegraph, June 8, 1998. 40. Associated Press, June 7, 1998. 41. Reuters, August 11, 1998. In February 1999, the company was finally condemned for deceptive advertising, The Guardian, February 28, 1999. In all, 30 complaints had been filed. 42. The Ecologist 28, No. 5. September-October 1998. This is essential reading. In addition, on July 1, 1999, the French weekly Courrier International published a translation, to which Monsanto replied in the July 29 edition. The reply contained the following: with respect to Agent Orange, the writers for The Ecologist forgot to mention that detailed studies conducted for several years by the U.S. Air Force and other bodies have shown that there are no major harmful health effects associated with this defoliant. 43. The Guardian, September 29, 1998. 44. Justin Gillis and Ann Swardson, Cropbusters Take on Monsanto, Backlash Against Biotech Foods Exacts a High Price, Washington Post, October 27, 1999. On October 26, Monsanto stock was quoted at $39.18 on the New York Stock Exchange, compared to $62.72 in August 1998. 45. Véronique Laurel, L'arrogance de Monsanto mise à mal son rêve d'une la plainte, Le Monde, October 8, 1999. 46. Gillis and Swardson, Cropbusters Take on Monsanto. 47. Michael D. Watkins and Ann Lehman, Robert Shapiro and Monsanto, Harvard Business School Case, Rev. January 2, 2003. 48. Véronique Laurel, Le Patron de Monsanto, Prophète des OGM, des missions pour cause de mauvais résultats. Le Monde, December 20, 2002. In 2002, the company recorded a net loss of $1.70 billion. 10. The Iron Law of the Patenting of Life. 1. For more details on the patenting of life, see my documentary Les Pirates du Vivant, broadcast on Art on November 15, 2005. 2. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005, 42, emphasis added. The document can be found at monsanto.com. 3. Monsanto, Technology Use Guide, Art. 19, emphasis added. Quoted by the report of the Center for Food Safety, Monsanto vs. U.S. Farmers, November 2005, 20. centerforfoodsafety.org. 4. Daniel Charles, Lords of the Harvest, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Perseus, 2002, 185. 5. Ibid. 155. 6. Ibid. 187. 7. Rick Weiss, Seeds of Discord, Monsanto's Gene Police Raise Alarm on Farmers' Rights, Rural Tradition, Washington Post, February 3, 1999. 8. Center for Food Safety, Monsanto vs. U.S. Farmers. 9. Chicago Tribune, January 14, 2005. 10. Lawsuits filed against American farmers by Monsanto, Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. uscourts.gov. 11. Quoted by Charles, Lords of the Harvest, 187. 12. Ibid. 13. Vice, Seeds of Discord. 14. Associated Press, April 28, 2004. 15. Quoted by Center for Food Safety, Monsanto vs. U.S. Farmers, 44. 16. Interview with Robert Schubert, Cropcois News, April 6, 2001. 17. The story is reported in Monsanto vs. U.S. Farmers, 23 ff. In addition, I talked to Scruggs's lawyer, James Robertson, who has film of the arrangement set up by Monsanto agents. 18. Associated Press, May 10, 2003. 19. Monsanto, Ruthless, in Suing Farmers, Food Group says, Chicago Tribune, January 14, 2005. According to this article, of the 90 suits filed by Monsanto so far, 46 had been heard in St. Louis. 20. Street, Louis Business Journal, December 21, 2001. 21. Wassel.edu. 22. Populist.com. 23. Hervé Kempf, Percy Schmeiser, Un rebelle contre les OGM, Le Monde, October 17, 2002. 24. The reader can consult Schmeiser's website, where he presents all the details of his case. PercySchmeiser.com. 25. Hervé Kempf, Le Trouble d'un Plain du Saskatchewan, Le Monde, January 26, 2000. 26. Toronto Star and Saskatoon Star Phoenix, June 6, 2000. 27. Kempf, Percy Schmeiser, Un rebelle contre les OGM. 28. Monsanto Canada Inc. v. Percy Schmeiser, 2001 FCT 256, March 29, 2001, 51-55, Star Phoenix, March 30, 2001. 29. Washington Post, March 30, 2001. 30. Quoted by Kempf, Percy Schmeiser, Un rebelle contre les OGM. 31. Sacramento Bee, May 22, 2004. 32. Ibid. 33. Monsanto Company, Pledge Report, 2001-19. http. 34. CBC News and Current Affairs, June 21, 2001. 35. Canadian Bar Association, Annual Conference, August 2001. 36. Soil Association, Seeds of Doubt, North American Farmers' Experience of GM Crops, September 2002. soilassociation.org. This is a fundamental document. 37. New Scientist, November 24, 2001. Since then the Quebec government site on GMOs has stated that pollen can travel over a distance of at least 2.5 miles. QC.ca. This has been confirmed by British and Australian studies. 38. GM volunteer canola causes havoc, Western producer, September 6, 2001. 39. The Guardian, October 8, 2003. 40. Soil Association, Seeds of Doubt, 47. 41. Firms move to avoid risk of contamination, The Times, London, May 29, 2000. 42. Kempf, Le Trouble d'un Plain du Saskatchewan. 43. PatentStorm.us. 44. Soil Association, Seeds of Doubt. 24. See also, Monsanto sees opportunity in glyphosate-resistant volunteer weeds. Cropcois News, August 3, 2001. 45. Science and the Independent, October 10, 2003. 46. Introducing Roundup Ready Soybeans, The Seeds of Revolution, undated document in author's possession. 47. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2005, 18. 48. Charles Benbrick, Genetic Engineered Crops and Pesticide Use in the United States, The First 9 Years, October 2004. Biotech-info.net. 49. Ag Biotech Infone Technical Paper No. 4. May 3, 2001. 50. IBID. A 1998 Monsanto document claimed that herbicide use was on average lower in Roundup Ready soybean fields than in other fields. The Roundup Ready Soybean System, Sustainability and Herbicide Use, Monsanto, April 1998. 51. According to the Los Angeles Times of July 1, 2001, Roundup was used on 20% of American crops in 1995 and on 62% 4 years later. 52. Benbrick, Genetically Engineered Crops and Pesticide Use in the United States, 7. 53. Indianapolis Star, February 20, 2001. 54. Mindfully.org. 55. Charles Benbrick, Pew Initiative on Food and Biotechnology, February 4, 2002. pewagbiotech.org. 56. Introducing Roundup Ready Soybeans, The Seeds of Revolution. 57. Roger L. Montreal, Glyphosate-Resistant Soybean Cultivar Yields Compared with Sister Lines, Agronomy Journal 93, 2001, 408-12. 58. Charles Benbrick, Evidence of the Magnitude and Consequences of the Roundup Ready Soybean Yield Drag from University-Based Varietal Trials in 1998, Ag Biotech Infone Technical Paper No. 1. July 13, 1999. Biotech-info.net. 59. C. Andy King, Larry C. Purcell, and Earl D. Voorhees, Plant Growth and Nitrogenase Activity of Glyphosate-Tolerant Soybeans in Response to Foliar Glyphosate Application, Agronomy Journal 93, No. 1. January 2001, 179-86. 60. Benbrick, Pew Initiative on Food and Biotechnology. 61. Andy Coughlin, Splitting Headache, Monsanto's Modified Soybeans Are Cracking Up in the Heat, New Scientist, November 20, 1999. 62. Michael Duffy, Who Benefits from Biotechnology. Considered a standard reference, this paper was presented to the meeting of the American Seed Trade Association in Chicago, December 5, 7, 2001. yastate.edu. 63. According to a survey conducted by Eurobarometer in 1997, the great majority of European citizens were in favor of labeling GMOs, Austria 73%, Belgium 74%, Denmark 85%, Finland 82%, France 78%, Germany 72%, Greece 81%, Ireland 61%, Italy 61%, Spain 69%, United Kingdom 82%. European Opinions on Modern Biotechnology, European Commission Directorate General 12, No. 46.1, 1997. 64. Washington Post, November 12, 1999. 65. U.S. agriculture loses huge markets thanks to GMOs, Reuters, March 3, 1999. 66. Reuters, September 17, 2002. 11. Transgenic wheat, Monsanto's lost battle in North America. 1. Mindfully.org. 2. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2004, 24. 3. See my documentary Le Blé, Chronique d'un mort annoncé. Broadcast, with Les Pirates du Vivant, in the Tamer series on Art on November 15, 2005, Main Basse sur le Vivant. 4. Stuart Wells and Holly Penfound, Canadian Wheat Board speaks out against Roundup Ready Wheat, Toronto Star, February 25, 2003. 5. Italian miller to reject genetically modified wheat, Street. Louis Business Journal, January 30, 2003. 6. Japan wheat buyers warn against biotech wheat in U.S., Reuters, September 10, 2003. 7. New York Times, April 11, 2004. 8. Robert Wisner, the commercial introduction of genetically modified wheat would severely depress U.S. wheat industry, Western Organization of Resource Councils, October 30, 2003. 9. Justin Gillis, The Heartland Wrestles with Biotechnology, Washington Post, April 22, 2003. 10. Ibid. 11. Pierre Benoit Joly and Claire Maris, Les Américains ont-ils accepté les OGM? Analyse comparée de la construction des OGM comme problème public en France et aux États-Unis, Cahiers d'économie et de sociologie rurale 68-69, 2003, 19. 12. Ibid. 18. 13. John Losey, Linda Rea, and Maureen Carter, Transgenic Pollen Harms Monarch Larvae, Nature 399, May 20, 1999, 214. 14. Hervé Morin, Les doutes accumulent sur l'iniquité du mais transgénique, Le Monde, May 26, 1999. The studies include Angelica Hilbeck et al., Effects of Transgenic Bacillus thuringiensis corn-fed prey on mortality and development time of immature Chrysopola carnea, Environmental Entomology 27, No. 2. April 1998, 480-87. 15. Morin, Les doutes accumulent sur l'iniquité du mais transgénique. 16. Ibid. 17. Carol Keisk-Yoon, Altered corn may imperil butterfly, researchers say, New York Times, May 20, 1999. 18. Lincoln Brower, Canary in the Cornfield, The Monarch and the BT Corn Controversy, Orion Magazine, Spring 2001. OrionMagazine.org. 19. Press release, Biotechnology Industry Organization, November 2, 1999. 20. Carol Keisk-Yoon, No Consensus on Effect of Genetically Altered Corn on Butterflies, New York Times, November 4, 1999. 21. C. For example, scientists discount threat to butterflies from altered corn, Street. Louis Post-Dispatch, November 2, 1999. 22. Laura Hansen and John Abritsky, Field Deposition of Transgenic Corn Pollen, Lethal Effects on the Monarch Butterfly, Oecologia 125, No. 2. 2241-48. 23. News in Science, August 4, 2000, see also Le Monde, August 25, 2000. 24. Mark Kaufman, Biotech Corn is Test Case for Industry, Engineered Foods Future Hinges on Allergy Study, Washington Post, March 19, 2001. 25. Joly and Maris, Les Américains ont-ils accepté les OGM? 21. 26. Michael Pollan, Playing God in the Garden, New York Times Magazine, October 25, 1998. 27. This exemplary document can be consulted at fda.gov. 28. Life-threatening food. More than 50 Americans claim reactions to recalled Starlink corn, CBS News, May 17, 2001. 29. Bill Fries, The Starlink Affair, a critique of the government, industry response to contamination of the food supply with Starlink corn and an examination of the potential allergenicity of Starlink's Cry9C protein, Friends of the Earth, July 17, 2001, 35-36. Fo.org. 30. Ibid. 36. 31. Jeffrey M. Smith, Seeds of Deception, Exposing Industry and Government Lies About the Safety of the Genetically Engineered Foods You're Eating, Fairfield, IA, Yes. Books. 2003, 171. 32. Mark Kaufman, EPA rejects biotech corn as human food. Federal tests do not eliminate possibility that it could cause allergic reactions, agency told, Washington Post, July 28, 2001. 33. Washington Post, March 18, 2001, Boston Globe, May 3 and 17, 2001. 34. Nature, November 23, 2000. 35. Reuters, March 18, 2001. 36. Financial Times, June 27, 2003. 37. Eric Darrier and Holly Penfound, Lettre à Paul Steckel, Greenpeace Canada, May 27, 2003. 38. In an interview with Canadian Press, Jim Bowl, an AAC representative, said that the ministry contract with Monsanto was confidential. According to him, AAC had spent $500,000 Canadian and Monsanto $1.30 million to develop RR wheat. Canadian Press, January 9, 2004. 39. Ibid. 40. See his presentation of organic farming in Saskatchewan at saskorganic.com. 41. Canadian Press, April 10, 2004. For details on the course of the suit, see the website of the Organic Agriculture Protection Fund. saskorganic.com. 42. René Van Acker, Anita Brûlé-Babel, and Lyle Frierson, an environmental safety assessment of Roundup Ready Wheat, risks for direct seeding systems in Western Canada, report prepared for the Canadian Wheat Board for submission to the Plant Biosafety Office of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, June 2003, study, Modified Wheat Poses a Threat, Canadian Press, July 9, 2003. 43. New survey indicates strong grain elevator concern over GE wheat, Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, Minneapolis, press release, April 8, 2003. 44. Memorandum obtained by Ken Rubin, with the assistance of Greenpeace Canada, through the Freedom of Information Act. See also Tom Spears, federal memo warns against GM wheat, Canada still working with Monsanto to create country's first modified seed, Ottawa Citizen, August 1, 2001, available at thecampaign.org. 45. Greenpeace EU suppresses study showing genetically engineered crops add high costs for all farmers and threaten organic, press release, May 16, 2002, available at biotech-info.net. 12. Mexico, seizing control of biodiversity. 1. Stuart Laidlaw, Starlink fallout could cost billions, Toronto Star, January 9, 2001, available at mindfully.org. 2. David Quist and Ignacio Chapla, transgenic DNA introgressed into traditional maize landraces in Oaxaca, Mexico, Nature 414, 2001, 541-43. 3. University of California, Berkeley, press release, November 28, 2001. 4. New York Times, October 2, 2001, The Guardian, November 29 and 30, 2001. 5. Cara Platoni, Kernels of Truth, East Bay Express, May 29, 2002. 6. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2001-13. This is the language Monsanto also used in its 2006 10K Form 47. 7. Robert Mann, has GM corn invaded Mexico? Science 295, March 1, 2002, 16, 17, 19. 8. Platoni, Kernels of Truth. 9. Mark Kaufman, The Biotech Corn Debate Grows Hot in Mexico, Washington Post, March 25, 2002. 10. Mann, has GM corn invaded Mexico? 11. Fred Pierce, Special Investigation, The Great Mexican Maize Scandal, New Scientist, June 15, 2002. 12. This email can be consulted in the archives of the AgbioWorld website. agbioworld.org. 13. agbioworld.org. 14. George Monbiot, Corporate Phantoms, The Guardian, May 29, 2002. 15. agbioworld.org. 16. Scientists in Support of Agricultural Biotechnology. agbioworld.org. 17. Bivings.com. 18. George Monbiot, The Fake Persuaders, Corporations are Inventing People to Rubbish Their Opponents on the Internet, The Guardian, May 14, 2002. 19. Monbiot, Corporate Phantoms. 20. Monsanto, Pledge Report, 2001-1. 21. Amazing Disgrace, The Ecologist 32, No. 4. May 2002. 22. Journal editors disavow article on biotech corn, Washington Post, April 4, 2002. 23. Fred Pierce, Special Investigation, The Great Mexican Maize Scandal. 24. Will Lepkowski, Maize, Genes, and Peer Review, Center for Science, Policy, and Outcomes, No. 14. October 31, 2002. 25. Andrew Suarez, Conflicts Around a Study of Mexican Crops, Nature 417, June 27, 2002, 898. 26. Platoni, Kernels of Truth. 27. Ibid. 28. Man, Has GM Corn Invaded Mexico? 29. Corn Row, Science 298, November 6, 2002, 1169. 30. Sol Ortiz Garcia al. Absence of detectable transgenes in local landraces of maize in Oaxaca, Mexico, 2003-2004, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences 102, No. 35, August 30, 2005, 12338-43. 31. David A. Cleveland al. Detecting Trans-Gene Flow to Landraces in Centers of Crop Origin, Lessons from the Case of Maize in Mexico, Environmental Biosafety Research 4, No. 4. 2005, 197-208. 32. Hervé Morin, La contamination du maïs par les OGM en question, Le Monde, September 7, 2005. 33. C. Elena R. Alvarez Bailer and Berenice Garcia Ponce, Unique and Redundant Functional Domains of Apatella 1 and Cauliflower, 2 recently duplicated Arabidopsis thaliana floral mads box genes, Journal of Experimental Botany 57, No. 12, August 7, 2006, 3009-107. 13. In Argentina, The Soybeans of Hunger. 1. Orbito Financiero, Sec. Orbito Agropecuario, August 11, 2000, 4-5. 2. La Nation, July 23, 2000. 3. C. Walter Peng, Cultivos Transgénicos, Hacia donde vamos. Buenos Aires, Lugar Editorial, 2000. 4. Revista Gente, January 29, 2002. 5. Ibid. 6. Clarín, January 11, 2003. 7. Org.ar, no longer accessible. 8. La Nation, February 14, 2003. 9. La Capital, March 25, 2005. 14. Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina, the United Soy Republic. 1. Daniel Vernet, Libras OGM do Brasil, Le Monde, November 27, 2003. 2. Monsanto.com. 3. Javiera Rulli, Stella Semino, and Lilian Johansson, Paraguay Sojero, Soy Expansion and its Violent Attack on Local and Indigenous Communities in Paraguay, Grupo de Reflexión Rural. Org.ar, Buenos Aires, March 2006. 4. Ibid. 15. India, The Seeds of Suicide. 1. Samani Sengupta, On India's Farms, A Plague of Suicide, New York Times, September 19, 2006. 2. Amelia Gentleman, Despair Takes Toll on Indian Farmers, International Herald Tribune, May 31, 2006. 3. Jaideep Hardikar, One Suicide Every 8 Hours, DNA India. In this article, the Mumbai newspaper specifies that, according to government sources, 2.8 million cotton farmers in the state, out of a total of 3.2 million, are in debt. 4. This was Patent No. 04362557B1, see my film Les Pirates du Vivant. 5. Gargi Parsai, Transgenics, U.S. Team meets CJI, The Hindu, January 5, 2001. 6. Food, Feed Safety Promote Dialogue with European Delegation, Monsanto News Release, July 3, 2002. 7. Sec.gov, see also Peter Fritsch and Timothy Mates, Seed Money, in Indonesia, Tangle of Bribes Creates Trouble for Monsanto, Wall Street Journal, April 5, 2005, Agence France Presse, January 7, 2005. 8. Quoted by Fritsch and Mates, Seed Money, Agence France Presse, January 7, 2005. 9. Rama Lakshmi, India harvests first biotech cotton crop, controversy surrounds policy change, Washington Post, May 4, 2003. 10. Ibad. 11. Ibad. 12. Abdul Qayyum and Kiran Sakari, did BT cotton save farmers in Warangal? A season-long impact study of BT cotton, Kharif 2002 in Warangal district of Andhra Pradesh, AP Coalition in Defense of Diversity and Deccan Development Society, Hyderabad, June 2003. DDSindia.com. 13. Performance Report of BT Cotton in Andhra Pradesh, Report of State Department of Agriculture, 2003. Grain.org. 14. Matan Kame and David Zilberman, Yield Effects of Genetically Modified Crops in Developing Countries, Science 299, February 7, 2003, 900-2. 15. Times of India, March 15, 2003. 16. The State of Food and Agriculture 2003-2004, Agricultural Technology Meeting the Needs of the Poor. FAO, Rome, 2004. FAO.org, HTM. 17. Co.uk. 18. Le coton génétiquement modifié augmente sensiblement les rendements, Agence France Presse, February 6, 2003. 19. Washington Post, May 4, 2003. 20. Times of India, March 15, 2003. 21. Hindu Business Line, January 23, 2006. These were MEC 12 BT, MEC 162 BT, and MEC 184 BT. 22. Court rejects Monsanto plea for BT cotton seed price hike, The Hindu, June 6, 2006. 23. Abdul Qayyum and Kiran Sakari, False Hope, Festering Failures, BT Cotton in Andhra Pradesh 2005-2006. Fourth successive year of the study reconfirms the failure of BT Cotton, AP Coalition in Defense of Diversity and Deccan Development Society, November 2006. Grain.org. 24. Monsanto boosts GM cotton seed sales to India fivefold, Dow Jones Newswires, September 7, 2004. According to this article, the company sold 1.3 million packets of BT seeds in 2004, compared to 230,000 in 2003. 25. Daniel Charles, Lords of the Harvest, Biotech, Big Money, and the Future of Food, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Perseus, 2002, 182. 26. Michael Pollan, Playing God in the Garden, New York Times Magazine, October 25, 1998. 27. Farmers Violating Biotech Corn Rules, Associated Press, January 31, 2001. 28. Susan Lang, 7-Year Glitch, Cornell warns that Chinese GM cotton farmers are losing money due to secondary pests, Cornell Chronicle Online, July 25, 2006. Cornell.edu. SSL. HTML. 16. How multinational corporations control the world's food. 1. Vandana Shiva, The Violence of the Green Revolution, Ecological Degradation and Political Conflict in Punjab, London, Z Books, 2002. 2. http. 3. Vandana Shiva and Kunwa Jailis, Seeds of Suicide, The Ecological and Human Costs of Seed Monopolies and Globalization of Agriculture, Navdanaya, May 2006. 4. Vandana Shiva has devoted several books to the subject, Protect or Plunder. Understanding Intellectual Property Rights, London, Z Books, 2001, Stolen Harvest, The Hijacking of the Global Food Supply, London, Z Books, 2000, Éthique Agro-Industrie, Main Basse-sur-la-Vie, Paris, L'Harmattan, 1996. 5. Monsanto obtained the patent when it purchased the wheat division of the British company Unilever in 1998. C. Monsanto wheat patent disputed, The Scientist, February 5, 2004. 6. Maunira Badro, Benoit Martimort Asso, and Nadia Karina Ponce Morales, Les enjeux des droits de propriété intellectuelle sur le vivant dans les nouveaux pays industrialisés, Le Cas du Mexique, Continentalisation, Cahiers de Recherche 1, No. 6. August 2001, 8. 7. Shiva, Ethique Agro-Industrie, 8. 8. Badro, Marta Mortasso, and Ponce Morales, Les Enjeux des droits de propriété intellectuelle sur le vivant, 8. 9. Quoted in Shiva, Ethique Agro-Industrie, 12-13, Badro, Marta Mortasso, and Ponce Morales, Les Enjeux des droits de propriété intellectuelle sur le vivant, 9. 10. James R. Enyart, Agat Intellectual Property Code, Les Nouvelles, June 1990, quoted in Shiva, Ethique Agro-Industrie, 12-13. 11. Globalization and its impact on the full enjoyment of human rights, preliminary report submitted by J. Aloka Onyango and Deepika Udagama, UN Sub-Commission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, June 15, 2000. Conclusion: a colossus with feet of clay. 1. Monsanto and genetic engineering, risks for investors, January 2005. asuso.org. 2. Monsanto helps battle Oregon voter initiative on food labeling, Street. Louis Post-Dispatch, September 20, 2002. 3. Hervé Kempf, L'expertise confidentielle sur un inquiétant mais transgénique, Le Monde, April 23, 2004. 4. Ibid. 5. Ibid. 6. Ibid. 7. Friends of the Earth Europe, throwing caution to the wind, a review of the European Food Safety Authority and its work on genetically modified foods and crops, November 2004. FurEurope.org. 8. agbioworld.org. 9. co.uk. 10. Jill-Eric Seralini, report on more 863 GM maize produced by Monsanto Company, June 2005. Greenpeace.de. 11. Jill-Eric Seralini, Dominique Celia, and Joel Spirou de Vendemois, new analysis of a rat feeding study with a genetically modified maize reveals signs of hepatorenal toxicity, Archives of Environmental Contamination and Toxicology 52, No. 4. May 2007, 596-602. 12. Ingo Potrikis al. Engineering the Pruvitar-min A, beta-carotene, biosynthetic pathway into, carotenoid-free, rice endosperm, Science 287, January 14, 2007, 303-5. 13. Monsanto offers patent waiver, Washington Post, August 4, 2000. 14. Monsanto plans to offer rights to its altered rice technology, New York Times, August 4, 2000. 15. Le Monde, August 19, 2001. 16. The Mechanisms and Control of Genetic Recombination in Plants. Europa.eu. 17. Effects and Mechanisms of Bt transgenes on Biodiversity of Non-Target Insects, Pollinators, Herbivores, and their Natural